Duan Ling Tian felt relieved when he heard about the arrangements that Ling Hu Renjie made. Over the next 2 days, he refined the Lord-grade divine pills in peace. He sighed inwardly, not expecting that he would become a divine alchemist. In the past, he was unaware that extracting vitality energy would be one of the most important skills of a divine alchemist. Fortunately for him, extracting vitality energy was as easy as a stroll in the park, due to the divine tree of life in his little world. It was all thanks to his divine tree of life that he managed to refine the primary, secondary, and tertiary divine pills into limit divine pills during his second attempt. At that time, Ling Hu Renjie had told Duan Ling Tian that even lords of gods would covet the divine pills he refined. When Duan Ling Tian heard that he knew could use the divine pills he refined to return favors, he was very pleased with that since he disliked owing people favors. With the recent incident, without the divine pills, he would have been worried about the Ling Hu clan owing those other powerhouses favors because of him. He was relieved that he had the divine pills to repay the favors. A divine alchemist is a great profession in the realms of gods. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself with a sigh. Other people would have rolled their eyes at him if they were to hear these words. After all, it was not easy refining limit divine pills at all. In just a blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. When the sun was almost setting, Duan Ling Tian sent a message to Ho Qingning. "Are you done with your clan's matters? Where should we meet for dinner?" Duan Ling Tian knew that the finest restaurants in Linghu City belonged to the Linghu clan. If Ho Qingning was not held hostage, it was likely that they would have met in one of the Linghu clan's restaurants. However, the person who was holding Ho Qingning hostage would definitely avoid restaurants owned by the Linghu clan. When Duan Ling Tian did not receive a reply from Ho Qingning after waiting for quite a while, he speculated out loud, "The person who's holding Ho Qingning hostage must have taken my soul pearl away from Ho Qingning." At the same time, one could send messages using soul pearls through verbal and mental communications. One could also play messages out loud. It was similar to phones on Earth being put on loudspeakers. When Duan Ling Tian sent the message, the black-clad man brought out Duan Ling Tian's soul pearl and handed it to Ho Qingning as he said, "Tell him to meet you in the second Emperor private room in Springview House." Needless to say, Ho Qingning conveyed the black-clad man's words to Duan Ling Tian as instructed. When Duan Ling Tian received Ho Qingning's reply, his lips curled up into a faint smile. As expected, the restaurant that was chosen did not belong to the Linghu clan. Although Duan Ling Tian did not leave the Linghu clan's estate at all previously, he had spoken frequently to Linghu Yun, Linghu Renjie's fourth son. After Linghu Yun finished listening to Duan Ling Tian's story, he had visited Duan Ling Tian multiple times. The duo got along very well and chatted extensively. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian knew about the matters in Linghu City such as the various restaurants in the city even though he did not leave the Linghu clan's estate. Through his conversations with Linghu Yun, he learned that Springview House was an ordinary restaurant owned by a king-rank force under the Linghu clan in Linghu City. Duan Ling Tian chuckled as he replied to Ho Qingning, "The Springview House? Ho Qingning, are you worried about my expenses? The Springview House isn't the best restaurant in Linghu City. The Linghu clan owns the finest restaurants in the city." Ho Qingning was slightly taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's reply. He looked at the black-clad man, waiting for further instructions. Moreover, since it was his first time in Linghu City, he naturally knew nothing about the restaurants in the city. Nonetheless, the black-clad man was quick to act and taught Ho Qingning what to say. With that, Ho Qingning replied as he was told, "I know you're a popular revered elder in the Linghu clan, so the clan definitely won't allow you to pay if we dine in one of their restaurants. To ensure you pay for the meal out of your own pocket, I deliberately chose a restaurant that's not owned by the Linghu clan." Duan Ling Tian laughed. "Bastard, you're really not going easy on me. Very well. I'll see you in the Springview House's second Emperor private room in an hour." After ending the conversation with Ho Qingning, Duan Ling Tian contacted Linghu Renjie. Linghu Renjie instructed him to meet Linghu Hong and Linghu Huan above the forest north of Linghu City. When Duan Ling Tian arrived, he saw the two supreme elders had brought another 7 people with them. One of them was someone he recognized. It was none other than Linghu Qingzhe, a lord of gods whom he had met in King Descending City. When Linghu Huan saw Duan Ling Tian, like an elder educating a junior, he said reproachfully. Brat, how could you just leave the clan's estate alone? Do you have a death wish? Duan Ling Tian could tell Ling Hu Huan was genuinely concerned about him. He smiled sheepishly and thought it was best to remain silent at this moment. It seemed like Duan Ling Tian had made the right decision since Ling Hu Huan no longer continued on the topic. Instead, he gestured to Duan Ling Tian to come over before he introduced everyone, except for his twin brother, Ling Hu Hung, to Duan Ling Tian. Then, he glanced at the only old woman in the group and said, I believe you know Elder Qing Zhe. She told me both of you had met before. Elder Qing Zhe, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. It was as though he had forgotten what had happened in the past. On the contrary, Ling Hu Qing Zhe felt rather awkward. After all, she did not expect the young man whom she had taught a lesson to in King Descending City would join their clan and become a revered elder. Moreover, he had also become a divine alchemist who could refine limit divine pills. With all these, his status had surpassed hers in the clan. In the end, Ling Hu Qing Zhe forced a smile on her face and said, Revered Elder Duan, I hope you can forgive me for offending you in the past. I've already forgotten about that. Duan Ling Tian replied good-naturedly. Ling Hu Huan continued his introductions. Apart from Ling Hu Qing Zhe, there were another two powerful lords of gods. One of them was an ancestor of the Ling Hu clan, and the other was a middle-aged man who was in the same generation as Ling Hu Hung and Ling Hu Huan. The middle-aged man's name was Ling Hu Zhenxing. His strength individually was stronger than Ling Hu Hung and Ling Hu Huan. He wore a long loose green robe and was tall and burly. His sword-shaped brows made him look rather dignified. Elder Zhenxing, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. A rare smile appeared on Ling Hu Zhenxing's face. Although the smile looked awkward, his gaze was friendly. The remaining four people were friends of Ling Hu Hung and Ling Hu Huan whom they had met in their early years. All of them were rudimentary lords of gods. After the introductions, Duan Ling Tian told them the venue was Springview House. Ling Hu Zhenxing brought the others and hid near the Springview House while Ling Hu Hung and Ling Hu Huan secretly followed Duan Ling Tian to protect him. After all, they did not know the number of opponents they had to face. After Ling Hu Zhenxing and the others left, Duan Ling Tian waited for half an hour before he flew into Linghu City from the eastern side of the city. The eastern entrance of Linghu City was connected to one of the main entrances of the Linghu clan's estate. Hence, he was able to enter with ease. After that, he exited from another main entrance, pretending he was just coming out from the Linghu clan's estate. Upon seeing this, Ling Hu Huan, who was secretly following Duan Ling Tian, said to his twin brother, Ling Hu Hong, through voice transmission, he's quite cautious. Not only is he cautious, but he's extraordinarily talented as well. His future is bright and the sky's the limit for him, Ling Hu Hong said. Ling Hu Huan was slightly surprised by Ling Hu Heng's words. It was his first time hearing Ling Hu Hong praising another person. However, after a moment, he thought it was only natural when he recalled Duan Ling Tian's performance, innate talent and comprehension skills. If Duan Ling Tian did not meet with any mishaps, let alone the Linghu clan, even the Flying Dragon sect and other emperor-rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion would be too small a stage for Duan Ling Tian in the future. Duan Ling Tian had deliberately come out from the Linghu clan's estate because he was worried that there might be spies waiting outside of the clan's estate. It would raise suspicion if they saw him returning from outside the city. After all, he did not tell Ho Qingning he was not in the Linghu clan's estate. We've arrived, Ling Hu Huan said through voice transmission when Duan Ling Tian arrived at the entrance of Springview House. The business was booming in the Springview House. The main hall was almost filled to the brim, and people were constantly going in and out of the restaurant. At a corner of the restaurant, a long line of people could be seen waiting for their turns to get seated. My lord, are you here for dinner? A waiter asked Duan Ling Tian as he stepped forward. My friend has already reserved the second emperor private room, Duan Ling Tian said. May I know what name the room is reserved under? The waiter asked respectfully. The second emperor room was the most exclusive private room in Springview House. It would cost 10 years of the waiter's salary to cover the minimum expense in the Springview House's second emperor private room. Although the private room in the Springview House, the second emperor room, was expensive, the service provided was exceptional. Needless to say, for such an expensive room, one could not just walk into the room. One would have to state the name that the room was reserved under and one's name first. After receiving the confirmation from the person who had reserved the room, the waiter would then lead one to the room. The waiter confirmed Duanling Tian's surname with the occupant of the second emperor private room through a communication talisman before he flashed a smile and said to Duanling Tian, "Young Master Duan, young Master Ho is waiting for you in the second emperor private room." "All right." Duanling Tian nodded slightly as he followed the waiter to the top floor. When they arrived at the door of the second emperor private room, Duanling Tian heard Ling Hu Huan say through voice transmission, "There's only one person in the room. Those who had hidden in the dark have yet to reveal themselves, so we can't use our divine consciousness to avoid being discovered. We'll make a move if we sense the aura of a Lord of Gods. Remember to stall for as much time as you just in case we can't make a move immediately." Ling Hu Huan's voice turned extremely grave as he continued to speak. "Young Master Duan, please enter," the waiter said. As soon as Duanling Tian entered the room, he saw Ho Qingning. He could not help but smile and asked, "It's just you alone? I thought the others from the 10,000 Leaves sect would be here as well. I was worried about hurting your pocket, so I came alone." Ho Qingning replied with a smile. "Have you ordered?" Duanling Tian asked after he took his seat. "Of course not. How could I not wait for you? Waiter, can you please take our orders?" Following that, the waiter who had been waiting outside the room quickly entered the room. Then, he began to list the restaurant specialties to Duanling Tian and Ho Qingning. "Is there anything you want to try?" Ho Qingning asked. Duanling Tian shook his head and said, "No. For people like us, eating isn't important and we eat just for the taste. Why don't we order the signature dishes?" "All right." Ho Qingning nodded before he placed the orders. After the waiter left and closed the door, Ho Qingning sighed emotionally as he looked at Duanling Tian and said, "Duanling Tian, I didn't expect you to achieve so much in just a few years. Not only did you become a king of gods, but you've also become a divine alchemist." Ho Qingning looked at Duanling Tian with a complex gaze and sighed again. At this time, his conversation with Duanling Tian was being transmitted to the black-clad man. Duanling Tian asked with a smile, "So what's going on? Is everything okay in the Hidden Fog Academy?" "It's the same as always." "It's boring," Ho Qingning said as he shook his head. "If I'd known it would be so boring, I would have gone straight to the Hidden Fog sect." Ho Qingning was the young master of the 10,000 Leaves sect. Although it was just a king-rank sect, it still had some connections to the Hidden Fog sect. Hence, he could have joined the Hidden Fog sect if he wanted to do so. Moreover, his talent and innate ability were quite good as well. It would not be a problem for him to become an inner disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. However, now that you've left the Hidden Fog sect, I'm not very keen about joining the Hidden Fog sect, Ho Qingning said with a sigh. "Why don't you join the Linghu clan?" Duanling Tian asked with a smile. "I'll pass," Ho Qingning said as he shook his head. "Knowing you, you won't stay in the Linghu clan for long either. Your next target should be the Flying Dragon sect, right?" "You know about this?" Duanling Tian asked, slightly surprised. "It's not hard to guess," Ho Qingning smiled and said. "With your innate talent, comprehension skills, and achievements in alchemy, even the Flying Dragon sect won't be able to keep you for long. I didn't expect to make such an outstanding friend like you." At this time, a hint of worry could be seen in Ho Qingning's eyes. He had tried to warn Duanling Tian as best as he could previously, but he did not know if Duanling Tian understood his meaning and if Duanling Tian made any preparations. At this moment, he was like the black-clad man's puppet. His conversation and everything he was seeing were transmitted to the black-clad man. The black-clad man was very cautious and did not want to act in the restaurant. Ho Qingning did not dare to recklessly send Duanling Tian a voice transmission in fear of being found out. The black-clad man had threatened to destroy the 10,000 Leaves sect if he tried to warn Duanling Tian. He was afraid to send Duanling Tian a voice transmission because he was worried that Duanling Tian might not be able to control his expression. "Duanling Tian, if you didn't understand my warning, I can only apologize. That was all I could do to help you. After all, I have to consider the thousands of lives in the 10,000 Leaves sect." Ho Qingning sighed inwardly, but his expression remained the same. Ho Qingning's warning was very vague. Hence, He was able to avoid detection by the black-clad man. Although it was vague, he was certain Duan Ling Tian would be able to sense something was amiss unless Duan Ling Tian had completely forgotten their conversation back then. Since the black-clad man could not monitor Duan Ling Tian at that time, even if Duan Ling Tian had been confused by his warning, the black-clad man would be none the wiser. However, based on Duan Ling Tian's attitude, Ho Qingning thought it was likely that Duan Ling Tian understood his warning and had made preparations. Naturally, there was still the possibility that Duan Ling Tian was completely unaware of the danger he was in. Regardless, there was nothing he could do but pin his hopes on Duan Ling Tian at this moment. Duan Ling Tian and Ho Qingning continued chatting as the waiter served the dishes. After that, the duo ate as though nothing was wrong and they were just two friends having a meal together. The meal was rather expensive, costing more than 10 taels of divine rocks. After the duo finished eating, Ho Qingning said, "Let's go. Duan Ling Tian. I came this time to buy a courtyard in Linghu City. Why don't you accompany me to have a look around? Is it your private courtyard or the 10,000 Leaves Sect's courtyard?" Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. Ho Qingning coughed and said with an awkward expression, "The 10,000 Leaves Sect. What do you think?" Ho Qingning naturally wished Duan Ling Tian would refuse him. After all, the black-clad man had laid an inescapable trap in the courtyard. Even if Duan Ling Tian had a Lord of God powerhouse from the Linghu clan with him, he or she might not be able to save Duan Ling Tian in time. "How about next time?" Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head. "I have to return to the Linghu clan to refine a few pills for an elder of the clan. It's quite urgent." "All right. Next time then," Ho Qingning said with a nod, looking somewhat disappointed. "Then let's part ways here. I'll visit you at the Hidden Fog Academy when I have the time." "All right." Ho Qingning smiled faintly and nodded. With that, the duo parted ways, leaving in opposite directions. However, the duo had barely taken a dozen steps when suddenly, boom! A sinister black figure appeared in Duan Ling Tian's path. As soon as the black figure landed, the ground under his feet shattered. Cracks like spider webs spread from under his feet and the ground caved in slightly. The figure was dressed head to toe in black. His face was hidden by a hood and his body was hidden by a long loose robe. Upon seeing the black figure, the passers-by hurriedly retreated and avoided him. In just a blink of an eye, only Duan Ling Tian was left in the vicinity. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed as he asked, looking somewhat worried, "Who are you?" "Your death," the black-clad man said hoarsely before his divine energy surged out like raging waves. Like a ferocious beast, his divine energy swept toward Duan Ling Tian. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang out at this time. It was the sound of something smashing down from the sky onto the black-clad man's divine energy that was about to land on Duan Ling Tian. Following that, two figures appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian, shielding him. Linghu Heng? Linghu Huan? Why are these old geezers here? The black-clad man thought to himself, surprised. Then, before the crowd could react, he suddenly made a move to escape. Following that, 7 different energies shot out from different directions, blocking his escape routes. It was an ambush from all directions, and it was perfect. Then, Linghu Zhengxing and the others appeared as well. "Linghu Zhengxing?" the black-clad man exclaimed. He clearly knew Linghu Zhengxing. His body trembled slightly as soon as he saw Linghu Zhengxing. Then he shifted his gaze to Ho Qingning, who had moved next to Duan Ling Tian at some point. His eyes that were hidden by the hood flashed coldly as he said, "You dare to warn Duan Ling Tian? Aren't you afraid that just one of my talismans can destroy the 10,000 Leaves Sect?" "I believe in Duan Ling Tian," Ho Qingning said icily. In fact, he knew that Linghu Renjie was good friends with Murong Yunlu, the clan leader of the Murong clan. They were like brothers. Most importantly, the Murong clan was located not far from the 10,000 Leaves Sect. This was also the biggest reason he had taken the risk and warned Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, he would not have dared to risk the lives of the members of the 10,000 Leaves Sect even if he really wanted to warn Duan Ling Tian. After all, it was the lives of thousands of people versus one person. Moreover, it was the 10,000 Leaves Sect that he had grown up in. Although Ho Qingning had only known Duan Ling Tian for a short time, based on their interactions and what he had heard, he knew Duan Ling Tian was a cautious person. When Duan Ling Tian refused his help when they were in the Hidden Fog Academy, He had thought that Duan Ling Tian's pride would lead to his downfall. However, contrary to his expectations, Duan Ling Tian survived. Later on, he even heard that there were more than one king-rank force that sent their death warriors to kill Duan Ling Tian. Shockingly, most of the death warriors were killed. Whether Duan Ling Tian killed them himself or not, it was clear that Duan Ling Tian was cautious and meticulous in his planning. There was also the incident of Duan Ling Tian killing Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao, but Duan Ling Tian still managed to leave the Hidden Fog sect safely before joining the Linghu clan. Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao were the disciples of Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei. After all, it was almost impossible to survive after killing the duo, and yet, Duan Ling Tian managed to survive. Although killing Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao seemed like an impulsive act, Ho Qingning believed Duan Ling Tian had planned everything beforehand. After taking everything into consideration, Ho Qingning decided to take the risk and warn Duan Ling Tian. He believed Duan Ling Tian would be able to come up with a plan as long as Duan Ling Tian was able to sense that something was amiss. He also believed Duan Ling Tian would be able to figure out that he was being threatened to lure Duan Ling Tian out of the Linghu clan's estate. Moreover, with Duan Ling Tian's current status in the Linghu clan, the clan leader would surely not hesitate to help Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian looked at the black-clad man and said nonchalantly, "I've already asked our clan leader to ask for the Murong clan's help to protect the 10,000 Leaves sect." Then he said to Ho Qingning, "It seems like this person is acting alone. The Lords of Gods from the Murong clan have searched the area around the 10,000 Leaves sect for 2 days and didn't find anyone suspicious." Upon hearing this, Ho Qingning sighed in relief and said, "Thank you." At the same time, the onlookers watching from afar came to a realization. Duan Ling Tian? He's revered Elder Duan Ling Tian from the Linghu clan. He's so young. He's the one who refined the primary, secondary, and tertiary divine pills into limit divine pills? Wow, you really can't judge a book by its cover. The onlookers began to discuss among themselves when they discovered Duan Ling Tian's identity. After a while, their eyes shifted to Linghu Hong, Linghu Huan, and Linghu Zhengxing. They're the ancestors of the Linghu clan, right? The 3 strongest powerhouses in the Linghu clan? I didn't think 3 of them would appear in the city together. They're obviously here to protect revered Elder Duan. I didn't expect revered Elder Duan to have such high status in the clan when he's only joined the clan fewer than 3 years. The others seem like lords of gods as well. That Linghu Qingzai and that Linghu. As Duan Ling Tian confronted the black-clad man, Linghu Heng and Linghu Huan stood side by side between them. At the same time, the other 7 lords of gods from the Linghu clan surrounded the black-clad man. "From the moment we met, I've already monitored you using my divine consciousness to prevent you from warning Duan Ling Tian," the black-clad man said to Ho Qingning. "Even after I've confiscated his soul pearl from you, I didn't stop monitoring you. How did you manage to warn him?" "I had everything under control." A hint of unwillingness could be heard in the black-clad man's hoarse voice when he spoke. "I warned him while you told me to contact him and tell him I'm in Linghu City," Ho Qingning said disdainfully. "I told him that he owed me and the members of the 10,000 Leaves sect a meal, but in truth, I made it up. There was no such thing about him treating the members of the 10,000 Leaves sect to a meal. Naturally, he would be able to sense something was amiss when he heard those words. Based on what I know, I was certain he would be able to figure out that someone was threatening me to lure him out of the Linghu clan's estate. Aren't you afraid that your action would cost the lives of the members of the 10,000 Leaves sect?" the black-clad man asked in a grim tone. "I said it earlier. I believe in Duan Ling Tian. I believe he'd be able to figure my situation out and come up with a plan. Moreover, the Murong clan is located near the 10,000 Leaves sect, and the Murong clan is, most importantly, an ally of the Linghu clan," Ho Qingning replied truthfully. He did not intend to hide his thoughts from Duan Ling Tian. "So you're a risk-taker," the black-clad man said frostily. Then, he shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian and said, "You found yourself a really good friend, Duan Ling Tian. He's even willing to risk the lives of thousands of people for your sake." "I'm honored to have such a good friend," Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. However, his gaze when he looked at the black-clad man was as though he was looking at a dead man. Whoosh! At this moment, a sword suddenly appeared in the black-clad man's hand. At the same time, green wind blades sailed in the air from all directions as he waved his sword. "That's the Wind Shadow Lightning Sword," Ling Hu Huan said with narrowed eyes as soon as he saw the prominent divine artifact. "No wonder I found your moves familiar. As it turns out, it's Supreme Elder Feng from the Hidden Fog sect." Ling Hu Zhengxing and the others made their move, and Ling Hu Huan followed suit. On the other hand, the onlookers were shocked when they discovered the black-clad man was Supreme Elder Feng from the Hidden Fog sect. Moreover, he wanted to kill Duanling Tian. Ling Hu Zhengxing and the others brought their divine artifacts out at this time. Although they were a step behind Supreme Elder Feng earlier, it was easy for them to deflect his attacks since he was outnumbered. At this time, the black-clad man finally pushed his hood back, revealing a face that Duanling Tian was familiar with. After that, he said with a sigh, "I thought I had planned everything perfectly. I didn't expect Ho Qingning to trust you so much. Supreme Elder Feng, did you act on your own or under the orders of the Hidden Fog sect?" Ling Hu Huan asked in a low voice. "I acted on my own," Supreme Elder Feng replied tonelessly. "The Hidden Fog sect and even Supreme Elder Lei aren't willing to go against Duanling Tian because they're afraid of his potential. What a pity. I was so close to succeeding." A hint of discontent and killing intent could be seen on Supreme Elder Feng's face as he spoke. "It seems like Shangguan Xiongfeng isn't just your disciple," Ling Hu Huan said knowingly. After all, he did not think Supreme Elder Feng would risk offending the entire Linghu clan if Shangguan Xiongfeng was just his disciple. "Rumor has it that your illegitimate son fathered Shangguan Xiongfeng, and Shangguan Xiongfeng was your grandson," Ling Hu Huan said. "That's right. He's my biological grandson," Supreme Elder Feng said with a nod. The onlookers were shocked by this revelation. At the same time, Supreme Elder Feng made his move again. He slashed his left palm with his sword before he imbued the Law of Wind into his blood. Following that, a strange blood-red energy surged out and shrouded him. Then it turned into a giant blood-red sword before slashing over at Duanling Tian at lightning speed. "No!" The expressions of the 9 Lords of Gods from the Linghu clan, including Linghu Hong and Linghu Huan, changed drastically upon seeing this. They were briefly startled by the revelation that Shangguan Xiongfeng was Supreme Elder Feng's grandson, so they were caught off guard by Supreme Elder Feng's sudden attack. "Duanling Tian, Ho Qingning, I'll be able to face Xiongfeng after I drag both of you to hell with me." The blood-red sword shot past Linghu Hong and Linghu Huan toward Duanling Tian and Ho Qingning. Ho Qingning was still in shock. He did not expect the rumors to be true. The blood-red sword glinted in the light, about to land on Duanling Tian and Ho Qingning. The Lords of Gods from the Linghu clan regretted their momentary distraction. Although Supreme Elder Feng would not be able to escape from them, it was too late to save Duanling Tian from Supreme Elder Feng's sudden attack. After all, Supreme Elder Feng was a Lord of Gods as well. The 4 Lords of Gods who came to help the powerhouses from the Linghu clan wore unsightly expressions on their faces. They were here to protect Duanling Tian in exchange for primary, secondary, and tertiary limit divine pills. If Duanling Tian died, they would not be able to obtain the divine pills. Even if the Linghu clan rewarded them with something else, they would still be ashamed to accept the reward since they failed to protect Duanling Tian. All of them looked at Supreme Elder Feng with killing intent flashing in their eyes when they thought about how they would suffer a loss because of him. Supreme Elder Feng thought he would fail to avenge his grandson, Shangguan Xiongfeng, today. He was only presented with an opportunity when Linghu Huan asked if Shangguan Xiongfeng was his grandson. He knew rumors had been circulating about this matter, but he did not confirm the rumor. Hence, it was only natural that people would be shocked when he finally confirmed it. "I comprehended the Law of Wind, so my speed is very fast. Moreover, my bloodline power will boost my speed as well. Since I've caught them off guard, I'll be able to kill Duanling Tian and Ho Qingning with my speed," Supreme Elder Feng thought to himself. Just as Supreme Elder Feng expected, his attack was so fast that it was too late for the 9 Lords of Gods, who were caught off guard, to protect Duanling Tian. When they attacked him, his attack was already about to land on Duanling Tian and Ho Qingning. "Die!" Supreme Elder Feng's eyes shone with excitement as he looked at his attack that was about to hit Duanling Tian and Ho Qingning. Whoosh! At the moment when the blood-red sword pierced through Duanling Tian and Ho Qingning, Supreme Elder Feng's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "How's that possible?" At the same time, everyone discovered the blood-red sword had only pierced Duanling Tian Ho Qingning's afterimages. Whoosh! Following that, Duanling Tian and Ho Qingning reappeared behind Linghu Zhengxing. The duo had teleported away in the nick of time. That was close, the onlookers thought to themselves. At this time, Supreme Elder Feng dodged the attack by a few Lords of Gods before the others joined in to attack him. Boom! 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 A terrifying energy exploded, destroying the street in just a blink of an eye. The Springview House's entrance collapsed, and half of it was crushed by the backlash of the attacks. Those who were unable to escape in time perished as well. A huge crater could be seen on the street when the dust settled. Regardless of their cultivation bases, all the cultivators in the surroundings were sent flying. Some suffered severe injuries while some with weaker cultivation bases died. In fact, the aftermath would have been even more devastating if the Lords of Gods did not direct the remaining power into the ground. The ground in the realms of gods is much tougher than that of the Devata realms. Such force would have destroyed a city in a Devata realm immediately. Duanling Tian thought to himself in shock when he saw the aftermath of the attacks by the 9 Lords of Gods. Even a city in a Devata realm would be destroyed by such force, let alone places in the mundane realms. At this moment, the severely injured Supreme Elder Feng hovered in the air. His aura had weakened greatly as well. Swoosh! 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 Eero! At the same time, the other Lords of Gods, except for Linghu Zhengxing, surrounded Supreme Elder Feng. "You weren't distracted?" Supreme Elder Feng asked furiously as he glared at Duanling Tian. "How could I be distracted when faced with a life-or-death situation?" Duanling Tian said lightly as he looked at Supreme Elder Feng. "Moreover, I've suspected as much since you went so far for Shangguan Xiangfeng." Ho Qingning felt embarrassed when he heard Duanling Tian's words. After all, he was faced with a life-or-death situation, but he was still distracted. "What a pity," Supreme Elder Feng said despondently. Following that, a powerful aura surged from his body and spread into his surroundings. Then, a blazing green flame shrouded him, growing bigger and bigger. "He's going to detonate his little world." Duanling Tian was shocked when he saw Supreme Elder Feng's changes. Those above the stage of Kings of Gods could detonate their little worlds and unleash a terrifyingly destructive force. Naturally, the cost of this was the complete destruction of their physical bodies. Even their souls would be seriously injured. For this reason, not many would detonate their little world unless they were driven into a corner or have gone mad. "He's gone mad." Linghu Zhengxing and the others were shocked as well. Linghu Zhengxing did not hesitate as he said, "Return to the estate." Then, Linghu Zhengxing waved his hand, bringing out a Lord-grade flying ship. Then, he brought Duanling Tian, Ho Qingning, and the other Lords of Gods into the flying ship. Whoosh! The flying ship flew toward the Linghu clan's estate at a speed comparable to an advanced Lord of Gods. As soon as the flying ship took off, Duanling Tian saw Supreme Elder Feng exploding through the mirror image formation in the flying ship. Following that, a mushroom cloud bloomed in the sky as energy surged in all directions. The shockwave crushed everything in its path as it continued to ripple toward the flying ship. The scenery outside of the flying ship was a blur as the flying ship picked up speed as everyone heard an explosion behind them. After a while, when the flying ship came to a stop, Duanling Tian realized they had arrived at the Linghu clan's estate. He looked up at the translucent barrier around the estate as the shockwave crashed against the barrier. "He's really gone mad," Linghu Zhengxing said as he broke out in cold sweat. The expressions of the Lords of Gods were rather unsightly at this moment. At the same time, a hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. Just the explosion of a little world from a rudimentary Lord of Gods is so terrifying. I'm sure at least half of the city must have been destroyed by it. Duanling Tian thought to himself as he watched the shockwave gradually die down. Ho Qingning, who was standing next to Duanling Tian, was petrified. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. The force of the explosion of Little World is comparable to the force of an advanced Lord of Gods. Linghu Huan cursed. "That old geezer is mad." In order for a rudimentary lord of gods like him to produce such a force, he must have set up various killing formations in his little world and fueled them with a large number of divine rocks. His soul will be even more injured if that's the case. I know crazy people are everywhere, but I didn't expect to meet one today. Thank the heavens we have a Lord-grade flying ship. Otherwise, we would have been severely injured if not dead. Both of you would have been dead for sure. When the dust settled, the area outside of the Linghu clan's estate, as far as the eyes could see, had been reduced to rubble. The estate did not suffer any damages thanks to the Linghu clan's guarding formation. Unfortunately, the Linghu clan did not escape completely unscathed. Bloodstains could be seen outside of the estate. They clearly belonged to those in the patrol teams from the Linghu clan. Duan Lingtian's expression was very grim at this moment. They were only fortunate enough to survive because of the Lord-grade flying ship. When he heard Linghu Huan say Supreme Elder Feng had set up various killing formations to boost the force of his explosion similar to the others, he thought that Supreme Elder Feng had lost his mind. At this time, the members of the Linghu clan in the estate came out to have a look after hearing the huge commotion. They were shocked when they saw the scene of destruction outside of the clan's estate. What happened? Heavens! What's going on? Is Linghu City under attack? The city is ruined. Lin Yan, the chief divine alchemist of the Linghu clan, walked over and asked, Supreme Elder Xianxia, what happened? With this, the others finally noticed the presence of the lords of gods from the Linghu clan. Supreme Elder Xianxia, Supreme Elder Huan and Supreme Elder Heng are there as well. Elder Qingzhe is also there. At this time, Linghu Xianxia replied, the Hidden Fog sect's Supreme Elder Feng failed to kill Duan Lingtian, so he detonated his little world when we surrounded him. Lin Yan and the others were shocked upon hearing Linghu Zhangxing's words. The Hidden Fog sect is so ruthless? He must have lost his mind. It doesn't make sense. The explosion of a rudimentary lord of gods shouldn't be so terrifying. I flew up to have a look earlier. Almost the entire Linghu city is in ruins. Blood flowed like rivers everywhere. Upon hearing these words, Linghu Qingzhe said, that madman set up various killing formations in his little world to boost the force of his explosion. The explosion is comparable to the force of an advanced lord of gods. The crowd fell silent for a moment before they erupted in an uproar. He's insane. With this, his soul is going to be even more injured. Supreme Elder Feng is ruthless even to himself. While everyone was still discussing among themselves, someone suddenly exclaimed, try to sense the city using your divine consciousness. Is that noise from the soul of that crazy Supreme Elder? Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, extended their divine consciousnesses and heard a spine-chilling scream that made them shiver. Just listening to his screams sent chills up my spine. I can't imagine how much his soul must be suffering. His soul will be in torment for 15 minutes before it dissipates. It's said that the pain is 100 times more painful than being cut by thousands of blades at the same time. That old madman from the Hidden Fog sect will be infamous in the Eastern Ridge Mansion from today onward. The last time someone detonated their little world in the Eastern Ridge Mansion was 10,000 years ago. Indeed, the Hidden Fog sect's Supreme Elder Feng became infamous after destroying the entire Linghu city except for the Linghu clan's estate. Most of the inhabitants of the city died. Their blood flowed like the river in the city. For this reason, surviving relatives and friends of the dead harbored deep grudges against the Hidden Fog sect. Naturally, they did not dare to confront the Hidden Fog sect directly. However, they would kill the lone disciples from the Hidden Fog sect they encountered. Not only did Supreme Elder ruin the Hidden Fog sect's reputation, but it dragged the sect down as well. Duan Lingtian's gaze was complex as he surveyed the city in the air. The destruction of Linghu's city was his fault after all. It would take at least a decade for the Linghu clan to rebuild Linghu city. Even then, it would be impossible to restore Linghu city to its glorious state. Duan Lingtian knew the Hidden Fog sect would be responsible for rebuilding Linghu city. After all, the Linghu clan and the Hidden Fog sect were of equal strength. Since the destruction was caused by the Hidden Fog sect, how could the Linghu clan let the Hidden Fog sect off so easily? Swoosh! At this moment, Ho Qingning suddenly appeared next to Duan Ling Tian. He sighed before he said with a bitter smile on his face, "I really feel that those below the stage of Lord of Gods are like ants after that incident. Even an advanced king of gods would die unless he was at the border of Linghu City." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, "If you ask me, everyone below the stage of an emperor of gods is like ants. The explosion was only caused by a rudimentary Lord of Gods. Can you imagine the scale of the explosion if it was an emperor of gods or a supreme god? Perhaps the only way to be able to disregard all threats is to become a supreme powerhouse." Ho Qingning remained silent. "Stay in the Linghu clan for a while before you leave," Duan Ling Tian said. "You can contact your father in the 10,000 Leaves sect. Since the Hidden Fog sect isn't involved in the matter, your sect should be safe." Ho Qingning nodded before he said, "Thank you, Duan Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian shook his head before he said with a smile, "I should thank you instead. If it weren't for you, I would have shown up unprepared. If you didn't warn me, Supreme Elder Feng would have succeeded in killing me. You saved my life." Ho Qingning smiled wryly. "However, Supreme Elder Feng only had a chance to kill you because of me." "You're wrong," Duan Ling Tian said as his eyes glinted. "He was determined to kill me. Even if it weren't you, he would have found other ways to try and kill me." Previously, Duan Ling Tian had been outside of Linghu City in the wilderness when he received Ho Qingning's warning. He would have died if he had run into Supreme Elder Feng at that time. Over the next period of time, Duan Ling Tian focused on refining primary, secondary, and tertiary divine pills into limit divine pills. For that reason, pill tribulations would often occur in the sky above his courtyard. In the beginning, many members of the Linghu clan would come out to watch the show. However, due to the frequency of the pill tribulations, the crowd grew smaller and smaller as they grew numb to the phenomena. With this, everyone confirmed that the Linghu clan's new revered elder was truly capable of refining limit divine pills whenever he wanted without fail. At this time, a Lord of Gods grinned from ear to ear when Duan Ling Tian handed him the promised God-grade limit divine pills. He asked with eyes shining with anticipation, "Revered Elder Duan, can you refine king-grade limit divine pills?" "I've yet to succeed in refining king-grade limit divine pills," Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head. It was imperative that he kept a low profile after all. He had yet to disclose his true ability to Linghu Renjie, let alone an outsider. With that, the four Lords of Gods left the Linghu clan's estate, satisfied after receiving the promised primary, secondary, and tertiary limit divine pills. Duan Ling Tian also refined the limit divine pills for the Lords of Gods from the Linghu clan. They naturally did not refuse the pill since the pills would help their descendants or disciples' cultivation. When Duan Ling Tian was done returning the favor, he continued refining God-grade limit divine pills, king-grade divine pills, and a few Lord-grade divine pills for Ho Qingning. Initially, Ho Qingning had adamantly refused, but Duan Ling Tian was even more adamant that he accepted the divine pills. Hence, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Ho Qingning asked, "Duan Ling Tian, what are your plans next? Are you ready to join the Flying Dragon sect soon?" In Ho Qingning's opinion, with Duan Ling Tian's talent, it would be a waste for Duan Ling Tian to stay in the Linghu clan. "I'll go to the Flying Dragon sect to participate in its latent Dragon Grand contest 20 years later," Duan Ling Tian replied. Then he said offhandedly, "From what I know, even an advanced god below the age of 5,000 can become an outer disciple as long as he or she is talented and is able to pass the test. Are you interested in joining the Flying Dragon sect with me?" Ho Qingning fell silent for a moment before he said, "All right, I'll join the Flying Dragon sect with you." Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. He did not expect Ho Qingning to agree so readily. In fact, Ho Qingning would not have dared to say such words with confidence if it were not for the divine pills that Duan Ling Tian had just given him. To be precise, he would not be so confident if it were not for the limit divine pills that Duan Ling Tian had given him. Duan Ling Tian had told him that even though he had consumed the ordinary primary, secondary, and tertiary divine pills, the limit divine pills version would still be effective. However, similar to the ordinary version, the limit divine pills were only effective during one's first consumption. A few days later, Duan Ling Tian, "I'll see you at the Flying Dragon sect 20 years later," Ho Qingning said before he bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian and left the Linghu clan's estate. In order to ensure that Ho Qingning safely returned to the Hidden Fog Academy and the 10,000 Leaves sect, Linghu Renjie sent a core elder to accompany Ho Qingning during his journey. Naturally, Linghu Renjie only did this for Duan Ling Tian's sake. Otherwise, he would not have bothered with a young master from a small king-rank sect. After Ho Qingning left, Linghu Renjie looked for Duan Ling Tian. As soon as he saw Duan Ling Tian, he asked, "Duan Ling Tian, was it frightening?" Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Then he said, "If I didn't survive, you'd have to return to the Murong clan's favor on my behalf, clan leader." After that, Duan Ling Tian handed Linghu Renjie 10 bottles of pills as he said, "These are 10 bottles of God-grade limit divine pills. Are they enough?" "Yes, it's more than enough," Linghu Renjie said with a smile. "I promised Murong Yunlu 6 bottles, after all. Since you gave me 10 bottles, I'll keep the extras for myself." Linghu Rensi did not stand on ceremony with Duan Ling Tian. After all, he treated Duan Ling Tian like one of his own. Clan leader, the primary, secondary, and tertiary divine pills were refined from the clan's resources. As long as the clan provides me with the resources, I can refine as many pills as you want, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. He was not offended by Linghu Renjie's casual attitude and thought it was only natural. After all, since his arrival at the Linghu clan, Linghu Renjie had taken great care of him. Hence, he felt greatly indebted to Linghu Renjie and hoped to return the favor as much as he could before he joined the Flying Dragon sect. Linghu Renjie was moved by Duan Ling Tian's words. He said, "Don't waste your time on refining pills. You should focus on cultivating. In the end, strength speaks the loudest in the realms of gods." Although supreme-rank divine alchemists are highly revered in the realms of gods, they can still be killed unless they're constantly protected. In the realms of gods, there are fewer than 100 supreme-rank divine alchemists who are also supreme gods. There are gods in total. One could imagine how rare supreme-rank divine alchemists who were also supreme gods were. On average, there would be, perhaps, 5 divine alchemists with such achievements. After all, it was not easy to find the balance between cultivation and alchemy. "I understand." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he brought out a few bottles of pills before handing them to Linghu Renjie and said, "Clan leader, I especially refined these divine pills for you." "You especially refined them for me?" Linghu Renjie asked as he accepted the bottles of pills. His breathing quickened when he took a brief look at the contents of the pills. He discovered the pills were Lord-grade divine pills that would boost a Lord of God's cultivation. Even if Linghu Renjie could not immediately break through and become an intermediate Lord of Gods after consuming the divine pills, he would be closer to becoming as strong as the ancestors of the Linghu clan. Although his comprehension of the law was not as profound compared to the ancestors, he had the advantage of being younger. This meant that the divine pills were more effective on him compared to the ancestors whose meridians had grown stiffer with age. For the ancestors of the Linghu clan, it was rather difficult for them to improve their cultivation bases unless they had a fortuitous encounter when they were undergoing their heavenly tribulations. Although the heavenly tribulations were deadly, they could be a turning point as well. There were many powerhouses with average innate talent and comprehension skills who managed to improve their cultivation bases by using the heavenly tribulation to break through. "Thank you, Duan Ling Tian," Linghu Renjie said sincerely as he put away the bottles of pills carefully as though they were precious treasures. He had long wanted Lord-grade divine pills, but his old friend, Lin Yen, did not have much luck refining them. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to successfully refine them for him. "Don't mention it. I found the medicinal herbs in the clan's warehouse, so I decided to try refining them," Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head. "Moreover, you've been a great help to me, clan leader. What I've done is only a fraction compared to what you've done for me." Linghu Rensi sighed inwardly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. "If my sons have 10% of Duan Ling Tian's capabilities, I won't have to worry about them anymore. There's nothing I'd want for if I have such a capable son. I'm really envious of Duan Ling Tian's father." After a brief moment, Linghu Renjie smiled and asked, "Duan Ling Tian, I remember you mentioned that you came from a Devata realm. Is your father in the Devata realm, or is he also in a realm of gods?" "My father," Duan Tian was slightly stunned by this question. Then he replied with a smile, initially my father was in the Devata realm. However, before I came to the realm of gods, I sent him, my mother, my wives, and my children to the mundane realm. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he continued to say, to be honest, I'd offended many people in the Devata realms, and some of them are even kings of gods. Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the Tidal Temple, and the former clan leader of the Phantom Clan in the land of the dead were kings of gods. You offended kings of gods in the Devata realms? Linghu Renjie was surprised. Have you already attained godhood at that time? No, Duan Tian shook his head. I only attained godhood after arriving in the profound energy land. Linghu Renjie smiled. When the spatial passages between the realms of the gods and Devata realms reopen after 300 years, you can return to look for your enemies. With your innate talent, I believe you'd already become a lord of gods at that time. Although Linghu Renjie thought that it was almost impossible for a rudimentary king of gods to become a lord of gods within 300 years, he said those words to encourage Duan Tian. My enemies aren't important. Moreover, there's a likelihood that my master has already killed them or will kill them soon, Duan Tian said. Duan Tian was very confident in his master, Feng Qingyang. He firmly believed it would not take long for Feng Qingyang, who had inherited the legacy of a supreme powerhouse, to become strong enough to kill Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian. Your master? Linghu Renjie was astonished by this revelation. He asked, did you refuse to become Supreme Elder Lei's disciple because of your master? That's right. Duan Tian nodded. I'm very grateful to my master. Although he doesn't mind me accepting another master, I don't intend to do so unless it's absolutely necessary. A hint of admiration could be seen in Linghu Renjie's eyes when he heard these words. After all, it was rare to find someone as loyal and determined as Duan Tian. Duan Tian could have avoided a lot of trouble if he had just become the Hidden Fog sect's Supreme Elder Lei's disciple. However, Duan Tian stuck to his principles and did not take the easy way out. Do you regret it? Linghu Renjie asked before he said, after all, if you become Supreme Elder Lei's disciple, you wouldn't have met with so many troubles. I don't regret it. Duan Tian shook his head without hesitation. Regardless of the consequences, I would still refuse him if I were given a chance to do things over. The duo continued to chat for a while before Linghu Renjie finally bade farewell to Duan Tian. After a few days, Linghu Renjie returned to inform Duan Tian that Duan Tian had been given full access to the Linghu clan's warehouse. He told Duan Tian that Duan Tian was free to use whatever he wanted. The only condition was for Duan Tian to refine God-grade limit divine pills for the Linghu clan from time to time. Naturally, the Linghu Renjie was unaware that Duan Tian could already refine king-grade limit divine pills. He only knew Duan Tian was able to refine Lord-grade divine pills, which even Lin Yan, the chief alchemist of the Linghu clan, had trouble refining. Nonetheless, he kept the matter a secret since he did not know what Duan Tian's success rate was, and he did not want to trouble Duan Tian. If Duan Tian's success rate was low, Duan Tian would have to waste a lot of time refining Lord-grade divine pills. He, naturally, did not wish for Duan Tian to waste his time. While Duan Tian was living comfortably in the Linghu clan's estate, things had been difficult for the Hidden Fog sect. So, after news of Supreme Elder Lei destroying Linghu City spread, the Flying Dragon sect had ordered the Hidden Fog sect to rebuild Linghu City. This was due to the Linghu faction putting pressure on the Flying Dragon sect. Under normal circumstances, the Hidden Fog faction in the Flying Dragon sect would have said something in defense of the Hidden Fog sect. However, this time it was irrefutable that the Hidden Fog sect was at fault. Although the Hidden Fog sect suffered a great loss, the members did not feel regretful about Supreme Elder Feng's death. On the contrary, they were angry that he caused the sect to suffer a huge loss due to his selfishness. Not only did the Hidden Fog sect have to rebuild Linghu City, but its members were also attacked by various people. Many members of the sect were attacked after they left the sect, so they had to hide their identity tokens whenever they went out. Before news of Linghu City's destruction spread, Ho Qingning had returned to the Hidden Fog Academy in Skywind City. He withdrew from the academy and returned to the 10,000 Leaves sect after that. With Linghu Renjie's help coupled with his innate talent and comprehension skills, he managed to join the Murong clan. With the God-grade limit divine pills given to him by Duan Ling Tian, his strength was above average compared to the younger generation in the Murong clan. 12 years passed in just a blink of an eye. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was on the brink of a breakthrough and becoming an intermediate king of gods. This was all thanks to his hard work and king-grade limit divine pills he refined. Although he had yet to break through, his strength had increased significantly. With the supreme powerhouse divinity and the floating images of duels between experts of the law of space, his comprehension of the law of space had deepened as well. At this time, Duan Ling Tian flew into the sky and looked at Linghu City. The Hidden Fog sect is quite efficient. The last time he had taken a look at the city was 8 years ago when the Hidden Fog sect finished rebuilding the city. It became even more prosperous after that. Due to the incident 12 years ago, Linghu City became famous in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Hence, many people came to visit Linghu City that was previously destroyed because Supreme Elder Feng had detonated his little world. Duan Ling Tian thought about all the places that became famous on Earth due to the hype on social media. The incident 12 years ago had created hype around Linghu City and made it famous. It was peaceful in Linghu City. However, over the past years, Duan Ling Tian did not leave the Linghu clan's estate. After all, no one knew if Kuang Tianzheng, the inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect, was lurking outside of the clan's estate in the city. Even if the possibility of that was not very high, Duan Ling Tian was not willing to take the risk. Moreover, there was nothing outside of the clan that required him to leave the clan. If there was anything that he wanted, all he had to do was inform Linghu Renjie, and Linghu Renjie would send someone to deliver it to him immediately. I wonder when I'll break through, Duan Ling Tian sighed. He sat cross-legged in the air as he looked at Linghu City with a hint of loneliness in his eyes. This is too difficult. It didn't take long for me to break through from an advanced god to a rudimentary king of gods. However, I've been a rudimentary king of gods for more than 10 years now. If others were present to hear Duan Ling Tian's words, they would have felt exasperated. After all, being a rudimentary king of gods for 10 years without a breakthrough was not considered long at all. There aren't any king-grade divine pills or lord-grade divine pills that can help me break through the bottleneck. There are a few lord-grade limit divine pills that can do that, but the medicinal herbs required to refine them aren't easily found. Moreover, with my current ability, I can't refine lord-grade limit divine pills. Perhaps I should focus on alchemy over the next period of time. Who knows if I might be able to refine lord-grade limit divine pills that can help me to break through. With that, Duan Ling Tian decided to stop cultivating and focused on alchemy instead. Outside of the Hidden Fog sect's estate, a white figure seemed to appear out of thin air. The figure belonged to a handsome and tall young man with bright eyes and eyebrows that give him a valiant air. His temperament was outstanding, and his momentum was like that of a mountain. At this moment, he suddenly raised an eyebrow. It was as though he had noticed something. Following that, he suddenly raised his hand. Swoosh! Subsequently, a figure was suddenly pulled out of the void that was shrouded in a cloud of swirling mist. The figure belonged to an old man. His eyes were filled with horror when he saw the young man. Although he was an advanced king of gods, he was as weak as a 3-year-old when faced with the young man. As soon as the young man's divine energy fell on him, his own divine energy was immediately suppressed. He could not mobilize his divine energy at all. Even the 3 supreme elders of the Hidden Fog sect aren't as strong as him. Who's he? Why is he outside of the Hidden Fog sect's estate? The old man thought to himself. His heart was filled with unease and apprehension. He was proficient in the law of water, so even rudimentary lords of gods would not be able to detect his presence with their divine consciousnesses. Regardless of whether the young man had detected him with his divine consciousness or another method, the young man had to be terrifyingly strong. At the very least, the young man was an intermediate lord of gods. With this thought in mind, he could not help but shudder. After capturing the old man, the white-clad young man glanced at the old man as he asked indifferently, "Who are you? Why are you sneaking around outside the Hidden Fog sect?" Although the young man's voice sounded indifferent, the old man could sense the threat in it, causing his expression to change greatly. He averted his eyes guilty before he said, "Sir, I'm just passing by. That's all." Based on what the old man knew, there was no one as strong as the white-clad young man in the Hidden Fog sect. However, there was the possibility that the white-clad young man was from the Hidden Fog faction in the Flying Dragon sect. There might not be an intermediate Lord of Gods in the Hidden Fog sect, but there were many intermediate Lords of Gods or those who were stronger from the Hidden Fog faction in the Flying Dragon sect. "I'll give you another chance to tell the truth," the white-clad young man said. Then, his voice turned slightly frosty as he continued to say, "If you lie to me again, I'll kill you immediately." The old man's eyes widened in fear upon hearing these words, and his face turned pale. He could tell the white-clad young man was not joking. "Sir," the old man began to panic. Even if he was an advanced king of gods, he could not keep calm in front of an overwhelmingly strong opponent. Needless to say, he no longer dared to lie. He said, "I'm waiting for the disciples of the Hidden Fog sect to come out. I plan to follow them until we're a distance away from the sect's estate before killing them." "Why?" the white-clad young man asked as he narrowed his eyes. "Do you have a grudge with the Hidden Fog sect? You're quite bold to lurk outside the sect just to find a chance to kill its disciples." "It's not just a simple grudge," the old man said vehemently. As though he just recalled something, his eyes were filled with agony as he said, "Filled with hatred, my only son and 2 grandsons were running errands in Linghu City when Supreme Elder Feng of the Hidden Fog sect tried to kill revered Elder Duan from the Linghu clan. Supreme Elder Feng failed to kill revered Elder Duan due to the sudden appearance of 9 Lords of Gods at that time. Faced with the 9 Lords of Gods, Supreme Elder Feng chose to detonate his little world, destroying Linghu City and killing most citizens. My son and grandsons are among those who were killed." The old man's voice turned frosty as he spoke about the past. "Supreme Elder Feng detonated his little world and destroyed almost all of Linghu City? Are you sure?" The white-clad young man's expression changed slightly upon hearing these words. "Sir," the old man said with a bitter smile, "I'm telling the truth. Everyone in the Eastern Ridge Mansion knows about this. Many people visit Linghu City just to have a look at the city that was almost completely destroyed by Supreme Elder Feng. Under the orders of the Flying Dragon sect, the city was rebuilt by the Hidden Fog sect." After saying that, he asked tentatively, "Sir, you're unaware of this matter?" The white-clad young man replied nonchalantly, "I just emerged from closed-door cultivation. After that, I came to the Hidden Fog sect immediately." "Sir, you're not from the Hidden Fog sect?" The old man sighed in relief inwardly. Since the other party was unaware of this matter, it was unlikely that the other party was from the Hidden Fog sect or the Hidden Fog faction in the Flying Dragon sect. Otherwise, there was no way the other party would be unaware of this matter even if the other party had just come out of closed-door cultivation. The white-clad young man looked at the old man with a piercing gaze as he said, "My name is Xuehai Chuan. What do you think?" Xuehai Chuan. The old man's expression changed greatly upon hearing the white-clad young man's name. How could he not know who Xuehai Chuan was? 10,000 years ago, Xuehai Chuan was just an advanced god when he became a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. He was the first person to achieve such a feat in the Hidden Fog sect. Later on, he joined the Flying Dragon sect and rose rapidly in ranks. Many years ago, there were rumors that Xuehai Chuan had become a white dragon elder of the Flying Dragon sect. It was also said that he was one of the 3 youngest white dragon elders in the Flying Dragon sect. A rare smile appeared on Xuehai Chuan's face at this moment when he looked at the old man and asked, "How many members of the Hidden Fog sect have you killed so far?" "No, I've not." The old man instinctively denied those words, but when he saw the icy expression on Xuehai Chuan's face, he hastily said, "Not many. I didn't kill that many people from the Hidden Fog sect. Lord Xue, please spare my life. I promise I'll never return to this place again. And I promise to not look for trouble with the members of the Hidden Fog sect ever again. In fact, if I encounter any members of the Hidden Fog sect in trouble, I promise to help them." The old man begged for mercy desperately, but alas, it was all in vain. Boom! Xuehai Chuan pushed a hand out, sending the old man flying back. When the old man flew about 100 meters back, he exploded into a mist of blood. He died just like that. Every action has a consequence. You should direct your anger to those responsible. Although it's a pity that your son and grandsons died, those members of the Hidden Fog sect you killed were innocent, Shui Haichuan murmured as he looked at the mist of blood. Following that, he flashed and entered the Hidden Fog sect. As soon as Shui Haichuan appeared in the Hidden Fog sect, the elders on patrol recognized him immediately. They gathered around him excitedly and greeted him. Elder Shui. It's Elder Shui. Heavens! Elder Shui is back. The eyes of the members of the patrol team lit up as soon as they saw Shui Haichuan. After all, Shui Haichuan was a legendary figure in the Hidden Fog sect. He was the idol of many younger members of the Hidden Fog sect. They had only heard about Shui Haichuan and had never met him before. How could they not be excited now that they finally met him? I didn't expect there are still people who recognize me even though I've not returned to the sect for such a long time, Shui Haichuan said with a faint smile on his face. At the same time, more and more people began to gather. After all, as soon as those from the patrol team recognized Shui Haichuan, they began to send messages to their friends in the sect. Over the past 10 years, a cloud of gloom had loomed over the Hidden Fog sect. When Supreme Elder Feng detonated his little world and destroyed almost all of Linghu City, he had made countless enemies for the Hidden Fog sect. As a result, the members of the Hidden Fog sect had lived difficult lives. With the legendary Shui Haichuan's return, it was as though they could finally see a ray of hope. Perhaps, this legendary figure had returned to help them solve this problem. At this moment, a burst of hearty laughter rang in the air. Following that, an old man dressed in a purple robe appeared. Lightning bolts flashed around him as he appeared in front of Shui Haichuan. He said, "Haichuan, you finally returned to the sect. I thought you'd forgotten all about the sect." Upon seeing the purple-clad figure, Shui Haichuan's eyes lit up. Then he bowed slightly and called out, "Supreme Elder Lei, Elder Shui Haichuan, Senior Brother Shui Haichuan." After Supreme Elder Lei appeared, a group of elders and disciples stepped forward to greet Shui Haichuan enthusiastically. It did not take long for Yin, the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect, to arrive as well. He said with a smile on his face, "Junior Brother Haichuan, welcome back to the sect." Shui Haichuan and Yin were from the same generation of disciples despite Yin being several thousand years older than Shui Haichuan. After Shui Haichuan greeted his acquaintances in the Hidden Fog sect, he left with Yin and Supreme Elder Lei. The others looked at the trio's backs and began to speculate among themselves. Do you think Elder Shui came back to help resolve our Hidden Fog sect's problem? I don't know. However, although Elder Shui is strong, he's not strong enough to resolve our problem. I agree. After all, those who attack our members only do so in the dark. They might not be as strong as our core elders or guardians, but they bide their time and launch sneak attacks, making it difficult for us to capture them. Moreover, they don't attack the strong. They only attack when they encounter the weak. No matter how strong Elder Shui is, he's only one person. There's nothing much he can do regarding this matter. On the contrary, only 2 elders managed to guess the true purpose of Shui Haichuan's return to the sect. One of them said, "If I'm not mistaken, it's been 10,000 years since Shui Haishan was imprisoned in the heavenly stairs, right?" Upon hearing this, the other party's eyes widened in shock. That's right. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about Shui Haishan. Indeed, it's been 10,000 years since Shui Haishan was imprisoned in the heavenly stairs. Back then, Shui Haishan committed a grave sin. As a result, he was sentenced to 10,000 years of imprisonment in the heavenly stairs. Later on, Shui Haichuan performed brilliantly in the Hidden Fog sect. With his contributions to the sect, his brother, Shui Haishan, should have been granted amnesty. Alas, those who are imprisoned in the heavenly stairs won't be able to leave until the stipulated time is up. Elder Shui must have come to see his brother, Shui Haishan. Speaking of which, Shui Haishan was imprisoned in the heavenly stairs because of Elder Shui. At that time, Shui Haichuan was almost killed by the only son of the former sect leader of our Hidden Fog sect. Hence, Shui Haishan killed the only son of the former sect leader in a fit of rage. Initially, Shui Haishan was sentenced to death, but many senior members of the sect stepped forward to speak up for him. Finally, after voting, They decided to imprison Shui Haishan for 10,000 years. That's right. The former sect leader could not accept the outcome and left the sect in rage. He even joined the enemy of our hidden fog sect, the 10,000 Devils sect. After that, he even joined the 10,000 Devils faction after he joined the Flying Dragon sect. Since the former sect leader is in the Flying Dragon sect, isn't Elder Shui afraid that the former sect leader will act against Shui Haishan if he brings Shui Haishan to the Flying Dragon sect? Well, talented people like Elder Shui are bolder than us ordinary people. 10,000 years have passed. Shui Haishan, whose talent was comparable to that of Elder Shui in the past, is now a cripple. After all, one can't comprehend the laws or cultivate in the heavenly stairs. If I'm not mistaken, he was just an advanced god when he was first imprisoned in the heavenly stairs. That's right. Now that 10,000 years have passed, he's still an advanced god. Meanwhile, Shui Haichuan, Qian Yin, and Supreme Elder Lei returned to Shui Haichuan's former courtyard. When they arrived, two people were waiting there. They were none other than Supreme Elder Yun and Supreme Elder Wu of the Hidden Fog sect. After the death of Supreme Elder Feng in Linghu City, there were only 3 Supreme Elders in the Hidden Fog sect. Haichuan, Junior Nephew Haichuan, Supreme Elder Yun and Supreme Elder Wu greeted Shui Haichuan with a smile. Supreme Elder Yun, Uncle Wu, Shui Haichuan called out. The duo was his elders, after all. This was especially true for Supreme Elder Wu, who was his master's junior brother. His master was killed by a heavenly tribulation in the past. Haichuan, you returned to pick up your brother, right? Supreme Elder Yun asked with a smile. That's right. Shui Haichuan nodded. I was in closed-door cultivation before this. I only came out when I sensed it was almost time. I'll wait for my brother to come out, and then I'll bring him to the Flying Dragon sect. You were in closed-door cultivation? Realization dawned on Supreme Elder Wu when he heard these words. No wonder you didn't respond to my messages. Uncle Wu, the messages were regarding Supreme Elder Feng, right? Shui Haichuan asked. You've heard about it? Supreme Elder Wu was slightly surprised. Shui Haichuan nodded. I only heard about it earlier when I was outside the sect. I found someone lurking outside, and after I interrogated him, he confessed that he was waiting for members of the sect outside so he could kill them. He also told me he was doing that because his son and grandsons died in Linghu City when Supreme Elder Feng detonated his little world. Supreme Elder Lei sighed. That old man brought so much trouble to the sect even after he died. I shouldn't have taken his words at face value back then. If I'd kept an eye on him, perhaps, that tragedy could have been avoided. Upon hearing this, Qian Yin shook his head and said, Supreme Elder Lei, since Supreme Elder Feng was determined to kill Duanling Tian, I believe there was nothing you could do to stop him even if you knew about it. After all, he was even willing to detonate his little world after he failed to kill Duanling Tian the first time, hoping the explosion would kill Duanling Tian. However, I do believe it wasn't his intention to cause trouble for the sect. Otherwise, he would have killed Duanling Tian directly when he first learned that Duanling Tian had killed Shangguan Xiongfeng. It could be seen that he did consider the sect's interest. Supreme Elder Yun scoffed. Who knew if he did that for the sect or for himself? After all, I'm sure he was afraid of the force behind Duanling Tian as well. Supreme Elder Wu nodded in agreement. I still think we should have expelled everyone who's related to him from our sect and announced it to the world. After severing all ties with him, we could have quelled the anger of the relatives of those who died in Linghu City. Upon hearing these words, Supreme Elder Lei's expression darkened slightly as he said, Supreme Elder Yun, Supreme Elder Wu, is there a need to add insult to injury when he's already dead? I'm just stating facts. It has nothing to do with adding insult to injury, Supreme Elder Yun said as he shook his head. Initially, Shui Haichuan, who was standing at the side, could still understand the 3 Supreme Elders' words. However, as the conversation went on, he could no longer understand them. He frowned in confusion as he asked, Senior Brother Qian Yin, what's going on? Duanling Tian? Isn't he the revered elder from the Linghu clan? Shui Haichuan had heard about Duanling Tian from the old man lurking outside of the Hidden Fog sect's estate earlier. Shui Haichuan asked, I heard he killed Shangguan Xiongfeng, so Supreme Elder Feng was adamant about killing him. Junior brother Haichuan, this is what happened. Qian Yin began to recount what happened to Shui Haichuan. He started from the time Duan Ling Tian came to the Hidden Fog sect from the Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy until the time Duan Ling Tian joined the Linghu clan. He also talked about how Supreme Elder Feng tried and failed to kill Duan Ling Tian, bringing trouble to the Hidden Fog sect as a result. Needless to say, Shui Haichuan also learned that the person who caused the incident was the first person after him to become a core disciple despite being an advanced god. When he heard that many people referred to Duan Ling Tian as the second Shui Haichuan, based on what Qian Yin had said, he knew he was not as strong as Duan Ling Tian when he was Duan Ling Tian's age. After listening to Qian Yin's words, Shui Haichuan sighed. What a pity that our sect lost such a prodigy. After learning about what happened, Shui Haichuan did not blame Duan Ling Tian for killing Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao. On the contrary, he thought Duan Ling Tian was decisive and brave. After all, if he were in Duan Ling Tian's shoes, he might not have the courage to kill the duo. Despite his thoughts, he did not voice them out. After all, Supreme Elder Feng was dead, but Supreme Elder Lei was still alive. Well, I guess it's not meant to be, Supreme Elder Yun said with a wry smile on his face. Haichuan, what do you think we should do? It's not just within our sect. Even Senior Brother Quan, Senior Brother Qian, and the others from the Flying Dragon sect are divided about this matter. Some of them support expelling Supreme Elder Feng's descendants and disciples from the Hidden Fog sect and announcing to the world that we've severed all ties with Supreme Elder Feng. There are also those who think this is all solely Supreme Feng's fault and that his descendants and disciples shouldn't be punished for his mistake. After all, Supreme Elder Feng had contributed greatly to the sect as well, Supreme Elder Lei said, asking for Shui Haichuan's opinion. Upon hearing these words, Shui Haichuan shook his head and said, Supreme Elder Lei, don't ask me for my opinion. You should make your own decision. If you can't make up your mind, then think about how many lives in the sect will be lost if this matter is unresolved. With that, will anyone dare to join the Hidden Fog sect in the future? What if this matter doesn't die down? Moreover, the 10,000 Devils sect may even seize this chance to kill the members of the sect by pretending to be relatives of those who died in Linghu City. In fact, they might have already done so. After all, this is the perfect chance for the 10,000 Devils sect to attack the Hidden Fog sect. As Shui Haichuan spoke, he looked at Supreme Elder Lei meaningfully. Upon hearing Shui Haichuan's words, Supreme Elder Lei's expression changed greatly. Why didn't I think of that? Supreme Elder Wu said with a regretful expression, no wonder there are so many people killing the members of our Hidden Fog sect. Even with the relatives of those who were killed in Linghu City, there shouldn't be so many people attacking our members. It seems like the 10,000 Devils sect has been taking advantage of the situation. Sect leader, you can't afford to be indecisive anymore. You have to make a decision soon, Supreme Elder Yun said solemnly to Qian Yun. Although the few Supreme Elders of the Hidden Fog sect had high status and were stronger, Qian Yin was still the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect after all. A sour expression could be seen on Qian Yin's face at this moment. As the sect leader, he had failed the Hidden Fog sect. He was too anxious and overwhelmed by the matter that he failed to consider things from all angles. After listening to Shui Haichuan's reminded, he felt truly incompetent as the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect. I'll speak to a few core elders who are responsible for the sect's external affairs and tell them to issue a statement. I'll also instruct them to expel everyone who's related to Supreme Elder Feng from the sect, Qian Yin said decisively without consulting the three Supreme Elders. Previously, Supreme Elder Lei had objected to this matter. However, at this time, he no longer dared to stop Qian Yin. He only remained silent with a solemn expression on his face. Since I'll have to wait for my brother to come out over the next period of time, I'll follow the members out of the Hidden Fog sect to protect them. If I see any members of the 10,000 Devils sect, I'll capture them and demand an explanation from the 10,000 Devils sect, Shui Haichuan said. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of Qian Yin and the three Supreme Elders lit up. After all, Shui Haichuan was a White Dragon Elder of the Flying Dragon sect. His presence alone in the 10,000 Devils sect outweighed the combined presence of all of them. When the Hidden Fog sect announced they would be expelling those with ties to Supreme Elder Feng, its members were shocked. Although they had been hoping for this for a while now, they still felt sad upon hearing the announcement and seeing their fellow members being expelled. Supreme Elder Feng really committed a grave sin. Even if Shangguan Xiongfeng was his grandson, there was no need to drag the sect down just to avenge his grandson, right? That's right. After all, he had other children and grandchildren as well. I really don't know what was going through his mind. Now, all his legitimate descendants are dragged down because of his illegitimate grandson. Whether it's his descendants or the members of the Hidden Fog sect, his reputation has been destroyed, and his infamy won't be so easily forgotten. After those with ties to Supreme Elder Feng were expelled from the Hidden Fog sect, the Hidden Fog sect announced again that Supreme Elder Feng had acted on his own without permission from the sect. Now that those with ties to him had been expelled, the Hidden Fog sect no longer had any ties to Supreme Elder Feng. When the news spread, everyone was naturally shocked by the Hidden Fog sect's decisiveness. For a while after that, the relatives of those who died also shifted their anger from the Hidden Fog sect to the descendants and disciples of Supreme Elder Feng. Many of them were killed now that they were without the protection of the Hidden Fog sect. Those who survived were forced to change their names and identities. They were filled with hatred for Supreme Elder Feng. After all, if it were not for him, they would not have fallen into such a state. With this, fewer and fewer people targeted the people of the Hidden Fog sect. After all, their anger was mostly directed at Supreme Elder Feng. Previously, since the Hidden Fog sect did not make their stance clear, they could only vent their anger at the Hidden Fog sect. With the Hidden Fog sect's actions and announcement, they no longer had any reason to target the Hidden Fog sect. None of them were worried that the Hidden Fog sect was lying. After all, this kind of thing would spread out in the end. Moreover, they had friends or relatives in the Hidden Fog sect as well. Just as Shui Haichuan had said, the 10,000 Devils sect indeed took advantage of the situation and killed many members of the Hidden Fog sect. Moreover, the people they sent out were inner elders and inner deacons. Even the weakest among them were intermediate kings of gods. Apart from that, they usually acted in groups of 3 to ensure their safety. After all, if their identities were exposed, the Hidden Fog sect would definitely retaliate. Since they were fishing in troubled water, it was imperative that their identities remained a secret. With the Hidden Fog sect's announcement, many of those who were sent out were at a loss. I can't believe the Hidden Fog sect finally did this. Should we continue to attack their members? Perhaps we should send a message back to the sect and ask for further instruction? Voice transmissions were sent back to the 10,000 Devils sect one after another from around the Hidden Fog sect's estate. It did not take long before Lan Qing, the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect, found out about what had happened. As the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect, he was destined to be enemies with Chen Yin, who was the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect. When did Chen Yin become so decisive? Lan Qing knew Chen Yin very well, so he was rather surprised by Chen Yin's decisiveness this time. An inner elder of the 10,000 Devils sect, who had just returned from the Hidden Fog sect, said, perhaps too many members of the Hidden Fog sect had died, so he was forced to make such a decision. After all, we're not the only ones killing members of the Hidden Fog sect. You have a point, Lan Qing said with a nod. Very well. Tell the groups with inner deacons to withdraw. Let the groups of inner elders patrol the area for another 3 months before they return. I'm sure many Hidden Fog sect's disciples and elders who were too afraid to go out in the past would swarm out of the sect after this. Those who were ordered to stay for another 3 months were rather glad. An inner deacon said to an inner elder upon receiving the orders, Elder Wang, fortunately, I have you in the group. Otherwise, I'd have to return to the 10,000 Devils sect. We have 3 months. I'm sure not many people will leave the Hidden Fog sect during the first month. However, they'll definitely come out in throngs in the following months. I'm sure all of them are bored of staying in the sect. That's right. So we'll use the next month to rest while we lull them into a false sense of security. We'll start killing them during the 2nd and 3rd months. I'll contact the other groups and tell them not to attack during the 1st month. For this reason, Shui Haichuan, who had returned from the Flying Dragon sect, did not encounter anyone from the 10,000 Devils sect when he followed the members of the Hidden Fog sect out during the 1st month. When Shui Haichuan thought about how his brother, Shui Haishan, would be released from the heavenly stairs in half a month, he was overjoyed. While he waited, he continued to protect the members of the Hidden Fog sect. After a month, Shui Haichuan was following 2 members of the Hidden Fog sect at this moment. All of a sudden, his expression changed slightly. In the next moment, an old man and 2 middle-aged men appeared, blocking the path of the 2 members of the Hidden Fog sect. They're disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. Go, the old man said to the 2 middle-aged men standing behind him. With this, the 2 middle-aged men, who were intermediate kings of gods, did not give a chance for the 2 members of the Hidden Fog sect to react. Their divine energies swept toward the duo, causing them to be unable to mobilize their divine energies. Just as their attacks were about to land, boom! A wall made of divine energy appeared in front of the 2 members of the Hidden Fog sect, blocking the 2 intermediate kings of gods' attacks. Following that, a terrifying divine energy swept down from above. Following that, the trio from the 10,000 Devils sect watched as a white-clad young man appeared. When the 2 members of the Hidden Fog sect, who had just escaped death, saw the white-clad young man, they called out respectfully, "Elder Shui." Although the 2 members of the Hidden Fog sect knew they were protected, they could not help but break out in cold sweat when they were attacked earlier. Shui Haichuan. Upon hearing the white-clad young man's name, the expressions of the trio from the 10,000 Devils sect changed drastically. Naturally, they knew Shui Haichuan was the genius cultivator from the Hidden Fog sect 10,000 years ago. After entering the Flying Dragon sect, he had quickly risen in ranks and became one of the 3 youngest white dragon elders of the Flying Dragon sect. It was said that he was now an intermediate lord of gods. The faces of the trio from the 10,000 Devils sect turned pale immediately. Nonetheless, they did not bother to escape. After all, they knew it would be futile. Faced with an intermediate lord of gods, even the most outstanding advanced kings of gods did not stand a chance, let alone the 3 of them who were just ordinary intermediate and advanced kings of gods. When Shui Haichuan saw the identity tokens on the trio's waists, he said softly, "An inner elder and 2 inner deacons from the 10,000 Devils sect?" Upon hearing these words, the trio's expressions changed again. They did not bother to hide their identity tokens previously because they were confident about killing the members of the Hidden Fog sect. As the saying went, a dead man tells no tales. After all, they did not expect to meet Shui Haichuan. Shui Haichuan looked at the inner elder of the 10,000 Devils sect and asked disdainfully, "Did Lan Qing send you out to take advantage of the situation and kill the members of the Hidden Fog sect? It seems like he's having a good time." The old man's expression changed a few times before he finally mustered up the courage and said, "Elder Shui, we attacked these 2 members of the Hidden Fog sect out of our own will. It has nothing to do with our sect leader. We're doing this because of Duan Ling Tian. Since Duan Ling Tian is in the Linghu clan, we can't kill him. Hence, we can only kill his former sect members to vent our anger." As soon as Shui Haichuan appeared, the inner elder and 2 inner deacons of the 10,000 Devils sect were frightened out of their wits. They did not dare to run at all. They knew they would only be killed instantly if they tried to run. If they stayed, there was still a chance they might survive. Because of Duan Ling Tian? Shui Haichuan was briefly stunned when he heard the old man's words. Then he laughed mockingly before he said, "What a terrible excuse. How did Duan Ling Tian offend the 10,000 Devils sect for you to do this?" Shui Haichuan had heard Duan Ling Tian's name many times since he returned to the Hidden Fog sect. Even the members of the Hidden Fog sect whom he protected would regularly mention this name. He had gotten tired of hearing this name. He did not expect the inner elder from the 10,000 Devils sect would use this name as an excuse when caught trying to kill members of the Hidden Fog sect. At this moment, he really wanted to meet Duan Ling Tian. He wanted to see what kind of person Duan Ling Tian was since his name was mentioned so regularly. Elder Shui, to be honest, Duan Ling Tian did not offend the 10,000 Devils sect. The person he offended is Elder Kuang Tianzheng, who used to be from our 10,000 Devils sect. The old man said solemnly. Kuang Tianzheng? Shui Haichuan looked at the inner elder of the 10,000 Devils sect as he said, "The inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect?" Shui Haichuan was no stranger to Kuang Tianzheng. Kuang Tianzheng had joined the Flying Dragon sect earlier than he did. In the past, Kuang Tianzheng had given a lot of trouble when he was still rising in the Flying Dragon sect. After he had grown strong enough, he naturally returned the favor. Now, Kuang Tianzheng would take a detour whenever Kuang Tianzheng saw him. Yes. The expression of the inner elder of the 10,000 Devils sect grew even more solemn at this time. How did Duanling Tian offend him? Shui Haichuan asked nonchalantly. The inner elder quickly replied, Duanling Tian killed Chu Han, a disciple of Elder Kuang Tianzheng. Upon hearing this, there was finally a slight change in Shui Haichuan's expression. Following that, he sent a message to his friend in the Flying Dragon sect to verify the matter. It did not take long before Shui Haichuan received a reply. Indeed, Chu Han is dead. He died 12 years ago. At that time, Kuang Tianzheng searched high and low for Chu Han's murderer. He left the sect for some time and only returned when his second disciple was about to get married. Shui Haichuan was slightly surprised upon hearing his friend's reply. After a moment, he looked at the old man mockingly and said, Since Duanling Tian killed Chu Han, why didn't Kuang Tianzheng kill him? After all, Kuang Tianzheng returned to the 10,000 Devils sect, didn't he? The old man looked flustered by the question. After a moment, he said, Elder Kuang learned that Duanling Tian had returned to the Hidden Fog sect when Duanling Tian killed Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao. Shortly after that, Duanling Tian left the Hidden Fog sect to join the Linghu clan. Elder Kuang went to the Linghu clan to look for Duanling Tian, but the Linghu clan was adamant about protecting Duanling Tian. The Linghu clan relied on their guarding formation to protect Duanling Tian. In the end, Elder Kuang could only leave in anger. Soon after that, Elder Kuang returned to the Flying Dragon sect. After a brief pause, he continued to say, Elder Kuang saved my life once. I saw how angry he was, so I wanted to do something for him. Since it's impossible for me to kill Duanling Tian, I didn't think about attacking him. I went into closed-door cultivation and only came out recently. When I heard about people attacking the members of the Hidden Fog sect, I thought I'd seize the opportunity to vent my anger and brought 2 of my juniors with me. I really didn't expect to meet you as soon as we made a move. As the old man spoke, the 2 middle-aged men stood with their heads lowered like children who were caught misbehaving. The old man's explanation was not too shabby. He calmly explained his reason for wanting to kill the 2 members of the Hidden Fog sect. He even said this was the first time attacking the members of the Hidden Fog sect to appeal to Shui Haichuan. Upon hearing the old man's words, the expressions of the 2 members of the Hidden Fog sect changed greatly. Just as they were about to remind Shui Haichuan that the old man was lying, Shui Haichuan said indifferently, Is that so? Very well. I spare all of your lives as long as you swear on the Devil Heart's blood oath to prove that you're telling the truth. With these words, the expressions of the trio from the 10,000 Devils sect changed drastically. Shui Haichuan's expression turned frosty immediately as he said, If you don't swear on the Devil Heart's blood oath, don't even think about leaving this place. As Shui Haichuan spoke, divine energy surged from his body. Even with the profundities from the law, the divine energy of an intermediate Lord of Gods was enough to make the trio tremble in fear. Finally, one of the middle-aged men caved under the pressure first. He kneeled in front of Shui Haichuan and pleaded desperately, Elder Shui, please show mercy. I was just following orders. I admit my crimes. I killed 13 members of the Hidden Fog sect in total. However, I only did as I was ordered. Elder Shui, if you spare my life, I promise to leave the 10,000 Devils sect immediately. I'm willing to join the Hidden Fog sect and retaliate against the 10,000 Devils sect. I'm very familiar with the 10,000 Devils sect's estate and the area around it. I promise to kill no fewer than 20 members of the 10,000 Devils sect within a year. In order to survive, the middle-aged man did everything he could. He could not withstand the pressure Shui Haichuan had exerted on him and his comrades. Moreover, how could he not be afraid when the famous Shui Haichuan wanted to kill him? Following that, the other middle-aged man fell to his knees as well. Please show mercy, Elder Shui. I can do what he said as well. Please spare us. Now that the middle-aged men had submitted, the old man could not withstand the growing pressure as well. He joined the other 2 and kneeled on the ground as well. I can join them and kill the members of the 10,000 Devils sect as well. If I don't kill at least 100 members of the 10,000 Devils sect within a year, I'll commit suicide in front of you, Elder Shui. I'm willing to swear on the Devil Heart's blood oath regarding this matter. The two members of the Hidden Fog sect were stunned by the trio's sudden change in attitude. When they regained their senses, their eyes were filled with admiration when they looked at Xue Haichuan. After all, Xue Haichuan had yet to make a move, but the trio was already frightened to this extent. As expected of the idol of the members of the Hidden Fog sect. Why would I need your help to kill the members of the 10,000 Devils sect? Xue Haichuan smiled icily. The trio's expression turned horrified as they watched Xue Haichuan raise his hand. Following that, they flew back one after another as though they had been hit by a huge hammer. Mom. In just a moment, the trio exploded into a mist of blood. After killing the trio from the 10,000 Devils sect, Xue Haichuan looked at the two pale members of the Hidden Fog sect and said, "Return to the sect on your own. You should be safe since I don't think there's anyone from the 10,000 Devils sect lurking around. Those three must have sent voice transmission to warn the others earlier. I'm going to pay the 10,000 Devils sect a visit." Without waiting for the duo's reply, Xue Haichuan vanished into thin air. It was just as Xue Haichuan had said. After receiving voice transmission from the trio who were killed by Xue Haichuan, they recalled the groups of people lurking near the Hidden Fog sect immediately. The groups of inner elders and inner deacons' expressions turned grim instantly when they received the news. They did not waste time and rushed back to the 10,000 Devils sect immediately. What a joke! How could they stay now that Xue Haichuan had appeared? They would surely die if they ran into him. Alas, before these groups of people arrived at the 10,000 Devils sect, Xue Haichuan easily caught up to them. It took Xue Haichuan less than an hour to kill these groups of people. After he was done, he continued to make his way to the 10,000 Devils sect. When Xue Haichuan was in the 10,000 Devils sect, he killed 3 core elders and 12 inner elders of the 10,000 Devils sect in front of Lan Qing, the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect. Even Lan Qing was heavily injured. Before Xue Haichuan left, he said to the seriously injured Lan Qing, "I only spared your life so you can tell the old geezers in the 10,000 Devil faction in the Flying Dragon sect about what I've done. If they're unhappy, tell them to come and look for me." Half a month later, a figure appeared outside of the heavenly stairs in the Hidden Fog sect. The figure belonged to a tall, middle-aged man with a determined expression on his face and eyes that flashed icily. "Elder brother." In just a blink of an eye, a person appeared in front of the middle-aged man. When he saw the young man in front of him whose temperament had changed greatly from 10,000 years ago, his eyes shone with tears. "Hi, Haichuan." The two brothers hugged now that they had met after being separated for such a long time. "Elder brother, you were in the heavenly stairs for 10,000 years. Now that you're out, what do you want to do most? No matter what you want to do, I'll help you achieve it," Xue Haichuan said as he looked at Xue Haishan with barely concealed excitement. "I want to have a drink," Xue Haishan laughed. He was equally as excited to see his younger brother, whom he had not seen for 10,000 years. "All right, let's have a drink. Let's get drunk," Xue Haichuan said. "Wait, I want to invite another person to join us. He's also a disciple of our Hidden Fog sect. I met him more than 10 years ago in the heavenly stairs. If it weren't for him being merciful, I would have died, and I wouldn't have been able to meet you again." Haichuan. An elegant purple figure appeared in Xue Haishan's mind as he spoke. "Who is it?" Xue Haichuan's expression turned solemn. Just the thought of his elder brother almost dying in the heavenly stairs made him break out in cold sweat. Xue Haishan replied, "His name is Duan Lingtian." Xue Haichuan froze slightly upon hearing Xue Haishan's reply. Then he exclaimed, "Duan Lingtian again? What's the matter?" Xue Haishan was puzzled upon seeing the shock on his brother's face. "Elder brother," Xue Haichuan said with a wry smile, "the man you mentioned, Duan Lingtian, is no longer a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect." "He's no longer a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect?" Xue Haishan frowned. What happened? Xue Haishan could still vividly remember the young man whom he had met in the heavenly stairs. At that time, the young man had shown mercy and did not kill him. After that, he had been determined to repay the young man once he was released from the heavenly stairs. After all, he was someone who always repaid favors. It's because Xue Haichuan began to recount what had happened to his brother. Shui Haishan. Although he was now a white dragon elder in the Flying Dragon sect, he was just a patient younger brother in front of Shui Haishan. He told Shui Haishan everything he had heard about Duanling Tian. Naturally, he also told Shui Haishan about Supreme Elder Feng setting up various killing formations in his little world before detonating it, destroying Linghu City and killing many people just to kill Duanling Tian. Shui Haishan grew more and more confused as he listened to Shui Haichuan. He was rather certain that when he met Duanling Tian in the heavenly stairs, Duanling Tian was just an advanced god. Only about 10 years had passed since then, but not only did Duanling Tian become a rudimentary king of gods, but he had also achieved so many incredible feats. I already knew he was talented when I met him, but I didn't expect him to cause such a huge commotion, Shui Haishan said with a sigh. Then, as though he recalled something, he said with a slight frown, however, it has to be said that Supreme Elder Feng had truly crossed the line. For his selfish desires, he disregarded the sect. Fortunately, the sect has severed all ties with him now. Otherwise, the sect will definitely continue to be troubled. After a brief pause, Shui Haishan looked at his younger brother with a complex gaze as he said, Haichuan, when I was in the heavenly stairs, I thought you'd definitely become one of the top advanced kings of gods after 10,000 years. However, it seems like I've underestimated you. Earlier, while talking about Duanling Tian, Shui Haichuan had briefly spoken about himself and what he had been up to after returning to the Hidden Fog sect. Needless to say, he had told his brother about his current cultivation base and position in the Flying Dragon sect. Elder brother, it's a pity you were imprisoned in the heavenly stairs. Otherwise, your achievements wouldn't be any lower than mine. After all, you'd comprehended the law of time, one of the 4 supreme laws. When you were first imprisoned, my comprehension of the law was not any better than yours, Shui Haichuan said with a sigh. After a moment, he continued to say with a smile, in any case, it's not too late. With your talent and comprehension skills, it won't take you more than 10,000 years to catch up to me. Upon hearing Shui Haichuan's words, Shui Haishan said with a sigh, fortunately, when I was first imprisoned in the heavenly stairs, I wasn't a king of gods. Otherwise, with no way to cultivate and comprehend the law, even if I could survive the first heavenly tribulation, I wouldn't have been able to survive the subsequent one. Kings of gods had to face the heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years. It was a rule from the heavens and could not be avoided. Hence, even if Shui Haishan was imprisoned in the heavenly stairs, he still would not be able to avoid the heavenly tribulation if he was a king of gods. The heavenly tribulation would get stronger and stronger each time. It would not consider if one had grown stronger or not, and it would not consider the reason why one did not get stronger. Since Shui Haishan was only an advanced god, he, thankfully, did not need to worry about the heavenly tribulation. Now that he was released from the heavenly stairs, he could cultivate with ease to break through and become a king of gods. He could face his first heavenly tribulation without fearing for his life. Although he had wasted 10,000 years with his talent and comprehension skills that were not inferior to Shui Haichuan, he would still be able to catch up. They were biological brothers after all. Their talent and comprehension skills were about the same. Finally, Shui Haishan looked at Shui Haichuan and said, Haichuan, let's go to the Linghu clan to look for that young man to drink with us. After that, I'll return to the Flying Dragon sect with you. Shui Haichuan nodded and said with a smile, very well. Coincidentally, I've been wanting to meet that Duanling Tian who caused such a huge commotion in the Hidden Fog sect. I also want to thank him for his kindness to you. Elder brother, before we leave, I want to visit Junior Uncle Wu. Do you want to come with me? All right. I haven't seen Junior Uncle Wu for 10,000 years now, Shui Haishan said. Same. In the past, the two brothers, Shui Haishan and Shui Haichuan, shared the same master. During the 10,000 years Shui Haishan was imprisoned in the heavenly stairs, he would always ask for news outside when he encountered disciples who participated in the heavenly stairs battle. For this reason, he was aware that his younger brother had joined the Flying Dragon sect and his master was killed by a heavenly tribulation. However, over the past few thousand years, he did not meet any disciples from the sect, so he was unaware of what had happened in the past few thousand years. In the Linghu clan's estate in Linghu City. Since Duanling Tian encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation that he had difficulty breaking through, he decided to focus on alchemy for the time being. With time, he grew more and more skilled in refining Lord-grade divine pills. However, to reach perfection, he still needed more experience. Just like that 6 months had passed since Duanling Tian first decided to put his cultivation aside to focus on alchemy. He would busy himself with refining Lord-grade divine pills every day, honing his skills. Once he could perfectly refine ordinary Lord-grade divine pills, he would be able to refine them into Lord-grade limit divine pills. In the realms of gods, one would be considered a top Lord-rank divine alchemist if one could refine Lord-grade limit divine pills. After all, even experts had difficulty refining Lord-grade limit divine pills. As usual, Duanling Tian was refining Lord-grade divine pills in his courtyard today, when he suddenly received a message from Linghu Renjie, the clan leader of the Linghu clan. Duanling Tian. What's the matter, clan leader? Duanling Tian asked curiously. You have 2 guests. Moreover, one of them has a rather high status. They're waiting for you in the main hall, Linghu Renjie said through voice transmission. Who are they? Duanling Tian asked, growing even more curious. One of them said that you'll recognize him once you see him, Linghu Renjie said. Clearly, he was helping the guest to keep his identity a secret. Duanling Tian wondered who the guests were and why they wanted to see him. Due to his curiosity, he stopped what he was doing immediately and left his courtyard for the main hall. In the main hall of the Linghu clan's estate, apart from Linghu Renjie, there were another 2 men. One of them was a handsome young man dressed in white robes with an extraordinary temperament. The other one was a tall man whose expression was determined and whose eyes were piercing. The 2 men resembled each other to a certain extent. They shared the same face shape and the same eyes. Their heights were almost the same as well. When Duanling Tian walked into the hall, his eyes fell on the tall man first. Although the man looked familiar, he struggled to remember when he had met the man. At this time, Linghu Renjie began to make the introductions. Elder Shui Haichuan, this is revered Elder Duanling Tian of our Linghu clan. Upon hearing these words, Duanling Tian shifted his gaze to the handsome white-clad young man. He's Shui Haichuan? Duanling Tian naturally knew who Shui Haichuan was. He had heard Shui Haichuan's name countless times before. When he had first joined the Hidden Fog sect, many had called him the second Shui Haichuan. There were also many who compared him to Shui Haichuan. After he killed Shangguan Xiangfeng and Long Shao, he remembered some elders and disciples of the Hidden Fog sect had said that Shui Haichuan's achievements at his age were inferior to his. In a way, he had already grown numb to hearing Shui Haichuan's name before he even met Shui Haichuan. If Shui Haichuan were privy to Duanling Tian's thoughts, he would have agreed with Duanling Tian. Similarly, he had grown sick of hearing Duanling Tian's name before he even met Duanling Tian. At this time, Linghu Renjie turned to Duanling Tian and said, Duanling Tian, this is Elder Shui Haichuan. He's one of the 3 youngest White Dragon elders in the Flying Dragon sect. He used to be a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. I'm sure you must have heard about him when you were in the Hidden Fog sect. Revered Elder Duan, I've heard a lot about you, Shui Haichuan said with an amicable smile on his face. However, Duanling Tian found Shui Haichuan's friendliness slightly strange. After all, Shui Haichuan was from the Hidden Fog sect and now belonged to the Hidden Fog faction in the Flying Dragon sect. Considering the trouble he had caused, even if Shui Haichuan did not like him, Shui Haichuan should not be so friendly. Elder Shui Haichuan, I've been looking forward to meeting you, Duanling Tian said. Despite his words, he was wary of Shui Haichuan. In his mind, Shui Haichuan must be pretending to be friendly. After all, those who were friendly for no reason must be harboring ulterior motives. After Duanling Tian and Shui Haichuan greeted each other, a burst of laughter rang in the air. Following that, Shui Haishan, who was standing next to Shui Haichuan, said, My friend, it's only been 10 years, but it seems like you've forgotten all about me. Duanling Tian had already found the tall middle-aged man familiar, but after listening to the other party, he found the other party's voice familiar as well. It did not take long before the figure of someone he had met in the heavenly stairs appeared in his mind. At this time, he finally realized the tall middle-aged man in front of him was the person dressed in red robes on the 8th step of the heavenly stairs in the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Ling Tian remembered that the red-clad middle-aged man on the 8th step of the heavenly stairs was an advanced god who had comprehended the law of time. Although the red-clad middle-aged man was strong and had a profound comprehension of the law of time, he managed to defeat the red-clad middle-aged man at that time because his comprehension of the law of space was superior. At that time, he could tell the middle-aged had no intention of killing him, so he had spared the middle-aged man's life after defeating the middle-aged man. After scenes from the past flashed in Duan Ling Tian's mind, the tall middle-aged man's name surfaced in his mind as well. He said, "You're Shui Haishan from the Hidden Fog Sect's Heavenly Stairs." With this, Duan Ling Tian also remembered that Shui Haishan said that after he was released from the Heavenly Stairs, he would look for him so they could drink together. "That's right." Shui Haishan laughed. "Shui Haishan, Shui Haichuan. You're both." Duan Ling Tian trailed off as he looked at Shui Haichuan and Shui Haishan with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He could naturally guess the duo's relationship. No wonder Shui Haishan was able to comprehend triple-fused profundities from the law of time despite being only an advanced god. It seemed like talent ran in the family. Shui Haishan said with a grin, "Haichuan is my biological brother." He paused briefly before he continued to say, "During the 10,000 years I was imprisoned in the heavenly stairs. My younger brother joined the Flying Dragon sect and became a White Dragon Elder. I was only released from the heavenly stairs a few days ago. Haichuan returned to the Hidden Fog sect to bring me back to the Flying Dragon sect." A hint of pride could be heard in Shui Haishan's voice when he spoke. He was like a father who was proud of his son's achievements. Duan Ling Tian laughed before he said, "Congratulations on being released from the heavenly stairs." At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally realized the reason for Shui Haichuan's friendliness. He had thought Shui Haichuan was being hypocritical, but as it turned out, he had been too narrow-minded and too quick to judge. Duan Ling Tian knew now that Shui Haichuan was likely grateful that he had spared Shui Haishan's life back then. After all, even if he killed Shui Haishan at that time, no one would be the wiser since they were in the heavenly stairs. People would only discover Shui Haishan's death when he did not show up at the time of his release from the heavenly stairs. However, they would not be able to find out when he died and who had killed him. "Brother Duan, back then, I said I'd have a drink with you after leaving the heavenly stairs. I've not gone to the Flying Dragon sect yet, and instead, I brought my brother here just to have a drink with you," Shui Haishan said enthusiastically with a smile on his face. "If it's convenient for you, we can drink in your courtyard. Otherwise, we can drink in one of the restaurants in Linghu City. If I'm not mistaken, the Linghu clan owns quite a few restaurants in the city. Perhaps, if it suits you, we can ask the clan to arrange a private room for us." Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, Shui Haichuan, who was standing next to Shui Haishan, said, "Brother Duan, I'm very grateful that you spared my brother's life in the past. Although you have conflicts with the Hidden Fog sect, I hope you know that I don't harbor any ill intentions toward you." After a brief pause, he said decisively, "I, Shui Haichuan, swear on the Devil Heart's blood oath that as long as you, Duan Ling Tian, don't take the initiative to harm me, I will never harm you as well. Otherwise, I'm willing to be killed by a supreme powerhouse." With this, it was guaranteed that as long as Duan Ling Tian did not provoke Shui Haichuan would not be able to act against him. Although Duan Ling Tian was rather certain Shui Haichuan would not harm him because he had spared Shui Haishan's life, he felt more at ease after Shui Haichuan had sworn on the Devil Heart's blood oath. Now that the atmosphere had improved even more, Duan Ling Tian laughed and said, "Let's go out for a drink. The ambience at the restaurant is much better." After Linghu Renjie made the arrangement, it did not take long for the manager of a high-end restaurant in Linghu City to come to the Linghu clan's estate to lead Duan Ling Tian, Shui Haichuan, and Shui Haishan there. The manager led the trio directly to the best private room in the restaurant as soon as they arrived. The name of the private room was Dragon Soaring Over the Four Seas. This room was unavailable to most people. It was only reserved for those with positions higher than core elders in the Linghu clan to receive guests. After a few rounds of drinks, Duan Ling Tian and the Shui brothers grew more comfortable with each other. At this moment, Shui Haishan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of admiration as he said, "Brother Duan, generally, I'm not easily impressed. I'm not even impressed by my brother. However, I have to say I'm thoroughly impressed by you." Shui Haichuan could only smile awkwardly as he listened to his brother listing out Duan Lingtian's achievements one after another. Shui Haishan did not stop talking for a long time. He only fell silent when he finally got drunk. In fact, with his cultivation base, it was impossible for him to get drunk since he could easily use his divine energy to metabolize the alcohol in his body and sober up. However, he had clearly chosen not to do so. When Duan Lingtian and Shui Haichuan, who were only slightly drunk, saw the passed-out Shui Haishan, the duo sobered up using their divine energies. Shui Haichuan said apologetically, "Brother Duan, my brother is very straightforward. If he offended you, I hope you won't take it to heart." Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian shook his head and said with a smile, "There's nothing to apologize for. Brother Haishan is just honest." Following that, Shui Haichuan brought a pill bottle before he handed it to Duan Lingtian and said, "Brother Duan, this is the sun-quenching divine pill. It should be able to help you break through the bottleneck you're facing." Based on Shui Haichuan's words, it was clear he had probed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base with his divine consciousness. Since he was an intermediate lord of gods, as long as he did not probe Duan Lingtian's soul, it would be difficult for Duan Lingtian to discover that his cultivation base had been probed. The sun-quenching divine pill? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened upon hearing Shui Haichuan's words. He knew that the sun-quenching divine pill was one of few Lord-grade divine pills that could help him break through the bottleneck of his cultivation. Although he had the formula for the sun-quenching divine pill, he was not able to refine it yet. He would need to study alchemy for a few more years before he could refine it. Apart from that, the ingredients needed to refine it were rare as well. Although Duan Lingtian wanted the sun-quenching divine pill, he still resisted the urge to accept it immediately. Instead, he looked at Shui Haichuan and solemnly said, "Brother Haichuan, I'll be honest with you. I desperately need the sun-quenching divine pill, so I won't refuse it. However, I won't accept them for nothing. I promise to repay you with a higher-grade divine pill in the future in exchange for this sun-quenching divine pill." As long as Duan Lingtian could not break through the bottleneck, it would be useless even if he continued to cultivate. The divine pills he possessed now could not help him at all until he had become an intermediate king of gods. Hence, the sun-quenching divine pill was very important to him. "Brother Duan, there's no need for that," Shui Haichuan said as he shook his head upon seeing how courteous Duan Lingtian was. "You've done me a great favor by sparing my brother's life. A mere sun-quenching divine pill is nothing compared to that life-saving grace." Duan Lingtian shook his head as well as he said truthfully, "It's not like that. I only spared Brother Haishan because I could tell he had no intention of killing me. Otherwise, I would have killed him. The reason Brother Haishan is alive is due to his actions. It has nothing to do with me." Shui Haichuan was very impressed by Duan Lingtian's honesty. After listening to Duan Lingtian, he knew Duan Lingtian would not accept the sun-quenching divine pill for nothing, so he said, "All right, I'll wait for you to give me a higher-grade divine pill. After all, I heard that you're already comparable to top Lord-rank divine alchemists." After saying that, Shui Haichuan handed the sun-quenching divine pill to Duan Lingtian. After accepting the sun-quenching divine pill, Duan Lingtian said resolutely, "I won't keep you waiting for long, Brother Haichuan. After I join the Flying Dragon sect within 3 years, I'll give you a divine pill that'll be of great use to you." "Join the Flying Dragon sect?" Shui Haichuan was slightly surprised. Then he said confidently with a smile on his face, "Duan Lingtian, if you're willing, I can recommend you and you can join the Flying Dragon sect immediately. Put your talent and comprehension skills aside. Just your achievements in alchemy alone are enough for you to join the Flying Dragon sect now." After carefully putting away the sun-quenching divine pill, Duan Lingtian replied with a smile, "Brother Haichuan, I plan to participate in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest in 10 years. "I see." With this, Shui Haichuan naturally understood why Duan Lingtian did not want to join the Flying Dragon sect now. He said, "I forgot that you'll be rewarded with a Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill if you rank in the top 10 of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. This is indeed the best course of action for you. It seems like it won't be too long before we meet again. I'll see you again in 10 years. "Very well. After 10 years, I'll look for you and Brother Haishan to have a drink with me. Let's get drunk at that time, Duan Ling Tian said with a laugh. They continued chatting for a while more before Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to the Shui Haichuan. Brother Haichuan, please apologize to Brother Haishan on my behalf for not being able to send both of you off. At this time, Duan Ling Tian could no longer wait to consume the sun-quenching divine pill so he could break through. Don't worry. Your cultivation is very important after all, Shui Haichuan said with a kind smile on his face. Duan Ling Tian did not expect to be acquainted with Shui Haichuan. He did not think his casual act of kindness in the heavenly stairs to Shui Haishan would help him gain Shui Haichuan's favor. Moreover, Shui Haichuan had felt indebted to him, and as a result, Shui Haichuan even gave him the sun-quenching divine pill that he desperately needed. If I were a bloodthirsty person, I wouldn't have spared Shui Haishan's life when I defeated him, even if he didn't have any intention to kill me. At that time, I wouldn't be able to meet Shui Haichuan today, nor would I be able to obtain the sun-quenching divine pill. Duan Ling Tian, who had left the restaurant and arrived at the Linghu clan's estate, thought to himself with a sigh as he looked at the pill bottle in his hand. His past self had unknowingly helped him. With this sun-quenching divine pill, I'll surely be able to break through and become an intermediate king of gods in a short time. Duan Ling Tian could hardly suppress his restlessness when he returned to his courtyard. He did not waste time and began to cultivate immediately after consuming the sun-quenching divine pill. The sun-quenching divine pill was used by kings of gods to help them break through bottlenecks they faced in their cultivation. Although it was not as valuable as the Lord Breakthrough divine pill, the sun-quenching pill was still an excellent divine pill. As long as one was talented, one had an almost 100% chance to successfully break through. However, the pill was more useful for rudimentary kings of gods. Its efficacy would not be as potent if intermediate kings of gods consumed it. The difficulty of refining the sun-quenching divine pill was similar to that of the Lord Breakthrough divine pill. However, the ingredients for the former were more easily found compared to the latter. It was not surprising since the Lord Breakthrough divine pill was a top Lord grade divine pill. It was only natural that the ingredients needed to refine it were rare. It was already difficult for the Linghu clan to gather ingredients for the sun-quenching divine pill, let alone the ingredients for the Lord Breakthrough divine pill. This was also the reason why Duan Ling Tian had been surprised when he learned that the Flying Dragon sect was giving away so many Lord Breakthrough divine pills as rewards for the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Moreover, they had done so during the previous Latent Dragon Grand Contest as well. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that the Flying Dragon sect was only able to obtain so many ingredients to refine the Lord Breakthrough divine pills in the past few hundred years due to luck. Apart from that, the former sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect had also obtained some of the ingredients as a reward for helping others to refine the pills. The sun-quenching divine pill's efficacy was truly potent. When it entered Duan Ling Tian's body, it merged with his divine energy before it crashed against the bottleneck. With that, the bottleneck that Duan Ling Tian failed to break before began to tremble. Every time it was hit, the tremors would grow more violent. Duan Ling Tian had to circulate his divine energy, which had merged with the pill's efficacy, before it could smash against the bottleneck. For this reason, there was a long interval between each hit. In just a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. At this time, Duan Ling Tian had been hitting the bottleneck hundreds of times. I'll finish this once and for all, Duan Ling Tian said to himself, looking determined. He circulated his divine energy again and hit the bottleneck one more time. With this, he finally broke through the bottleneck and became an intermediate king of gods. So this is the divine energy of an intermediate king of gods. Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense the change in his divine energy after his breakthrough. Although the change was not as exaggerated as when he broke through from an advanced god to a rudimentary king of gods, the change was still quite significant. If I were an intermediate king of gods when I killed Shangguan, Xiongfeng, and Longxia, I could have killed them with a mediocre divine artifact and the same technique I used at that time. I wouldn't have needed to borrow a prominent divine artifact from the clan leader. When Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, he could vaguely see his divine energy flowing around his body. He waved his hand casually, trying to test his strength. A gust of wind stirred in the room, causing the closed door and windows to tremble. Due to the commotion, Wang Fu hurried over and asked, "Young Master Duan, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Duan Ling Tian replied. Since no one disturbed Duan Ling Tian in the Linghu clan, there was no formation that protected his room. With my current cultivation base, I might be able to fight for the first place in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest in 10 years. Given an opportunity, Duan Ling Tian would naturally strive for the first place. As the saying went, he who has no interest in becoming a general isn't a good soldier. In addition to the Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill, there were many rewards for ranking first in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, and their value was not inferior to that of the Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill. After all, even the person who ranked 10th would be given a Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill. One could imagine how lucrative the reward for the first place would be. I'll continue to cultivate to raise my strength even if it's impossible for me to break through and become an advanced king of gods in a short time. I can only try to get as close as possible to breaking the bottleneck, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. He was rather realistic and did not expect to become an advanced king of gods so soon after becoming an intermediate king of gods. Moreover, he already consumed most of the divine pills that would help with his cultivation, and it was unrealistic to rely completely on divine pills to raise his cultivation base. Currently, he only had enough divine pills to last him for another 3 years. Over the next 10 years, I should continue studying alchemy and try to refine Lord-grade limit divine pills before going to the Flying Dragon sect. In a vast city in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, a beautiful girl sat and rested her hands on a stone table in a spacious front yard. She rested her face in her hands as she stared blankly into the air. 2 female attendants stood quietly behind the beautiful girl. At this moment, young Mississippi. Following that, a slender figure appeared in the front yard. If Duan Ling Tian were here, he would have recognized the beautiful young girl as Duan Xiaoyu and the slender figure that had just appeared as Yu Chou Xian, both of whom he had met at the Zhou clan's auction house in Skywind City. Upon hearing Yu Chou Xian's voice, Duan Xiaoyu frowned and said, "What's the matter, Aunt Xian? Didn't I already say that I don't want to know about anything unless it concerns my brother?" Yu Chou Xian laughed before she said, "Young miss, I came this time because of your brother." Upon hearing these words, Duan Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. She hurriedly rose to her feet and ran toward Yu Chou Xian before she asked excitedly, "Aunt Xian, did you receive news about Brother Ling Tian?" "Yes." Yu Chou Xian nodded with a smile. Duan Xiaoyu said impatiently, "What is it? Hurry up and tell me, Aunt Xian." Upon seeing how anxious Duan Xiaoyu was, Yu Chou Xian no longer kept her waiting. She said, "I received news that young Master Duan had left the Hidden Fog Academy and joined the Linghu clan. He's now a revered elder in the Linghu clan. The Linghu clan treats him very well." "Linghu clan?" Duan Xiaoyu frowned slightly. She asked in confusion, "Isn't that the Lord-grade clan that's on par with the Hidden Fog sect? What's he doing there? Since he was in the Hidden Fog Academy, shouldn't he have joined the Hidden Fog sect?" Young Master Duan did join the Hidden Fog sect after leaving the Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. However, something's happened, so he left the Hidden Fog sect for the Linghu clan, Yu Chou Xian said before she told Duan Xiaoyu about what had happened in detail. Yu Chou Xian began with Duan Ling Tian's outstanding performance in the Hidden Fog Academy, and how as a result, he was recommended to join the Hidden Fog sect ahead of time by the Dean of the Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. Then, she spoke about how he made a name for himself after joining the Hidden Fog sect. She told Duan Xiaoyu about how 2 core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect had tried to kill Duan Ling Tian and how Duan Ling Tian killed the 2 core disciples after he returned to the Hidden Fog sect after a period of absence. For this reason, he had joined the Linghu clan to avoid the consequences. Her tone turned grim when she spoke about Supreme Elder Feng detonating his little world in Linghu City in an attempt to kill Duan Ling Tian. Fortunately, Duan Ling Tian was unharmed. Naturally, she did not forget to tell Duan Qianyu about Duan Ling Tian's current strength as well. "So he's now an intermediate king of gods?" Duan Xiaoyu's eyes lit up immediately. "I didn't expect him to be able to raise his cultivation base so quickly. At this rate, it won't be long before I get to meet him again." Upon seeing the excitement on Duan Xiaoyu's face, Yu Chou Xian held back the urge to tease Duan Xiaoyu. Instead, she only sighed inwardly when she thought about how Duan Ling Tian's cultivation would only become more difficult now that he had become a king of gods. "Aunt Xian, When my brother goes to the Flying Dragon sect, let's sneak out to see him, okay? Duan Xiao Yu looked at Yu Qiu Xin eagerly as she said, I promise I won't let him see me. I'll just hide and watch him like when he was in the Hidden Fog Academy. All right, you have to remember your promise, Yu Qiu Xian said as she looked at Duan Xiaoyu with a doting gaze. However, before I bring you to the Flying Dragon sect, you have to break through first. Okay. I'm going into closed-door cultivation now so I can break through as soon as possible, Duan Xiaoyu said excitedly before she ran into her room. The Latent Dragon Grand Contest was held once every 100 years. Usually, the Flying Dragon sect would recruit members before the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Those who passed the examinations would be able to join the Flying Dragon sect. This was also the way that most people chose to join the Flying Dragon sect. Only those with outstanding talent and comprehension skills would get a chance to enter the Flying Dragon sect through the once in 100 years Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Since the Flying Dragon sect's entrance examinations were fast approaching, many disciples of King rank forces and Lord rank forces near the Flying Dragon sect had already begun to make preparations. All of them were cultivating at full steam. Many of the divine pills that could assist with one's cultivation were sold out. Even ingredients to refine such divine pills had sold out. The shortage was so bad that there were some sectless cultivators who would hold prodigies from King rank forces hostage so they could demand divine pills or ingredients to refine them. It did not matter how many divine rocks they were offered. They would only accept divine pills and medicinal herbs to refine them. Half a year before the entrance examinations for the Flying Dragon sect began, people who stayed far away from the Flying Dragon sect had already begun to travel to the Flying Dragon sect. Most of these people were sectless cultivators or disciples of powerful sectless cultivators. Sectless cultivators enjoyed freedom, but they lacked cultivation resources unlike those in a sect or a clan. Hence, their cultivation path was much more difficult. For this reason, they would seize the chance and find various ways to obtain cultivation resources when the Flying Dragon sect was recruiting new members. The Emperor rank Flying Dragon sect was the ruling force in the eastern region of the Eastern Ridge Mansion. The King rank forces in that area were like stars, while the Emperor rank Flying Dragon sect was like the moon. The Flying Dragon sect's estate was built where 9 mountain ranges met. The name of the place was called Nine Dragons Intersection. There were many divine crystal veins in the area that produced divine crystals similar to the one that Huaner had given Duan Ling Tian when they were in the Devata realm. Divine crystals were very precious in the realms of gods. A divine crystal was equivalent to 100 divine rocks. Needless to say, divine crystal veins were rare and were only owned by Emperor rank or Supreme rank forces, since those that were weaker would not be able to keep their ownership of the divine crystal veins. At this moment, an old man and a young man hovered in the sky near the Flying Dragon sect's estate. The old man pointed up ahead at the 9 mountain ranges that resembled 9 crouching dragons before he said, the Flying Dragon sect's estate occupies a vast land. The 9 mountain ranges and the point they meet are all protected by the Flying Dragon sect's sect guarding formation. So this is the place I'll be cultivating in the future, the young man said confidently. His appearance was rather average. Chang'er, with your innate talent and your comprehension skills, it won't be difficult for you to join the Flying Dragon sect as an outer disciple. Remember to cultivate diligently so you can become an inner disciple as soon as possible, the old man said kindly. The Flying Dragon sect isn't only recruiting disciples under the age of 5,000, but they're also recruiting elders and deacons with no age limit. With my strength, I should be able to join as an outer elder. Upon hearing this, the young man said with a sigh, Grandpa, if you were a little younger, you would have been able to join the Flying Dragon sect as an inner elder. Alas, there's no way to change the past, even if I regret it, the old man said as he shook his head. I hope you won't make the same mistakes I made. In any case, it's not all bad for me. At least, I had years of freedom, free from the rules and restrictions of a sect or clan. The old man did not tell his grandson about the secret he had been keeping. He was not confident about surviving his heavenly tribulation that would arrive in 300 years. His only wish now was for his grandson to join a strong force like the Flying Dragon sect before he died. A king-grade flying ship sailed in the air. A young man dressed in fine robes looked at a middle-aged man who was sitting cross-legged with a frown on his face and asked, "Father, why are you in such a hurry? There's still half a year left before the entrance examinations for the Flying Dragon sect begin, right?" The middle-aged man replied with a smile. "Chonger, it's best to arrive earlier. Who knows if there are benefits to showing up early? Moreover, it's not like we have anything better to do at home." "Benefits? What kind of benefits?" the young man asked. "The first few exams are group exams. If you arrive earlier, you'll have the time to get to know the other participants. With that, you'll be able to select the best groupmates. Although the first few exams are easy for you with competent groupmates, you'll be able to conserve your strength for the remaining exams." Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes lit up. "Father, you're truly wise. So you won't complain anymore?" the middle-aged man asked teasingly with a smile on his face. The young man said sheepishly, "I'm not as wise as you are. I only hope you'll pass the entrance examinations of the Flying Dragon sect. As for the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, I don't have any expectations," the middle-aged man said. "Father, you underestimate me too much," the young man said as he furrowed his brows. "I'm the strongest among the younger generation in our clan. Although I might not be able to rank in the top 10 of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, it shouldn't be a problem for me to rank in the top 100. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Rank in the top 100? My child, I'd be happy if you can rank in the top 500. The middle-aged man was rendered speechless by his son's ignorance. However, he did not think it was surprising. After all, his son was unaware of the kind of people who would be participating in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Many young talents from Lord Rank forces would be participating in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. But he and his son were only from a King Rank force. Not only that, but the King Rank force they belonged to was ranked bottom among the King Rank forces under the Flying Dragon sect. The young man said confidently, "Just wait and see, father. I'll definitely rank in the top 100. The middle-aged man remained silent. In his eyes, his son was like a frog living at the bottom of a well. Perhaps the Latent Dragon Grand Contest would be a wake-up call for his son. It would make his son realize how insignificant he was among his peers after leaving the clan. Near the 10,000 Devils sect, 3 young men stood at the peak of a mountain. 2 of them, who resembled each other greatly, stood facing a black-clad young man. The black-clad young man was tall and burly. He looked cold and unapproachable. His hair fluttered in the air as he stood at the peak of the mountain. He was none other than Xianxia, the strongest among the young generation in the 10,000 Devils sect. He was also the son of Lan Qing, the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect. Xianxia did not share the same surname as Lan Qing because Lan Qing had let his son take his late wife's surname in remembrance of her sacrifice for him. At this time, the younger one of the duo looked at Xianxia and asked, feeling heavy-hearted, "Brother Qianyi, why are you in such a hurry?" Xianxia smiled and looked at the young man who had spoken. He was none other than Du Qianjun, the second grandson of Supreme Elder Du Zhan. He said, "Qianjun, you and your brother will be joining the Flying Dragon sect half a year later. The Flying Dragon sect isn't like the 10,000 Devils sect. You must behave yourself and listen to your brother when you're there." Xianxia's gaze was gentle when he looked at Du Qianjun. After all, he had watched Du Qianjun grow up. He treated Du Qianjun like his brother. Based on how he had given his only King-grade flying ship to Du Qianjun as a birthday present, it was clear that he doted on Du Qianjun a lot. "I understand, Brother Qianyi," Du Qianjun said. Unlike how arrogant he was when faced with Duanling Tian and the others in the Divine Sanctuary, he was very obedient when faced with Yang Qianyi. After a moment, Du Qianjun's eyes shone with excitement as he said, "Brother Qianyi, why don't you tell that envoy that you'll only leave after half a year? That way, you'll be able to watch my performance during the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. I'll certainly rank in the top 100. Before Yang Qianyi could respond, the young man next to Du Qianjun said reproachfully, "Qianjun, don't be ridiculous. Do you know what kind of status the envoy has? Do you think he'll entertain your request? You should wish Brother Qianyi well instead." Hopefully, he'll be able to make a name for himself in one of the top 5 Emperor rank forces in the Eastern Region Mansion. With that, our 10,000 Devils sect will also become famous. The young man who had just spoken was Du Pejun, Du Qianjun's biological brother. He was only second to Yang Qianyi among the prodigies in the 10,000 Devils sect. Nonetheless, he was not jealous. After all, they had grown up together and were like brothers. Yang Qianyi said with a smile, when everything has stabilized, I'll visit you in the Flying Dragon sect. At that time, I'll prepare a gift for you that's even better than the King-grade flying ship. Unlike Du Pejun and Du Qianjun who were joining the Flying Dragon sect, Yang Qianyi was about to join one of the strongest Emperor-rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. In fact, he had been recruited by several top Emperor-rank forces. It took him a while before he finally chose a sect to join. Brother Qianyi, I wish you a safe journey ahead, Du Qianjun said with a wry smile. Yang Qianyi recalled something at this moment, so he looked at Du Qianjun and said, Qianjun, my father told me there's news from our spy in the Linghu clan, Duanling Tian, who's suspected to have killed Elder Kuang Tianzheng's disciple, Chu Han, will be joining the Flying Dragon sect and participating in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest as well. Du Qianjun's expression darkened as soon as Yang Qianyi mentioned Duanling Tian. He had met Duanling Tian whom Wu Feng, who used the pseudonym Wu Yishang, brought when they went to the divine sanctuary left behind by Qin Wu, the Emperor of Gods. At that time, Duanling Tian was only an advanced god, so he had underestimated Duanling Tian. He did not expect that Duanling Tian would be the strongest among them all and was able to kill Chu Han. Perhaps, others only suspected Duanling Tian, but he had no doubts that Duanling Tian killed Chu Han. He knew about what happened in the divine sanctuary, but due to the Devil Heart's blood oath, there were many things he could not say. Duanling Tian must have inherited Emperor of Gods Qin Wu's legacy. That's likely how he managed to break through, become a rudimentary king of gods, and killed Shangguang Xiongfeng and Long Xiao. Du Qianjun already had these thoughts when he first received news that Duanling Tian had killed Shangguang Xiongfeng and Long Xiao. He was still furious that he and Chu Han expended so much effort, but Duanling Tian ended up reaping the benefits. Don't offend or provoke Duanling Tian when you're in the Flying Dragon sect. You're no match for him, Yang Qianyi said. Elder Kuang Tianzheng will take care of it. Then he turned to Du Pejun and said, Pejun, when Duanling Tian killed Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao, he was only slightly weaker than you. With his innate talent and comprehension, he must have gotten much stronger now that 20 years have passed. Even if you fight him, you might not win. That's why I advise you to leave him alone and let Elder Kuang Tianzheng deal with him. Yang Qianyi had heard about what happened from Du Qianjun, so he was worried the Du brothers would provoke Duanling Tian when they were at the Flying Dragon sect. Although he had not met Duanling Tian before, based on Duanling Tian's achievements, he knew beyond a doubt that Duanling Tian was not a pushover. Hence, it was best to not provoke Duanling Tian unless they were confident they could kill him. I understand. Du Pejun nodded. Rest assured, Brother Qianyi. I'll take good care of Qianjun as well. Very well. Yang Qianyi nodded. I have to leave now. I'll send you a message when I'm leaving the sect tomorrow. If you encounter any problem in the Flying Dragon sect, don't hesitate to tell me. I'll try my best to help you. With that, Yan Qianyi left like a gust of dark wind, leaving the two brothers behind. Elder brother, Du Qianjun said to Du Pejun with a hint of discontent. Duanling Tian only has such strength because of a fortuitous encounter that was supposed to be mine. I'm really pissed that I can't kill him. What's the problem? If you really want to kill him, you can speak to Senior Granduncle Tianzheng, Du Pejun said with a smile. Senior Granduncle Tianzheng doesn't even need to personally make a move to kill his enemies. He has many people to help him with that. As long as his enemy is dead, he won't care who kills them. All right, Du Qianjun nodded. His eyes shone with killing intent as he said, I'll speak to Senior Granduncle when we're at the Flying Dragon sect. Du Qianjun was clearly still very resentful about what had happened in the Divine Sanctuary. In the Linghu clan, I finally comprehended the profundities of the laws. I want to and am able to cast double-fused profundities now. Duanling Tian had a wide grin on his face as he left the Chamber of Laws in the Linghu clan. This was his second time in the Chamber of Laws in the Linghu clan. During his first visit, He had entered the chambers of laws of the law of life and the law of wood to become a divine alchemist. Now, he had comprehended double-fused profundities of those two laws. Apart from that, he had also comprehended the law of death that he had not comprehended before. With this, not only did Duanling Tian master the 4 supreme laws, but he also masters 9 derivative laws from the 5 elements. I wish Sister Water had told me about this earlier so I could have focused on the other laws, Duanling Tian thought to himself as he shook his head. Perhaps she thought my master would tell me about it. I always thought that using a doppelganger would negatively affect my strength after arriving at the profound energy land, since I've yet to see anyone use a doppelganger. Hence, I didn't think about using doppelgangers at all. It seems like I've never met anyone who uses doppelgangers because the people I met are all natives of the realms of gods. Duanling Tian recalled a casual conversation he had with Linghu Renjie 3 years ago that prompted him to focus on comprehending other laws apart from the law of space. At that time, Linghu Renjie had asked, confused, Duanling Tian, since you're from the Devata realms and not a native of a realm of gods, why didn't you leave your doppelganger in the estate before you left? Duanling Tian told Linghu Renjie that he did not know how to create doppelgangers. He also told Linghu Renjie that he did not think doppelgangers were useful in the realms of gods. Upon hearing this, Linghu Renjie had chuckled before he explained that being able to create doppelgangers was unique to those from Devata realms. Natives from the realms of gods could not create doppelgangers even if they had attained godhood. This was a law of heaven and earth. Only those who did not share the bloodline of supreme powerhouses could create doppelgangers after attaining godhood. In a way, this was a way for heaven and earth to keep the balance. Creating a doppelganger by merging one's divine energy and a law was a time-consuming process. If one's doppelganger was destroyed, one would suffer minor injuries that could be easily healed with divine pills. However, during a battle, it might be troublesome since it would take some time to heal the injuries. In any case, having a doppelganger is beneficial to you during a battle. Moreover, your comprehension skills give you an advantage. The more laws you comprehend to a higher stage, the more beneficial it would be for your doppelganger. After all, it's not smart to use your doppelganger if it's weak. For example, if you and your opponent are evenly matched, but you send a weak doppelganger out, it'd be disadvantageous for you. If your opponent destroys your doppelganger, you'll suffer a minor backlash. However, during a battle, do you think your opponent will give you time to recover? Your opponent will most definitely seize the chance to strike while you're down. However, it'd be a different story if you have a strong doppelganger. That aside, in terms of just running errands, it doesn't matter if a doppelganger is weak. Even if it's destroyed, you can easily recover. At that time, after Duanling Tian listened to Linghu Renjie's words, he immediately requested to enter the Chamber of Laws. With that, he stayed in the Chamber of Law for 3 years. Unbeknownst to Duanling Tian, during his time there, he had used up 1/3 of the Linghu clan's divine rocks. When he walked out of the Chamber of Laws, he was unaware of the bitter smile on the core elder's face. I'm afraid he'll soon find out that he used up 1/3 of our clan's divine rocks. If the clan's elders find out about this, I'm afraid they'll speak up and even strip the clan leader of his position. Clan leader forbade me from telling revered Elder Duan about this, but I don't think we can hide this any longer. After all, he'll be leaving for the Flying Dragon sect in a few months. At that time, even the ancestors won't be able to help the clan leader retain his position. After all, even high-ranking officials of the clan have to adhere to the rules set by our clan's founding fathers. As a lord-rank force with a long history, the Linghu clan naturally had strict rules that even the clan leader had to adhere to. After all, the future of the clan would be affected if they had an incompetent leader. Hence, Supreme Elders and Core Elders could request the removal of the clan leader under certain circumstances. As long as half of the number was in agreement, a new clan leader would then be selected through a round of voting. In a relatively remote and quiet courtyard. Elder Xianxia. Linghu Renjie stood in the courtyard as he looked at a middle-aged man who was in the midst of carving something on one of the pillars of the pavilion. The middle-aged man was tall and burly, and he was dressed in a long green robe. He had a pair of thick eyebrows that made him look valiant, and he had a dignified air about him. He was none other than the strongest powerhouse in the Linghu clan. As a lord-rank force with a long history, the Linghu clan naturally had strict rules and regulations that even their clan leader was not exempted from. The future of the clan would be jeopardized if their clan leader was incompetent as a leader. Hence, the core elders and supreme elders could issue a request to remove the clan leader during a critical moment, as long as more than half of them concurred, and a new clan leader would be selected by them through a voting session. Elder Xianxia. In a relatively remote and quiet mansion, the Linghu clan's leader, Linghu Renjie, was standing in the front courtyard, looking at a middle-aged man who was carving on one of the pillars on a gazebo. The tall and burly middle-aged man wore a long green robe. He carried a dignified air with a pair of sword-shaped brows. He was none other than Linghu Xianxia, the strongest elder in the Linghu clan. After a dozen breaths, Linghu Xianxia stopped carving and looked at Linghu Renjie with a profound gaze before he asked, "Is it worth it?" "Yes, it is," Linghu Renjie replied solemnly. Linghu Xianxia nodded. "Since Linghu Huan and Linghu Heng decided to help you as well, there's no reason for me not to say anything. Moreover, I think Duan Lingtian's not an ungrateful person. He's someone worth investing in. The position of clan leader isn't important to me," Linghu Renjie said as he shook his head. "I'm just eager to see how high he can soar. I have no doubt he won't forget our Linghu clan no matter how high he soars in the future, considering what we've done for him. I need you and the others to help me keep this a secret for now. I don't want the other elders to cause a commotion about the divine rocks before Duan Lingtian leaves for the Flying Dragon sect. It'll affect his cultivation, after all. In my opinion, his future is limitless, and it's an honor for me to be a part of his journey. My efforts won't be in vain when he becomes famous in the future." Linghu Renjie spoke very confidently with a smile on his face. "All right, it seems like you've made up your mind." Linghu Xianxia nodded. "Rest assured, I'll help you with this matter." "Thank you, Elder Xianxia," Linghu Renjie said with a bow before he took his leave. After Linghu Renjie left, Linghu Xianxia shook his head and muttered to himself, "Duan Lingtian is really charismatic. Renjie worked and struggled so hard to become the clan leader of the Linghu clan. But Renjie is willing to give up his position as the clan leader." At this time, Linghu Xianxia remembered the decisive, spirited, and determined lad who fought for the position of the clan leader in the past. Who knew that lad would not willingly give up his position because of an outsider? After returning to his courtyard from the Chamber of Laws, Duan Lingtian sent a message to Linghu Renjie to thank him. Subsequently, he spent the rest of his time creating his doppelganger. The process was not complex, but it took a lot of time. Apart from that, a large amount of divine energy was needed to be imbued into the law before creating a doppelganger. The process would be considered complete once the doppelganger was created and could be controlled at will. The difficulty of the process would increase accordingly with one's comprehension of the law. To create a doppelganger from the law of space, it would take longer than to create a doppelganger from the other laws he comprehended. One's law would not be affected by the existence of the doppelganger. In a fight, even if one used a doppelganger, one would still be able to exert the full strength of the law. The strongest doppelganger I can create now is definitely one using the law of space. It's the only one that can help me during a battle. Hopefully, I can create it before leaving for the Flying Dragon sect. With it, I won't have to use my other trump cards during the Latent Dragon Grand Contest and still get a good ranking. Duan Lingtian's goal was, naturally, to rank first in the Latent Dragon Contest if possible. However, he still needed to assess the situation first and to weigh the pros and cons before he decided if it was worth it to show more of his capabilities just to rank first in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. The realms of gods were fraught with danger. It was still best for him to hide his strength as much as he could. With the doppelganger, he would be able to hide much of his strength. Let's start now. For the rest of the time, Duan Lingtian entered closed-door cultivation to create a doppelganger from the law of space before the entrance examination of the Flying Dragon sect. In the Murong clan, the younger generation had been busy discussing the Flying Dragon sect's Latent Dragon Grand Contest recently since the Flying Dragon sect's entrance examination was drawing closer. I hope I can pass the test and join the Flying Dragon sect. Even if I can only join as an outer disciple, I'll still be rewarded if I join our clan's faction in the sect, a disciple of the Murong clan said excitedly. Another one lamented, based on my strength, it'd be challenging for me to join the Flying Dragon sect even as an outer disciple. I've already failed once 100 years ago, but I'll give it another try again. ID. Hey, in your opinion, how many of us will be able to pass the test and become an inner disciple of the Flying Dragon sect? I think fewer than 5 people are capable of that. We have 2 direct descendants in the clan who missed the Flying Dragon sect's recruitment previously because they were in closed-door cultivation. I think they stand a good chance of becoming inner disciples of the Flying Dragon sect. At this time, a young man stood in the square, listening to the disciples' conversations. His eyes were filled with anticipation. He was none other than Ho Qing-ning, the young master of the 10,000 Leaves sect. I'll be leaving for the Flying Dragon sect in a month for the recruitment. At that time, I'll be able to meet Duan Lingtian again. I've not seen him for 20 years. After Ho Qing-ning left the Linghu clan and dropped out of the Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy, he had returned to the 10,000 Leaves sect before joining the Morong clan. When a slender figure approached Ho Qing-ning, everyone's attention turned to the duo immediately. Ho Qing-ning. Ho Qing-ning smiled wryly when he saw the slender woman who was walking toward him. 3rd Mississippi. The woman was tall, slender, and beautiful. She was Morong Yin-yu, the only daughter of Morong Yun-lu, the clan leader of the Morong clan. Morong Yun had 3 children, and he doted on his only daughter, who was also the youngest, the most. Ho Qing-ning had been feeling exasperated because Morong Yin-yu, the Morong clan's 3rd young miss, had been looking for him frequently ever since he joined the Morong clan. Not only did she affect his cultivation, but because of her, he was hated by the male disciples in the Morong clan. After all, Morong Yin-yu was the girl of their dreams. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also the clan leader's daughter. Whoever was able to marry her would surely be able to rise swiftly in ranks. Ho Qing-ning, are you planning to participate in the test for outer disciples or inner disciples? Morong Yin-yu asked with a smile on her face. The male disciples in the surroundings stared at Morong Yin-yu's dimples, completely mesmerized. However, their gazes were as sharp as knives when they turned to look at Ho Qing-ning. It was as though they could not wait to rip him into pieces. I'll be participating in the inner disciples test. If I fail, then I'll participate in the outer disciples test. Ho Qing-ning replied truthfully despite not wanting any further interactions with Morong Yin-yu. So you're really determined to join the Flying Dragon SEC? Morong Yin-yu asked with a slight frown on her face. If that's the case, I won't be able to see you anymore if I don't pass the inner disciples test. In the Morong clan, direct descendants could only stay and cultivate in the clan unless they managed to become inner disciples of the Flying Dragon sect. This was because as direct descendants of the Morong clan, they had their status to uphold. They would become a laughingstock if they were only outer disciples in the Flying Dragon sect. Apart from that, as direct descendants, the resources they would receive would be better in the Morong clan compared to the resources they would receive as outer disciples in the Flying Dragon sect. It'll be better if we don't ever meet again, Ho Qing-ning thought to himself inwardly upon hearing Morong Yin-yu's words. Naturally, he did not dare to say those words out loud. In fact, he did not know what Morong Yin-yu liked about him since he had nothing to offer. Moreover, status-wise, he was inferior to her since he was only the young master of a king-rank force. Unlike the lord-rank Morong clan. Time flew by. In just a blink of an eye, a few months had passed. At Duan Lingtian's courtyard in the Linghu clan, young master, Supreme Elder Hong and Supreme Elder Huan are waiting for you at the entrance. It's time to leave for the Flying Dragon sect. Duan Lingtian, who was focused on forming his doppelganger, was pulled back to his senses immediately by Wang Fu's voice. Time passed so quickly. Fortunately, I'm almost done. I'll continue forming the doppelganger in the flying ship. Duan Lingtian left his room and followed Wang Fu to the front of the courtyard where Linghu Hong and Linghu Huan were waiting. Then, he greeted them with a smile. Greetings, Supreme Elder Hong and Supreme Elder Huan. Sorry to trouble you. Just like usual, Elder Hong nodded slightly, as taciturn as ever. On the contrary, Linghu Huan smiled and walked toward Duan Lingtian before he said, Duan Lingtian, I heard from the clan leader that you've broken through and became an intermediate kings of gods. It seems like you have a high chance of ranking in the top 3. I hope so, Supreme Elder Huan. When they were about to leave, Duan Lingtian realized that Linghu Renjie was absent. which was unlike Linghu Renjie. Hence, he asked, confused, is the clan leader not joining us? The clan leader led the others and departed early, Linghu Huan said. A hint of uneasiness which went unnoticed by Duan Lingtian flashed in the depths of his eyes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since it made sense, he did not suspect anything was wrong. After all, he was not the only one from the Linghu clan who was participating in the Flying Dragon sect's entrance examination. There were disciples of the Linghu clan who wanted to be inner disciples and outer disciples of the Flying Dragon sect as well. Let's go. Linghu Huan gestured to Duan Lingtian before they boarded the Lord-grade flying ship. The flying ship left the Linghu clan's estate and flew toward the Flying Dragon sect. Since they were not in a hurry, the flying ship only flew at the speed of a rudimentary Lord of Gods. It would take some time before they reached the Flying Dragon sect at such a speed. After excusing himself, Duan Lingtian continued to form the doppelganger from the law of space in the flying ship. Since there were no outward signs during the process, it did not matter that Linghu Heng and Linghu Huan could see him. Upon seeing this, Linghu Huan said to Linghu Heng through voice transmission, "He's trying to form a doppelganger from the law of space. Elder brother, do you think he has a chance to rank first in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest? It'd be unprecedented in the Linghu clan if that happens. The best ranking we've gotten was in the top 3. The Flying Dragon sect's Latent Dragon Grand Contest was held every 100 years. Although the Linghu clan had a long history, none of their members had ranked first before. With this, one could imagine how tough the competition was. It'll be difficult." Linghu Heng shook his head. "If he's an advanced king of gods with his methods, I believe ranking first won't be a problem for him. Alas, he's just an intermediate king of gods now. Don't forget that there'll be many outstanding advanced kings of gods under the age of 10,000 who are comparable to rudimentary lords of gods participating in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest." Linghu Heng was not taciturn when communicating with his younger twin brother through voice transmission. "You're right." Linghu Huan nodded in agreement. His gaze was complex as he turned to look at the purple figure sitting cross-legged in the corner of the flying ship. He's not even 3,000 years old. His only disadvantage is that he's too young. Although we have 3 disciples among the younger generation whose strength was comparable to Duan Lingtian's when he killed Shangwan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao, I'm sure Duan Lingtian has long surpassed those 3 brats after more than 20 years, Linghu Huan murmured in a low voice. Since Duan Lingtian was immersed in forming his doppelganger, he did not hear Linghu Huan's words. He wanted to form the doppelganger before the start of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. As Linghu Huan had said earlier, the disciples of the Linghu clan had indeed left earlier for the Flying Dragon sect. However, they were led by Elder Linghu Zhengxing instead as requested by Linghu Renjie himself. A few days after Duan Lingtian left with Linghu Heng and Linghu Huan, Linghu Renjie gathered a group of elders including Linghu Qingzai and another Lord of Gods who had protected Duan Lingtian from Supreme Elder Feng in the past. The Supreme Elders, the Core Elders, and the Inner Elders in the Linghu clan had the same status as their counterparts in the Hidden Fog sect and the 10,000 Devils sect. The elders were all confused that they had been summoned to the Ancestral Hall. After all, they would usually gather in the main hall when discussing the affairs of the clan. At this moment, the usually quiet and empty Ancestral Hall was lively and filled with people. "Why did the clan leader summon us here?" one of the Core Elders asked. "I don't know. Even if something happened, shouldn't we be discussing it in the main hall?" Another Core Elder said with a frown on his face. "Elder Qingzai is here as well." The elders who arrived early quickly greeted the old woman who had just arrived. She was the one who had guarded Linghu Chuyin while they were in King Descending City. "Elder Tangping is here as well." Soon after, an old man with hair as white as snow entered the Ancestral Hall as well. He was a Supreme Elder as well, and his name was Linghu Tangping. He was the Lord of Gods that had protected Duan Lingtian from Supreme Elder Feng in the past. It did not take long before a dozen elders who were also Supreme Elders entered the Ancestral Hall. They were not as strong as Linghu Zhengxing, Linghu Heng, and Linghu Huan, whose strength was comparable, if not superior, to the 3 Supreme Elders of the Hidden Fog sect. As for Supreme Elder Feng, he was no longer mentioned after his demise. About half an hour later, almost everyone had arrived. No one knew why Linghu Renjie had summoned them here. "Where's the clan leader?" someone asked patiently. As soon as his voice fell, a figure entered the ancestral hall. "Clan leader." The elders bowed and greeted Linghu Renjie. A few of them looked at him in confusion, wondering why he had summoned them to the ancestral hall. However, before any of them could speak, Linghu Renjie walked toward the table that housed the memorial tablets of the Linghu clan's fallen ancestors and kneeled in front of them, kowtowing thrice. Upon seeing this, everyone grew uneasy. Although they did not know what happened, they knew something was wrong. "Ancestors of the Linghu clan, I, Linghu Renjie, have failed you. I'll now resign from my position as the clan leader of the Linghu clan. I'll now let the elders here select a new clan leader." Everyone was shocked when they heard these words that echoed loudly in the hall. "Clan leader, what happened?" Linghu Qingzhe asked with a frown. Similarly, the other elders frowned and looked at Linghu Renjie in confusion. Finally, Linghu Renjie said, "As the clan leader, I abused my power and allowed Duan Lingtian to stay in the Chamber of Laws for 3 years, exhausting 1/3 of our divine stones. I even deliberately hid the truth from the clan. For this reason, I'll resign from my position as clan leader, and I'm willing to accept any punishment deemed fit by the elders." Not only was Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension skills far superior to the younger generation in the Linghu clan, but he was also a revered elder. Moreover, he was also a divine alchemist who could refine God-grade limit divine pills. For such a person, even if Linghu Renjie, the clan leader of the Linghu clan, allowed Duan Lingtian to spend a few months or even a year in the Chamber of Laws, the members would not have minded or taken offense. After all, it was only right that an outstanding figure be given special treatment. However, to spend 3 years in the Chamber of Laws and exhausting 1/3 of the clan's divine rocks were something the members of the Linghu clan found difficult to accept. The cost was too high after all. Moreover, currently, Duan Lingtian was not that outstanding to the extent that he was worth 1/3 of the Linghu clan's divine rocks. Hence, upon hearing Linghu Renjie's words, the expression of the majority of elders in the Linghu clan turned cold immediately. One of them chuckled before saying mockingly, "So this is how it is. You're quite smart, huh? You knew we would strip you of your position as soon as we found out about it. Linghu Renjie, you've gone too far this time. The clan's resources can't be wasted like this." Linghu Renjie, we don't doubt that revered Elder Duan is very talented in both cultivation and alchemy. However, it's not necessary for us to dedicate all of our clan's resources to him, right? At this moment, apart from those who had a good relationship with Linghu Renjie, the others were glaring at Linghu Renjie indignantly. Some of them even reprimanded him. Linghu Renjie looked at everyone calmly. This was all within his expectation. He said solemnly, "Respected elders, my actions are for the sake of the clan. I believe our investment in revered Elder Duan won't be in vain. In fact, the returns would be several folds of what we invested in the future." Linghu Renjie had unswerving trust in Duan Lingtian, but that was not the case for the others. The elders only scoffed with disdainful expressions on their faces when they heard his words. "Linghu Renjie, if Duan Lingtian promised to stay in our clan permanently, perhaps we could have overlooked this. However, he's already going to join the Flying Dragon sect." "That's right. Although we're subordinates of the Flying Dragon sect, we don't need to be so excessive in nurturing talent for them. I'm afraid I can't accept your actions. Indeed, if Duan Lingtian doesn't meet with any mishaps, he'll soar very high. However, even then, how can you be sure he won't forget your help in the future?" The elders' words grew harsher and harsher. Even those who were on Linghu Renjie's side were unable to interject. This was also because Linghu Renjie had told them through voice transmissions not to interfere. He had said to them, "I'm responsible for this alone. This is a result of my willfulness. There's no need for any of you to intervene. It's my fault, so just let them vent." Xiao. Linghu Renjie had long been prepared for the consequences. He listened to their reprimands calmly without showing any signs of dissatisfaction. Even if they wanted to punish him, he would not complain. Regardless, he did not doubt nor regret his actions. He believed that he had done the right thing. Apart from that, he also believed that Duan Lingtian would not disappoint him. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of Linghu Renjie's plight in the Linghu clan. After all, Linghu Renjie sounded normal in their voice transmissions. While making his way to the Flying Dragon sect, he continued working hard to form his doppelganger. Finally, when he was almost at the Flying Dragon sect, he managed to successfully form his doppelganger from the Law of Space. The doppelganger also had full use of his Law of Space. I wonder if the doppelganger is able to utilize the 4 Daos of heaven and earth as well? Duan Ling Tian manifested his doppelganger. In just a moment, another Duan Ling Tian appeared in front of him. He was also dressed in a purple robe. The duo looked exactly like identical twins. The only difference was the doppelganger's eyes were lifeless, and his face was expressionless. Only when Duan Ling Tian controlled the doppelganger that his eyes began to flicker with life. As Duan Ling Tian continued to control the doppelganger was even more like Duan Ling Tian. There were perhaps only slight differences that one would only notice if one was very observant. Only those very familiar with Duan Ling Tian would be able to notice the differences. Let's test it out. Duan Ling Tian sat down cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. With just a thought, the doppelganger began to perform a series of actions. In the beginning, the doppelganger was only using divine energy and the profundities from the Law of Space. Following that, the sound of sword whistling rang in the air when he tried to use the sword Dao through the doppelganger and found that it was a success. Naturally, in front of the 2 supreme elders, he only used his rudimentary sword Dao. Only Linghu Renjie knew the true stage of sword Dao in the entire profound energy land. He had to keep his true abilities under wraps to avoid drawing envy and trouble to himself. This was the reason Linghu Renjie had willingly given up on his position as the clan leader of the Linghu clan just to help Duan Ling Tian. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian had a high possibility of becoming a supreme powerhouse. Hence, he decided to take a risk. Naturally, he knew no one would believe him. Hence, he did not bother to explain himself even if they could not understand his actions. Even when he was reprimanded and was suspected by the others, he simply remained silent and accepted all the harsh words. At this time, Linghu Huan looked at Duan Ling Tian in amazement as he asked, "Duan Ling Tian, you've successfully formed your doppelganger?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger replied and nodded. As though he just recalled something, Linghu Huan brought a sword that glowed with light and emitted a cold energy. Then he said, "Duan Ling Tian, I obtained the sword when I was younger. It's a prominent divine artifact. If you don't have a prominent divine artifact during the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, you'll definitely be at a disadvantage. I'll lend you this sword for now. However, if you rank in the top 3, consider the sword yours." Linghu Huan smiled before he waved his hand, and the sword flew over to Duan Ling Tian. After putting away the doppelganger, Duan Ling Tian took the divine sword hovering in front of him and said, "Supreme Elder Huan, so you're going to give this prominent divine artifact to me? Oh, you're so confident that'll you rank in the top 3? Linghu Huan's eyes brightened as he said, "You should know that many prodigies will be participating in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. As long as one's under the age of 10,000 years old and has never been a disciple of the Flying Dragon sect before, one will be able to participate. There's no lack of prodigies from Lord rank forces participating in the contest. Moreover, most of these prodigies are advanced kings of gods. Their cultivation bases are 1 stage higher than yours." Duan Ling Tian did not say anything in response to those words. He only smiled. In Linghu Huan's eyes, however, Duan Ling Tian's smile was so confident that it was deeply imprinted in his mind. 4 hours later, "We've arrived." Linghu Huan flew out with the others and put away the Lord-grade flying ship. Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air and surveyed his surroundings. He could see throngs of people coming from all directions. Some of them flew in groups and there were some who flew alone. There were so many people that they covered the sky. "They're all here to participate in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest?" Duan Ling Tian asked, amazed by the sheer number of people. It was only natural, after all. Most people would be drawn to Emperor rank forces like the Flying Dragon sect. There were already so many people clamoring to join the Emperor rank Flying Dragon sect that no longer had any emperors of gods currently. One could only imagine the number of people clamoring to join those emperor-rank forces with emperors of gods. That's the flying dragon sex estate. Duan Ling Tian looked in the direction Ling Hu Huan pointed and saw 9 majestic mountain ranges. The 9 mountain ranges were like dragons. One could see lights glinting off the sunlight on the mountain ranges. These lights were from the sect guarding formation that protected the flying dragon sex estate. That should be the sect guarding formation, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, although the Linghu clan's guarding formation is the top among the lord rank forces thanks to the formation master of the past. It is still far from being comparable to the sect guarding formation of an emperor rank force. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian turned around and saw that a familiar figure had appeared at some point. It was an exceptionally burly middle-aged man. More than 100 figures, many of which were also quite familiar, stood behind the middle-aged man. These were all inner disciples from the Linghu clan. The middle-aged man was none other than Linghu Zhengxing, who was stronger than Linghu Heng and Linghu Huan. In fact, he was the strongest person in the Linghu clan. Supreme Elder Zhengxing? Duan Ling Tian looked at Linghu Zhengxian before looking at his back. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why are you here? Where's the clan leader?" Before leaving the Linghu clan's estate, Linghu Huan had told Duan Ling Tian that Linghu Renjie had left with the other disciples of the Linghu clan ahead of time. Hence, he had expected to meet Linghu Renjie here. How could he not be surprised to see Linghu Zhengxing instead? The clan leader? Linghu Zhengxing shook his head. If you're talking about Renjie, I'm afraid it's no longer appropriate to refer to him as the clan leader. After all, he's no longer the clan leader of the Linghu clan. Duan Ling Tian was shocked by these words. When he regained his senses, he frowned and asked in confusion, "Supreme Elder Zhengxing, what do you mean?" At the same time, Duan Ling Tian could sense the hostile and envious gazes from the disciples of the Linghu clan standing behind Linghu Zhengxing. Linghu Zhengxing looked at Duan Ling Tian with a piercing gaze as he said, "Duan Ling Tian, do you know that 1/3 of our clan's divine rocks were exhausted because you stayed in the Chamber of Law for 3 years? Do you know what the consequences are for something like this?" Duan Ling Tian was briefly stunned before his expression changed drastically. He did not expect staying in the Chamber of Laws for 3 years would use up such a high number of divine rocks. 1/3 of the Linghu clan's divine rocks had to be at least tens of millions of divine rocks from the divine rock vein. Although he had more than 1 million divine rocks, it was insignificant compared to 1/3 of the Linghu clan's divine rocks. After taking a deep breath to calm down, he said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Supreme Elder Zhengxing. I was unaware that staying in the Chamber of Laws for 3 years would cost so many divine rocks. However, this has nothing to do with the clan leader. You can punish me, but there's no need to blame the clan leader." Duan Ling Tian did not expect Linghu Renjie would lose his position as clan leader over his matter. When he recalled his casual conversation with Linghu Renjie after leaving the Chamber of Laws, he was overwhelmed with guilt, especially when he thought about how Linghu Renjie did not mention the matter at all. "There's nothing you can do about it?" Linghu Zhengxing shook his head and said, "Renjie has been stripped of his position as the clan leader. He will be punished accordingly. If you really want to repay his kindness, perform well in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest and make a name for yourself in the Flying Dragon sect." At this time, an idea appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. He asked solemnly, "Supreme Elder Zhengxing, how many divine rocks are 1/3 of the divine rocks in the Linghu clan's divine rock veins that I used?" Duan Ling Tian had guessed it had to be tens of millions, but he was not certain. "Why do you ask?" Linghu Zhengxing asked. "Supreme Elder Zhengxing, please tell the elders not to elect another clan leader for another 100 years. I promise to return the divine rocks I used within 100 years, Duan Ling Tian said determinedly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Linghu Zhengxing was taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's words. Then he burst into a fit of laughter. "Duan Ling Tian, do you know how many divine rocks are 1/3 of the divine rocks in our clan's divine rock veins?" "I don't know the exact figure, but I guess it should be tens of millions," Duan Ling Tian replied. "That's right. So you know the number is insanely high, but you dare to make such a promise? You used roughly 40 million divine rocks," Linghu Zhengxing said as he shook his head. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with determination as he said, "All right. I'll return the Linghu clan 100 million divine rocks within 100 years. Duan Ling Tian did not think it was a big problem to accumulate 100 million divine stones in 100 years. If he could not even do something like this, how was he going to prove himself to the Xia clan that was a supreme rank force 300 years later? Before Linghu Zhengxing could respond, a group of disciples standing at the back laughed. 100 million divine rocks? Revered Elder Duan, you're really ignorant? Do you know how much is 100 million divine rocks? Do you think the elders will agree to your request because of this unrealistic promise? Of course not. What a joke. Well, he might be able to accumulate 100 million divine rocks if he's able to refine king-grade limit divine pills and sell them over the next 100 years. Needless to say, the disciples from the Linghu clan thought Duan Ling Tian was spouting nonsense. On the other hand, Linghu Zhengxing asked, "Are you serious?" Of course, Duan Ling Tian said without hesitation. Linghu Huan, who had remained silent from the beginning, finally said, "Ling Tian, I believe you even if it's unrealistic. You have my support in this matter. I'll let the others know about my stance. This includes my elder brother as well." Duan Ling Tian was moved by Linghu Huan's words. He looked at Linghu Han gratefully as well without saying anything. At this time, Linghu Zhengxing said, "You have my support as well. I'll send a message to the elders now. I don't see them refusing since 100 years is nothing. Moreover, it won't affect the elders much since they're already managing the clan's affairs anyway. There won't be a problem if we hold off selecting a new clan leader for 100 years." Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing Linghu Zhengxing's words before he thanked him. The disciples from the Linghu clan who mocked Duan Ling Tian earlier naturally did not dare to speak at this moment. Since the supreme elders had spoken, how could they say anything? They could only wait for Duan Ling Tian to embarrass himself 100 years later. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian received a message from Linghu Renjie. "Duan Ling Tian, there's no need for you to do such a thing. In fact, I've grown tired of shouldering the burden of the Linghu clan. Now that I'm free, how can you place the burden on me again?" Duan Ling Tian instantly replied, "Clan leader, you lost your position because of me. I promise to return the divine rocks in 100 years. At that time, when the position is given back to you, you can choose to refuse it." Linghu Renjie did not doubt Duan Ling Tian at all. In the end, he only sighed and said, "Thank you." "No, I should thank you instead. You took care of me at my lowest point. I won't forget to repay your kindness when I achieve great things in the future," Duan Ling Tian said. Linghu Renjie did not know that Duan Ling Tian was dead serious about this promise that he made. About an hour later, the elders finally reached an agreement and sent a message to Linghu Zhengxing. "Duan Ling Tian, the elders have agreed to your request. However, the clan has no intention of taking advantage of you. Hence, as long as you return 50 million divine rocks, Renjie will be reinstated as the clan leader of the Linghu clan. As for now, the clan won't select a new clan leader, and the elders will be managing the clan for now," Linghu Zhengxing said. Duan Ling Tian was relieved upon hearing these words. His gaze was resolute as he said, "I'll return 50 million divine rocks to the clan, and I'll give the clan leader another 50 million to do as he pleases." With that, the commotion in the Linghu clan temporarily subsided. The Linghu clan's members, including Duan Ling Tian, waited for 3 days outside of the Flying Dragon sect before the entrance examination started. Some of them even began to sit cross-legged to cultivate while they waited. After all, with the 3 supreme elders around, they could safely focus on their cultivation. The disciples set up a noise-canceling formation using their formation compass so they could concentrate. Unlike the others, Duan Ling Tian was focused on the doppelganger he had successfully formed recently. Although it did not show itself, he could still sense it. At this moment, someone called out, "Supreme Elder Zhengxing." Duan Ling Tian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall and burly young man dressed in fine clothes flying toward them. An inconspicuous old man with an average build followed by his side while more than 100 people flew behind them. At this time, Duan Ling Tian saw a familiar face among the group of people. With that, he realized the group of people was from the Murong clan. After all, the familiar face he saw belonged to Ho Qing Ning. As soon as Duan Ling Tian saw Ho Qingning, he heard Ho Qingning's voice. Duan Ling Tian. Supreme Elder Xianxia. Why are you leading the Linghu clan personally this time? Duan Ling Tian found from Ho Qingning's voice transmission that the person leading the Murong clan was Murong Yunlu, the clan leader of the Murong clan. Murong Yunlu was a tall and muscular young man who looked like he was in his 30s even though he was almost 20,000 years old. He was one of the youngest lords of gods in the Murong clan. I came in place of Renjie because he's temporarily stripped of his position as the clan leader of the Linghu clan as a punishment. Linghu Xianxia replied honestly after he greeted the old man, who was one of the strongest powerhouses in the Murong clan, standing next to Murong Yunlu. Linghu Xianxia knew Murong Yunlu and Linghu Renjie were good friends, so he did not bother to hide the truth from Murong Yunlu. Upon hearing Linghu Xianxia's words, Murong Yunlu's expression changed slightly. What? He's stripped of his position? He didn't tell me about it. Supreme Elder Xianxia. What happened? At the same time, Murong Yunlu sent a message to Linghu Renjie, who was in the Linghu clan's estate. Even the old man standing next to Murong Yunlu looked at Linghu Xianxia with a slightly surprised expression. Linghu Xianxia truthfully told them about how Linghu Renjie made a sacrifice for Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing this, envy could be seen in the eyes of some of the disciples of the Murong clan when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. After listening to Linghu Xianxia, Murong Yunlu turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. Then, he asked in a low voice, "Revered Elder Duan, don't you think you should do something since Renasai ended up in this predicament because of you?" Duan Ling Tian replied lightly, "I've already promised the clan leader to help him reinstate his position in 100 years. Murong Yunlu furrowed his brows upon hearing these words. He only understood what Duan Ling Tian meant when Linghu Xianxia explained it to him. He'll return 50 million divine rocks to the Linghu clan? Moreover, he's going to give Renjie another 50 million rocks. Although Murong Yunlu knew Duan Ling Tian was capable of refining a huge number of God-grade limit divine pills, he thought Duan Ling Tian was being absurd. After all, it was not easy to earn 100 million divine rocks. Even the Murong clan had only 10 million divine rocks in reserve and another 100 million divine rocks in the divine rock vein. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would never touch the divine rocks from the divine rock vein. After all, with more divine rocks in the vein, the quicker it would produce divine rocks. It would be unwise to deprive the divine rock vein of divine rocks. With the addition of the heaven and spirit energy, the divine rock veins would produce divine rocks at an even quicker speed. Apart from Ho Qingning, the other members of the Murong clan looked at Duan Ling Tian skeptically after hearing Linghu Xianxia's explanation. Similarly, they thought it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to fulfill his promise. He's the Linghu clan's revered Elder Duan? The person who can refine as many God-grade limit divine pills as he pleases? Even an ordinary emperor-rank divine alchemist won't dare to say he'd be able to gather 100 million divine rocks in 100 years. I heard that he's younger than us. He's not even 3,000 years old. It's only natural that he's so naive and arrogant. Well, it's natural for the young to be arrogant. After 100 years, he'll realize how ridiculous his promise is. At this moment, a beautiful woman standing next to Ho Qingning shifted her skeptical gaze away from Duan Ling Tian to Ho Qingning before she asked, "Ho Qingning, I heard my father say that Duan Ling Tian is a friend of yours?" "That's right, third young miss," Ho Qingning replied with a nod. The beautiful woman was none other than Murong Yunlu, Murong Yunlu's youngest and only daughter. Ho Qingning had been the subject of the deadly stares from the male disciples of the Murong clan during their journey here, since Murong Yunlu kept following him. However, after being in the Murong clan for so many years, he had gotten used to it and was no longer bothered. Murong Yunlu said with a frown, "Your friend dares to make such a ridiculous promise. It seems like he's rather unreliable. I think he's a bad influence, so you should stay away from him." Ho Qingning wanted to retort and tell Murong Yunlu to mind her own business. However, he held back in the end. He only said indifferently, "I believe Duan Ling Tian will fulfill his promise." Although Ho Qingning thought Duan Ling Tian's promise sounded absurd as well, he believed Duan Ling Tian would be able to create a miracle. After all, it was not the first time Duan Ling Tian had created miracles. Moreover, after knowing Duanling Tian for so long, he knew Duanling Tian was not one to renege on his promise. You believe him? Murong Yin Yu's frown deepened. Then, she placed her hand on Ho Qingning's forehead as she asked, Ho Qingning, do you have a fever? Third young miss, please mind your manners. It's inappropriate for us to have physical contact, Ho Qingning said as he stepped aside to dodge Murong Yin Yu's hand. Murong Yin Yu's face scrunched up in anger immediately. With this, the male disciples of the Murong clan's eyes turned even more hostile when they glared at Ho Qingning. Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian asked teasingly through voice transmission, Ho Qingning, who's that beside you? Since Ho Qingning was the only one Duanling Tian knew from the Murong clan, he had been looking at Ho Qingning. Hence, Ho Qingning and Murong Yin Yu's interactions did not escape his notice. She's Murong Yin Yu, the third young miss of the Murong clan. She's the clan leader's youngest and only daughter, Ho Qingning replied. It seems like you'll become the clan leader's son-in-law soon, Duanling Tian said with a laugh. So, I'm not interested in that, Ho Qingning said without any hesitation. My only goal is to break through and become a lord of gods as soon as possible so I can lead the 10,000 Leaves sect. I won't consider marriage until I become a lord of gods. Nonetheless, Duanling Tian noticed that Ho Qingning's gaze subconsciously softened when Ho Qingning glanced at Murong Yin Yu. It was clear to him that Ho Qingning was not unmoved by Murong Yin Yu and was just restraining himself. On the other hand, the disciples of the Murong clan began to mock Ho Qingning when they heard him express his trust in Duanling Tian. However, they stopped talking immediately when Murong Yin Yu glared at them. Duanling Tian smiled when he saw Murong Yin Yu defending Ho Qingning. Clearly, she was sincere toward Ho Qingning. Third young miss, Duanling Tian greeted Murong Yin Yu through voice transmission. Murong Yin Yu was surprised by Duanling Tian's voice transmission. What's the matter? Duanling Tian smiled meaningfully as he said, if I'm not mistaken, you're fond of my friend, right? Preposterous? Murong Yu Yin's face flushed red immediately. She replied indignantly, Duanling Tian, not only do you like to boast, but it seems like you like to spout nonsense as well. Third young miss, I won't help you if you refuse to admit your feelings. Duanling Tian said, my friend is very passive. I'm afraid you'll have to wait a long time if you plan to wait for his confession. You'll likely have to wait for tens of thousands of years. He's determined to become a lord of gods to lead the 10,000 Leaves sect. He's told me that before the 10,000 Leaves sect becomes a lord-rank sect, he has no thoughts about getting married. A hint of unease could be seen in Murong Yin Yu's eyes when she heard Duanling Tian's words. She asked nervously, Did he really say that? Indeed, Murong Yin Yu liked Ho Qingning. It was love at first sight. Her feelings only grew each time she saw him. Although she tried to restrain herself, it was useless. Why should I lie? Moreover, why do you think he's so cold to you? Duanling Tian asked in return. Murong Yin Yu sighed in relief inwardly. It seemed like Ho Qingning did not dislike her. He only wanted to focus on his ambitions for now. Do you want to marry him? Duanling Tian decided to help Ho Qingning when he discovered Ho Qingning had feelings for Murong Yin Yu as well. After speaking to Murong Yin Yu through voice transmission, he was rather certain he would be able to bring the duo together. Do you have a plan? Murong Yin Yu's eyes lit up. She could barely conceal her excitement. With this, Duanling Tian knew that Murong Yin Yu had taken the bait. Indeed. However, it depends on whether you're willing to listen to me, Duanling Tian said to Murong Yin Yu through voice transmission. What is it? Murong Yin Yu asked eagerly. She seemed to have lost all reason and was led by the nose by Duanling Tian. Clan leader Murong must dote on you a lot, right? Duanling Tian asked as he looked at Murong Yunlu who was chatting with Linghu Zhengxing. He could see that at his daughter. Moreover, Ho Qingning had also said Murong Yin Yu was Murong Yunlu's youngest and only daughter. Duanling Tian knew Murong Yunlu had two sons. Like their father, they were outstanding. The eldest son was now a white dragon elder in the Flying Dragon sect, while the second was not even 10,000 years old, but was an outstanding advanced king of gods who was being groomed to become the next clan leader of the Murong clan. That was the reason Murong Yunlu's second son did not join the Flying Dragon sect. As Murong Yunlu's youngest and only daughter, How could Morong Yunlu not dote on Morong Inu? Of course, Morong Inu said proudly as she held her head up high. However, she did not understand why Duan Lingtian would ask about this. She asked eagerly, "So, what ideas do you have?" "It's actually quite simple," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. "Young third miss, you're usually protected by powerhouses from the Morong clan, right?" Morong Inu nodded. "Usually when I leave the clan's estate, Grandma Chan will follow me. However, she's not here this time since my father is here. Grandma Chan is a lord of gods." The fact that Morong Inu was protected by a lord of gods showed her weight in Morong Yunlu's heart. After all, not everyone was protected by a lord of gods. After the Latent Dragon Grand Contest ends, return to the Morong clan and ask Grandma Chan to meet with the sect leader of the 10,000 Leaves sect, who's Ho Qingning's father, Duan Lingtian said. Tell him to go to the Morong clan to propose marriage on behalf of his son. However, before his father comes to the Morong clan, you must ensure Ho Qingning doesn't find out about it. At that time, he'll surely be yours. Morong Yu's eyes widened upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words. Clearly, she did not expect Duan Lingtian to come up with such an idea. If that happened, she knew she would get what she wanted. However, she asked hesitantly, "This doesn't seem appropriate, right? Won't he be unhappy once he finds out about it?" "Don't worry. He won't be unhappy," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. "Do you think he has no feelings for you? If he has no interest in you, I wouldn't bother doing this. As a friend, I naturally want the best for him." Ho Qingning was one of the rare few that Duan Lingtian considered friends in the realms of gods. How could he harm Ho Qingning? He wanted to match Ho Qingning and Morong Inu not only because they both liked each other, but also because the marriage would benefit Ho Qingning as well. With the marriage, after Ho Qingning joined the Flying Dragon sect, he would naturally be looked after by the Morong faction in the Flying Dragon sect. After all, his brother-in-law was a White Dragon elder in the Flying Dragon sect. Meanwhile, Ho Qingning was naturally unaware of Duan Lingtian's actions. "I hope he'll understand my good intentions in the future," Duan Lingtian thought to himself. "Third young miss, if Ho Qingning asks about this, you can tell him it's my idea. With this, it won't affect your relationship," Duan Lingtian said. Morong Inu was surprised by these words. She did not expect Duan Lingtian would be willing to take the blame. After a moment, she said, slightly moved, "Duan Lingtian, I admit I had a bad impression when I heard about your unrealistic and impractical promise earlier. I thought you were unreliable. However, I see now that you're a good person. To be honest, I still think it's impossible for you to raise so many divine rocks in 100 years. I'll try to help you raise 1,000,000 divine rocks. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can raise any more than that." Duan Lingtian was shocked by Morong Inu's words. This showed how wealthy the Lord-rank Morong clan was. He was also shocked by her generosity. Finally, he said confidently, "Thank you for your kindness, third young Mississippi. However, I'm confident I'll be able to fulfill my promise to the Morong clan." At this time, Ho Qingning, who had noticed Duan Lingtian and Morong Inu. "Are you talking to the third young miss?" "That's right. Am I not allowed to?" Duan Lingtian asked before he said, "She's quite pretty. Moreover, if she agrees to marry me, my life would be slightly easier. To be honest, she seems to like you, but since you're not interested in her, you won't mind if I make a move on her, right? Duan Lingtian, don't mess with her. She's just an innocent girl. Didn't you say you're already married with children?" Ho Qingning panicked, not realizing that Duan Lingtian was teasing him. "Isn't it normal to have a few wives as long as one can afford it?" Duan Lingtian asked. Ho Qingning was rendered speechless by Duan Lingtian's words. His frown grew deeper. At this time, Duan Lingtian said, "However, if you have feelings for her, I'll naturally step aside." Upon hearing this, Ho Qingning hurriedly said, "That's right. I have feelings for her. When the 10,000 Leaves sect becomes a Lord-rank force, I plan to go to the Morong clan to ask for her hand in marriage." In the beginning, Ho Qingning had been annoyed when Morong Inu approached him. However, after getting to know her, he melted his heart. Before he knew it, he had developed feelings for her. However, due to the difference in their status, he felt inferior, so he was unwilling to make a move. All right. Since you like her, I won't make a move on her," Duan Lingtian said. After that, he told Morong Inyu about his conversation with Ho Ching Ning. Morong Inyu's eyes lit up immediately, and her expression grew determined. At this time, the people from the Linghu clan and the Murong clan were chatting as well. They spoke about local customs, women, and family, but most of them spoke about cultivation, the laws, and Duanling Tian. Naturally, there were some who chose to cultivate as well. A few hours later, one of the Murong clan's disciples suddenly exclaimed, "It's the Hidden Fog sect." Everyone, including Duanling Tian, turned to look at a group of people who had just arrived. A middle-aged man and an old man whom Duanling Tian was familiar with led the group of people. They were none other than Qian Yin, the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect, and Supreme Elder Lei. Duanling Tian also saw Murong Suifeng, one of the vice sect leaders of the Hidden Fog sect and also the dean of Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy, flying at the back. "Dean Murong," Duanling Tian said through voice transmission. He had always felt grateful for Murong Suifeng's kindness toward him during his days in the Hidden Fog Academy. "Duanling Tian, it's been about 30 years since we last met," Murong Suifeng said as a smile appeared on his otherwise expressionless face. "That's right. It's been about 30 years, Duanling Tian said. As he thought about his days in the Hidden Fog Academy, he said with a sigh, "Unfortunately, I failed you and did not rise in the Hidden Fog sect as you'd wished. I sincerely apologize for that, Dean Murong." "I heard about what happened." Murong Suifeng shook his head and said, "What happened in the past wasn't your fault. There's no need to apologize. I can only say that the Hidden Fog sect has no fate with you, Duanling Tian." A melodious voice that carried a hint of joy rang in the air as Duanling Tian ended his conversation with Murong Suifeng through voice transmission. As soon as he heard the voice, he knew who it belonged to. "You're here as well?" Duanling Tian looked at the members of the Hidden Fog sect before his eyes landed on a beautiful woman comparable to Murong Inyu. Tang Wuyan's gaze was complex as she looked at Duanling Tian. Her expression was slightly sad. She wanted to forget about Duanling Tian and seemed to have successfully done so as time passed. However, as soon as she saw him, her heart skipped a beat, and all the feelings she had buried in her heart resurfaced again, causing her heart to beat rapidly in her chest. How are you?" Tang Wuyan asked a few beats later after she regained her composure. "I'm good," Duanling Tian replied. Tang Wuyan fell silently waiting for Duanling Tian to ask about her. Duanling Tian sighed inwardly and pretended he did not notice the glimmer of hope in Tang Wuyan's eyes as he shifted his gaze away from her. He glanced at the people from the Hidden Fog sect and discovered that apart from Murong Suifeng, Qian Yin, Supreme Elder Lei, and Tang Wuyan, the others were all strangers to him. Then, he looked at Ho Ching Ning, who was no longer so cold to Murong Inyu. Based on the current situation, it's likely that when his father goes to the Murong clan to propose marriage on his behalf, he might not even ask Murong Inyu about it, Duanling Tian thought to himself. Meanwhile, Qian Yin and Supreme Elder Lei led the others to greet the leaders of the Linghu clan and the Murong clan. Since they were all from Lord rank forces in the same area, they were naturally familiar with each other. When the leaders of the three major Lord rank forces got together, they chatted happily. It was as though the conflict between the Linghu clan and the Hidden Fog sect did not happen at all. After all, the conflict had been resolved as soon as the Hidden Fog sect announced they were cutting all ties with Supreme Elder Feng and had expelled those with ties to Supreme Elder Feng from the Hidden Fog sect. With that, there was no reason for the Linghu clan to hold a grudge against the Hidden Fog sect anymore. When the group of the 10,000 Devils sect arrived, Qian Yin and Supreme Elder Lei's expressions darkened immediately. The leaders of the 10,000 Devils sect were a middle-aged man and an old man. Duanling Tian found the old man rather familiar. When he shifted his gaze to the young man following closely behind the young man, his lips curled up into a faint sneer. "No wonder I find him familiar. He's the 10,000 Devils sect's Supreme Elder Du Zhan." Du Zhan was the Supreme Elder of the 10,000 Devils sect. His status was comparable to Supreme Elder Lei's in the Hidden Fog sect. As for the young man standing behind Du Zhan, it was none other than his second grandson, Du Qianjun, whom Duanling Tian had met in the divine sanctuary left behind by Qinwu, an emperor of gods. As for the other young man standing behind Du Zhan, who resembled both Du Zhan and Du Qianjun, Duanling Tian knew who he was despite not meeting him before. He must be Du Pejun, Du Zhan's eldest grandson. Du Pejun was second only to Yang Qianyi, the son of the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect, in the sect. It was said that despite being an advanced king of gods, many ordinary lords of gods were no match for him. While Duanling Tian looked at the trio was also looking at Duanling Tian. When Du Zhan and Du Pejun followed Du Qianjun's eyes that were trained on Duanling Tian, Du Qianjun had pointed Duanling Tian out to them through voice transmission. After Du Zhan and Du Pejun looked away, Du Qianjun said to Duanling Tian in a low voice through voice transmission, Duanling Tian, I didn't expect you and Wu Feng to be the final winners in the Divine Sanctuary. Du Qianjun could not conceal the resentment in his voice at all. You're just unlucky? Duanling Tian replied nonchalantly with a contemptuous smile on his face. Although we were sent to different places, they're the same. The way to unlock the Divine Sanctuary was also the same. You were just a step slower. Do you know why you were slower? Why? Du Qianjun had asked himself this question for years. At that time, he had investigated every nook and cranny in the hall where the statue was located, but he did not find any secret mechanisms or hidden formations. Do you want to know? Duanling Tian asked before he added, I'll tell you if you pay me 100,000 divine rocks. Du Qianjun was furious when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He glared at Duanling Tian as he said, Duanling Tian, do you treat me as a fool? Of course not, Duanling Tian replied nonchalantly. Don't tell me the grandson of a supreme elder of the 10,000 Devils sect doesn't even have 100,000 divine rocks to spare? How pitiful. I'll give you a 50% discount. You'll just have to pay me 50,000 divine rocks for the answer. Du Qianjun's expression grew even more unsightly. If it were not because of his lacking strength in the situation now, he would have attacked Duanling Tian. Alas, he had no choice but to endure his anger. He stared at Duanling Tian with eyes as sharp as knives. He cursed as he thought to himself to comfort himself. There's no need to bother with someone who's about to die. He won't survive after joining the Flying Dragon sect. Not only is senior granduncle an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect, but he's also in-laws with vice sect leader Shui. It'll be easy for him to kill an inner disciple who's just joined the Flying Dragon sect. With this thought in mind, Du Qianjun's expression eased greatly. Then, he no longer bothered with Duanling Tian. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man who led the group of 10,000 Devils sect disciples over smiled and said, Greetings, clan leader Murong, supreme elder Xianxia. The middle-aged man's eyes were hostile as he looked at Qian Yin and supreme elder Lei. This man was none other than Lan Qing, the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect. Duanling Tian found out about Lan Qing's identity after listening to Lan Qing's exchange with the others. Since he knew the Hidden Fog sect and the 10,000 Devils sect were enemies, he was not surprised by the animosity between the two parties. Sect leader Qian Yin, Lan Qing looked at Qian Yin contemptuously as he said, The Hidden Fog sect seems to be lacking outstanding disciples to participate in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. It's best if you withdraw your members from the contest. I'm afraid my members will accidentally kill yours during the contest. The others from the Hidden Fog sect were naturally infuriated by Lan Qing's words. Qian Yin sneered before he said, Sect leader Lan Qing, the Latent Dragon Grand Contest has yet to start, but you're already boasting? Perhaps you should worry about your members being killed by mine instead. Oh! Lan Qing laughed before he pointed at Du Pejun, who was standing at the back, and said, This is our core disciple, Du Pejun. Why don't we make a bet? The Hidden Fog sect can select 2 disciples to go against Du Pejun at the same time. If you lose, you'll have to pay me 1,000,000 divine rocks and vice versa. What do you think? A disdainful smile appeared on Lan Qing's face when he finished speaking. Duanling Tian thought it was a pity he was no longer a member of the Hidden Fog sect. Otherwise, he would be able to earn 1,000,000 divine rocks. When Qian Yin did not respond, Lan Qing continued to say, Sect leader Qian Yin, are you afraid? I've been generous enough to allow 2 Hidden Fog sect's disciples to fight against my disciple alone. Is there no one talented in the Hidden Fog sect? At this time, the disciples of the Hidden Fog sect instinctively shifted their eyes to a gray-clad young man and a green-clad young man. Both of them were advanced kings of gods and ranked in the top 3 among the core disciples. Before Shangguang Xiongfeng's death, he was ranked in the top 3 with the duo. Shangguang Xiongfeng was ranked 3rd because he was an intermediate king of gods at that time. It'd be embarrassing if the Hidden Fog sect refuses the bet, Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the crowd that was slowly gathering after hearing the commotion. The Hidden Fog sect and the 10,000 Devils sect are butting heads again? Sect leader Lan Qing wants to make a bet with the sect leader Qianyin. He wants Du Pujun, a core disciple of the 10,000 Devils sect, to fight 2 disciples from the Hidden Fog sect. Du Pujun? He's one of the strongest among the younger generation in the 10,000 Devils sect, right? In fact, he's only second to Yang Qianyi in the 10,000 Devils sect. However, it still wouldn't be easy for him to go against 2 opponents at once, right? What's wrong with the Hidden Fog sect? Why are they afraid to accept the challenge? Among those who had gathered to watch the show, there were sectless cultivators and many from other king rank forces and lord ranks forces. At this moment, everyone looked at Qian Yin curiously. With everyone's eyes on him, Qian Yin's expression turned gloomy. Sect leader, you have to agree to the challenge, Supreme Elder Lei said through voice transmission. If we refuse him, we'll only be embarrassing ourselves. Indeed, it'd be embarrassing to lose as well. However, there's no need for us to win. All we have to do is fight to a draw. Supreme Elder Lei had clearly given thought to this matter. Naturally, he did not mention anything about the 1 million divine rocks since it was just an insignificant number to the Hidden Fog sect. Compared to the pride of the Hidden Fog sect, the 1 million divine rocks were nothing. At this time, the gray-clad young man stepped forward and said to Qianyin, Sect leader, I, Lin Xiong, am willing to fight. Following that, the green-clad young man stepped forward as well. I, Lu Yiming, am willing to fight as well. Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming were as famous as Shangguan Xiongfeng when he was alive. After all, they were the 3 strongest core disciples in the Hidden Fog sect. In fact, the duo was ranked higher than Shangguan Xiongfeng. Lu Yiming was a disciple of Supreme Elder Yun while Lin Xiong was the disciple of Supreme Elder Wu. The duo had heard about Du Pujun, the core disciple of the 10,000 Devils sect. They knew it would be difficult to defeat Du Pujun if they were to fight him alone. However, they were more confident since they were allowed to join forces to fight Du Pujun. In fact, they thought it would be easy for them to defeat Du Pujun if they joined forces. Sect leader Qianyin, Lan Qing said mockingly. Your disciples have already volunteered, so why are you still hesitating? If you really don't have the guts to accept this bet, you can just say so. I won't force you then if that's the case. The contemptuous smile on Lan Qing's face was truly unpleasant to look at for the people of the Hidden Fog sect. Alas, despite their anger, there was nothing they could do. They could only hope that Lu Yiming and Lin Xiong would be able to help them to vent their anger. At this time, Qian Yin finally regained his senses. He sneered at Lan Qing and said, Who said I'm afraid to accept the bet? Since the 10,000 Devils sect insists on giving us 1 million divine rocks, how can we refuse? Lu Yiming, Lin Xiong, step forward. I'll give you a chance to fight with Du Pujun. Then, he added in a louder voice, the sword can't differentiate between friends and foes. Even if you accidentally injured Du Pujun, I'm sure the 10,000 Devils sect won't blame you. Although Du Pujun was strong, Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming, who were disciples of Supreme Elder Yun and Supreme Elder Wu, were no pushovers either. Now that everything had been said and done, everyone, including those from the Linghu clan and the Murong clan, retreated to the side so the core disciples from the 10,000 Devils sect and the Hidden Fog sect could fight. At this time, Du Pujun hovered in the air and looked at Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming disdainfully with a frosty gaze. On the contrary, Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming were solemn and vigilant. It was clear which of them had a stronger aura. Duan Lingtian, who do you think will win? Ho Qining asked curiously. It's hard to say for now, Duan Lingtian said as he shook his head. However, based on how sect leader Lan Qing took the initiative to propose this and Du Pujun's confidence, the 10,000 Devils sect has a better chance of winning. After a few minutes, Ho Qingning said again through voice transmission, there are 2 people from the Hidden Fog sect while there's only 1 person from the 10,000 Devils sect. This means it'd be doubly embarrassing if the Hidden Fog sect loses. Not only that, but even if the 10,000 Devils sect loses, it won't be embarrassing at all. After all, Dupajun would be fighting two opponents at once. In fact, if the Hidden Fog sect wins, there's nothing worth being proud of at all. Hence, the Hidden Fog sect has everything to lose in this bet, Duanling Tian said, analyzing everything clearly. Despite the embarrassment, if he were in Chen Yin's shoes, he would not have accepted the bet since it was clearly too disadvantageous. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Du Pejun, the core disciple from the 10,000 Devils sect, and Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming, the core disciples from the Hidden Fog sect, began to move at almost the same time after a brief moment of silence. Those with the discerning eye would be able to see that Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming had moved first. Du Pejun only followed up after the duo attacked. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Divine energies surged as the trio charged out and brought their divine artifacts out. All of them brought mediocre divine artifacts. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the trio moved, they stirred up a gust of wind in the air. When their attacks collided, the shockwave from the collision rippled out in all directions. Qian Yin and Lan Qing quickly took action and dispelled the shockwave so that it would not affect the onlookers. No matter how strong the trio was, they were just advanced kings of gods. It was naturally easy for Lan Qing and Qian Yin, who were lords of gods, to dispel the shockwave of their attacks. Moreover, they were not new rudimentary lords of gods. Even if the trio joined forces to attack them, they would be able to easily kill the trio. The onlookers were in an uproar at this time when they saw the result of the collision. Although Du Pejun did not win yet, he still drew level with Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming. With this, many people sighed at the lack of talents in the Hidden Fog sect. Du Pejun is really strong. That's right. He's on par with both of them when they joined forces. He's really deserving of his reputation. Since Xue Hai Chuan from 10,000 years ago, the Hidden Fog sect hasn't seen any outstanding disciples. The 10,000 Devils sect is far superior to the Hidden Fog sect in regard to the talents among the younger generation. I agree. Moreover, Du Pejun isn't even the strongest among the younger generation in the 10,000 Devils sect. There's Yang Qianyi who's even stronger. Speaking of, why isn't Yang Qianyi here? Rumor has it that Yang Qianyi has been recruited by a top Emperor rank force in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Needless to say, that Emperor rank force is stronger than the Flying Dragon sect. If you were Yang Qianyi, would you still join the Flying Dragon sect? At this time, someone suddenly said with a chuckle, in fact, there used to be a prodigy comparable to Xue Hai Chuan in the Hidden Fog sect. In fact, he's even more talented than Xue Hai Chuan when Xue Hai Chuan was his age. It's a pity he left the Hidden Fog sect. With this, the crowd broke out into another discussion. Duanling Tian? He was forced to leave the Hidden Fog sect? I thought he betrayed the Hidden Fog sect to join the Linghu clan? Moreover, the Hidden Fog sect was so magnanimous that they even wished him well after he left. Betray the Hidden Fog sect? That was just a rumor released by the Hidden Fog sect to smear Duanling Tian's reputation. I have a friend who's an inner elder in the Hidden Fog sect. According to him, Duanling Tian only left the Hidden Fog sect because he killed Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao after they provoked him and tried to kill him. However, the duo was the disciples of the Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei respectively. Needless to say, the two Supreme Elders wouldn't have let Duanling Tian off for that. It was for that his own safety that Duanling Tian left the Hidden Fog sect for the Linghu clan. If this is the case, then this is the Hidden Fog sect's retribution. After all, if Duanling Tian were still in the Hidden Fog sect, he might be able to win this fight for the Hidden Fog sect. Now that Duanling Tian had been brought up, many people searched for him with their eyes. There's Duanling Tian. How handsome. He doesn't look like he's capable of killing Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao at all. It's not just that. It's said that he's also an outstanding divine alchemist who can refine god-grade limit divine pills. Among the people who stared at Duanling Tian, there was no lack of young women who looked at Duanling Tian flirtatiously. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was completely unaware of the stares. He was focused on the battle in front of him as he chatted with Ho Qingning through voice transmission. At this moment, he said, "Those two from the Hidden Fog sect are about to lose." Ho Qingning was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's sudden words when the trio had yet to make a move. All of a sudden, boom! A powerful energy surged from Du Pejun's body as he activated his bloodline power. Similar to Ho Qingning, the onlookers were surprised by Du Pejun's sudden outburst of power as well. Du Pejun was hiding his strength earlier. As it turns out, his bloodline power earlier was not in its ultimate form. I've heard about bloodline powers that have different forms. However, today's my first time witnessing it. Even when Du Pejun was holding back earlier, they were evenly matched. Now that Du Pejun has unleashed even more power, the outcome is clear. At this moment, the expressions of everyone from the Hidden Fog sect, including their sect leader, Qian Yin, were rather unsightly. On the contrary, the people from the 10,000 Devils sect, including their sect leader, Lan Qing, wore bright smiles on their faces. However, just when everyone thought Lu Yiming and Lin Xiong were about to lose for sure, the duo suddenly changed their weapons at the critical moment and erupted with power. Those are prominent divine artifacts. It seems like the Hidden Fog sect lent Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming the prominent divine artifacts for the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Think about it. If the Hidden Fog sect lent Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming prominent divine artifacts for the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, would Du Pejun, the grandson of Supreme Elder Du Zhan, be without a prominent divine artifact? Indeed, Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming's prominent divine artifacts were temporarily loaned to them by their masters for the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. However, due to the disadvantage in their fight against Du Pejun, they were forced to bring out the prominent divine artifact. Otherwise, they would have been defeated by now. Meanwhile, Du Pejun chuckled when he saw his opponent's prominent divine artifact and said, "Do you think you're the only ones with prominent divine artifacts?" Following that, Du Pejun switched his weapon to a prominent divine artifact as well. After that, his attacks grew even stronger, easily overpowering his two opponents. Boom! 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 The attacks collided. Although Du Pejun's attacks were powerful and crushed his opponent's attacks easily, it was far from his full strength. Even then, if the attack landed, it was capable of severely injuring his opponents. At this time, when Qian Yin saw Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming were about to be hit, he teleported and appeared in front of the duo. He released the divine energy from his body, shielding the duo from Du Pejun's attack. Upon seeing this, the onlookers could not help but frown. The people from the 10,000 Devils sect did not look happy as well. However, before the people from the 10,000 Devils sect could protest, Qian Yin took the lead and said, "The Hidden Fog sect admits defeat. The prodigy from the 10,000 Devils sect really deserves his reputation." As expected of someone who's only second to Yang Qianyi in the 10,000 Devils sect. After that, Qian Yin raised his hand and tossed a spatial ring toward Lan Qing and said, "Sect leader Lan Qing, there's 1,000,000 divine rocks in there as promised." Sect leader Qian Yin, you're truly a straightforward person. Lan Qing, who was initially upset by Qian Yin's intervention, said. A smile could not be seen on his face since Qian Yin had taken the initiative to admit defeat. After all, if Du Pejun was in danger, he would have done the same as well. Most of the people from the 10,000 Devils sect felt the same way as Lan Qing as well. However, there were a few who were dissatisfied and proceeded to mock the Hidden Fog sect. The disciples of the Hidden Fog sect are really too weak. They even needed their sect leader to protect them. Hey, didn't sect leader Qian Yin say something about swords not being able to differentiate between friends and foes? Didn't he say if his two disciples somehow injured senior brother Pejun, our sect shouldn't take offense? What a joke. If you ask me, there's no one outstanding among the younger generation in the Hidden Fog sect at all. Perhaps in just a few tens of thousands of years our sect will be able to annex the Hidden Fog sect. Those from the Hidden Fog sect blushed in embarrassment upon hearing the mocking words. However, they had no way to refute those words. After all, as unpleasant as they were, the words were true. The two defeated disciples of the Hidden Fog sect, Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming, retreated with a grave expression on their faces. They did not expect Du Pejun to be so strong. He was even stronger than rumored. In fact, his strength was comparable to that of Yang Qianyi's rumored strength. This meant that Yang Qianyi was even stronger than rumored. Following that, one by one, people's eyes began to shift to Duanling Tian. Most of them felt that if Duanling Tian were still in the Hidden Fog sect, he might have been able to secure the victory for the Hidden Fog sect. At this time, an onlooker, who wanted to stir up trouble, suddenly called out, "Du Po Jun, if Duanling Tian were still in the Hidden Fog sect, do you think you'd be able to defeat him?" The man's appearance was ordinary, but his eyes shone with confidence, and he was dressed in fine brocade robes. He, along with a few hundred people, stood behind a majestic middle-aged man. At this time, Lan Qing looked over and said to the majestic middle-aged man who stood in front of the finely dressed young man, "Sect leader Hua, I didn't expect to meet you here. The last time we saw each other was 300 years ago." Sect leader Lan Qing, the majestic middle-aged man, said as he nodded and smiled, "You're right. We've not seen each other for 300 years now. I think the last time we met was during the Flying Dragon sect's entrance examinations." Without waiting for Lan Qing to respond, the majestic middle-aged man turned around and said to the finely dressed young man, "Doer, hurry up and greet sect leader Lan Qing." The finely dressed young man, who had spoken up earlier, stepped forward and said, "Greetings, sect leader Lan Qing. I'm Hua Tiandu." "I've heard a lot about you, Tiandu," Lan Qing said with a smile. "I heard you're the strongest core disciple in the Eastern Oriental sect. Since you became an advanced king of gods, there aren't many rudimentary lords of gods in the Eastern Oriental sect who are a match for you. Tiandu, if you came to participate in the entrance examination and the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, I'm sure you'll rank in the top 3. Lan Qing was not stingy with his praise at all. With Lan Qing's words, everyone was made aware of the identity of the finely dressed young man who tried to stir up trouble earlier. He was none other than Hua Tiandu, the young master of the Eastern Oriental sect. The Eastern Oriental sect was a lord-rank sect that was stronger than the Hidden Fog sect, the 10,000 Devils sect, the Linghu clan, and the Murong clan. There were many intermediate lords of gods in their sect. Apart from that, they had even more powerful lords of gods in the Eastern Oriental faction in the Flying Dragon sect. For this reason, the Eastern Oriental sect had a huge influence in the Flying Dragon sect. The Hidden Fog sect, the 10,000 Devils sect, the Linghu clan, and the Murong clan could not compare to it at all. The Eastern Oriental sect, Duanling Tian, had heard about the Eastern Oriental sect a long time ago. He knew it was located on the other side of the Flying Dragon sect, far away from the Linghu clan, the Hidden Fog sect, the 10,000 Devils sect, and the Murong clan. He also knew the sect leader of the Eastern Oriental sect was Hua Chunming, an intermediate lord of gods. "So that's Hua Chunming," Duanling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the majestic middle-aged man. Although Hua Chunming's appearance and build were ordinary, he had a majestic air about him. It was something one could only have after being in a high position for a long time. Duanling Tian had also heard about Hua Tiandu. Hua Tiandu was Hua Chunming's 4th son. He was one of Hua Chunming's 2 most talented sons. The other son was Hua Chunming's 2nd son, and his name was Hua Tiancheng. He had joined the Flying Dragon sect a long time ago and was one of the 3 youngest White Dragon elders of the Flying Dragon sect. In the Flying Dragon sect, he was as famous as Shui Haichuan. At this time, the leaders of the Linghu clan, the Murong clan, and the Hidden Fog sect greeted Hua Chunming one after another. Many leaders of the king-rank forces stepped forward and humbly greeted Hua Chunming as well. They could not help but feel flattered when Hua Chunming nodded in response to their greeting. "There's such a big gap even among lord-rank forces," Duanling Tian thought to himself with a sigh as he watched the scene in front of him. It was clear that the Linghu clan, the Hidden Fog sect, the 10,000 Devils sect, and the Murong clan were inferior to the Eastern Oriental sect that was also a lord-rank force. Moreover, in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, there were other lord-rank forces that were even more powerful than the Eastern Oriental sect. Among those lord-rank forces, there was no lack of advanced lords of gods. Lord-rank forces like these no longer need to curry favor with emperor-rank forces like the Flying Dragon sect. After all, the Flying Dragon sect currently had no emperors of gods despite being an emperor-rank force. They were only an emperor-rank force due to their founders who were emperor of gods. In terms of strength, they were only equivalent to those top lord-rank forces. As for the Eastern Oriental sect, they were only slightly weaker than the Flying Dragon sect. Even then, there was no need for them to act humbly before the Flying Dragon sect. In fact, there were several lord-rank forces like the Eastern Oriental sect around the Flying Dragon sect. After all the leaders present greeted Hua Chunming, Hua Tiandu said again, Du Pejun, you haven't answered my question. Everyone's eyes fell on Du Pejun immediately. If it were anyone else, Du Pejun could have ignored the question. Alas, Hua Tiandu was the young master of the Eastern Oriental sect, which was not much weaker than the Flying Dragon sect. Although he was irritated, he did not dare to show it. He smiled at Hua Tiandu before he inadvertently turned to look at Duanling Tian. Du Pejun and Duanling Tian looked at each other briefly before Du Pejun looked at Hu Tiandu and shook his head as he said, I'm not confident I'd win. As soon as Du Pejun's voice fell, an uproar broke out immediately. Everyone turned to look at Duanling Tian in unison. They had witnessed how strong Du Pejun was earlier, and yet, Du Pejun was not confident he would be able to defeat Duanling Tian. How strong was Duanling exactly? At the same time, they also keenly felt that the Hidden Fog sect had truly suffered a great loss by losing a prodigy like Duanling Tian. Even disciples of the Hidden Fog sect shook their heads and sighed. Many of them thought that the Hidden Fog sect would not be so embarrassed if Duanling Tian were still in their sect. At least you have self-awareness, Hua Tiandu said with a laugh after hearing Du Pejun's reply. Then he turned to look at Duanling Tian and asked loudly and bluntly, Duanling Tian, when you killed Shangguan, Xiong Feng and Long Shao, you were just a rudimentary king of gods. Now that more than 20 years have passed, have you broken through and become an intermediate king of gods? Everyone, including Du Pejun, Jian Yin, and Supreme Elder Lei, turned to look at Duanling Tian. When Hu Tiandu mentioned Long Shao, Supreme Elder Lei's expression darkened. Nonetheless, he still remained calm and kept his temper under control. After all, with Hua Tiandu's identity, he had no choice but to restrain himself. With the 3 Supreme Elders of the Linghu clan protecting Duanling Tian, no one dared to rashly probe Duanling Tian with their divine consciousnesses. Hence, they could only wait for Duanling Tian's answer. I just broke through not too long ago, Duanling Tian said with a nod. He had a rather good impression of the straightforward young master of the Eastern Oriental sect. It was clear Hu Tiandu was a carefree and frank person. Hence, he was not irritated by the question. Awesome! Hu Tiandu gave Duanling Tian a thumbs up as he said, Duanling Tian, I was definitely no match for an advanced king of gods when I was a rudimentary king of gods. However, you were strong enough to defeat ordinary advanced kings of gods when you were just a rudimentary king of gods. Now that you've become an intermediate king of gods, very few cultivators who aren't lords of gods in the Eastern Ridge Mansion are a match for you. Hu Tiandu was not stingy with his praise for Duanling Tian at all. Young Master Hua, you're overpraising me, Duanling Tian said modestly with a smile. I look forward to fighting you during the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, even though I'm not confident about defeating you at all, Hua Tiandu said with a laugh. Meanwhile, after Duanling Tian admitted that he had become an intermediate king of gods, everyone, including the ordinary disciples from the Hidden Fog sect, 10,000 Devils sect, and the Murong clan, was shocked. On the other hand, those with high status from the 3 lord-rank forces were not surprised. They had known about this a while ago. Once again, Duanling Tian was the focus of everyone's attention. It was not until 15 minutes later that people gradually stopped staring at him and began to leave one after another. Those who had good relationships gathered to talk while the others stood with their respective forces. Many of them were talking about Duanling Tian, who had become an intermediate king of gods. The Murong clan stood together with the Linghu clan. Ho Qingning came to Duanling Tian's side and began to talk to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, I didn't know you'd become an intermediate king of gods. You're really good at keeping secrets. During the last few times we spoke through voice transmission, you didn't mention anything about it at all. Now that I think about it, I'm really too honest. As soon as I broke through and became a king of gods, I told you about it. Duanling Tian asked teasingly, were you being honest or were you just trying to show off to me? Ho Qingning was rendered speechless by these words. Indeed, he had been very proud and pleased when he had become a king of gods. Hence, he could not wait to tell Duanling Tian about it. However, he was also grateful to Duan Lingtian because he knew he would not have been able to break through so quickly without Duan Lingtian's help. Duan Lingtian had given him the primary, secondary, and tertiary limit divine pills in the beginning. Then, when he was in the Murong clan, Duan Lingtian had also given the trusted member of the 10,000 Leaves divine pills to pass to him. Among those divine pills, there was even a king-grade limit divine pill that could eliminate the bottleneck for advanced gods trying to advance to become a rudimentary king of gods. No other king-grade divine pills had such an effect except for that king-grade limit divine pill. That king-grade limit divine pill's effect was rather similar to that of the Lord Breakthrough divine pill. The Lord Breakthrough divine pill could help eliminate the bottleneck for advanced kings of gods to become rudimentary lords of gods. Not only that, but it could also boost one and stabilize one's cultivation after becoming a rudimentary lord of gods. After chatting for a while, Duan Lingtian suddenly asked, "Do you have any news about Ding Yan?" Duan Lingtian had not heard anything about his friend in the Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy after Ho Qingning told him that Ding Yan had dropped out of the Hidden Fog Academy. Over the years, he had tried to send messages to Ding Yan as well, but he did not receive any reply. If it were not for Ding Yan's intact soul pearl, he would have thought that Ding Yan had died. No, Ho Qingning shook his head. He said, puzzled, "I tried to contact him more than a dozen times over the years, but I didn't receive any reply. I don't know what he's doing or why he's not replying to our messages." "Did you find out anything about his background?" Duan Lingtian asked. "After he left without saying anything, I tried looking into his background, but I didn't find anything. It's like he suddenly appeared out of thin air in Skywind City," Ho Qingning replied. "I'm certain he has a powerful background. At the very least, he should be from a Lord rank force," Duan Lingtian said. He recalled the time when Ding Yan told him the king rank Thong clan would not dare to act against him as long as Ding Yan was by his side. With this, it was rather obvious that Ding Yan's background was not simple. Now that Ding Yan disappeared without saying anything, Ding Yan became even more mysterious. "What makes you say that?" Ho Qingning asked. He did not know about Ding Yan and Duan Lingtian's past exchange after all. He only understood after Duan Lingtian explained it to him. "Although I've only been friends with Ding Yan for a short time, I know he's not someone who would boast. Since he said those words to you, he must be really confident. I wonder which force he is from. If we knew, we could have looked for him," Ho Qingning said. Then, a frown appeared on his face as he asked, "Duan Lingtian, what do you think happened to Ding Yan? Why didn't he reply to our messages?" "There are two possibilities," Duan Lingtian said. "First, he's in closed-door cultivation and has blocked off all forms of communications. Second, his spatial ring that holds our soul pearls has been confiscated, and his life is in danger." Duan Lingtian speculated that Ding Yan might be in danger and Ding Yan's spatial ring had been confiscated because there was no possibility of Ding Yan losing his spatial ring. After all, if Ding Yan lost his spatial ring, the spatial ring would give out a signal that would enable him to find it. 3 days passed by in just a blink of an eye. At this time, a large crowd had already gathered outside the Flying Dragon Sex estate. Among the crowd were participants, relatives who came to send the participants off, and those who came to watch the show. Finally, the entrance examinations for the Flying Dragon sect will begin today. Only those who can pass the first test here can enter the Flying Dragon Sex estate to participate in the following rounds of tests. Those who pass the first test are allowed to bring one person into the Flying Dragon Sex estate. This is so participants can bring their elders into the sect to watch their performance during the subsequent tests. This rule has been in place since 1,000 years ago, a disciple from the Linghu clan said. Duan Lingtian knew about the first test one would have to pass before one would be allowed to enter the Flying Dragon Sex estate. However, it was only now that he realized those who passed the first test were allowed to bring an elder into the sect with them. It was not surprising that he did not know this, since what he knew about the Flying Dragon Sex entrance examination was from a book he read in the Linghu clan. That book was written 2,000 years ago by a disciple of the Linghu clan. The crowd was packed like sardines in a can to the east of the Flying Dragon Sex estate. At this moment, someone cried out, "The people of the Flying Dragon sect are here." Everyone turned to look and saw a group of people flying out of the Flying Dragon Sex estate. 10 people flew out from the Flying Dragon sect. Among them, there were young men, middle-aged men, old men, a beautiful young woman, and 2 old women. One of the old men, who stood in the lead, looked at the crowd before he said loudly, "Everyone, welcome to the Flying Dragon sect. I'm Ping-yi, an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect. I'm sure most of you are here to participate in our sect's entrance examination or came to accompany the participants. Following this, we'll conduct the first test. Those who pass the first test will then be allowed to participate in the entrance examination." Ping-yi paused for a moment before he continued to say, "Next, we'll start with the test for those who wish to become inner disciples of the Flying Dragon sect. There's only one requirement for the participants. All participants have to be below the age of 10,000. Everyone present naturally already knew about this. Ping-yi said the test for inner disciples will be divided into 3 rounds. The first round is for disciples between the age of 8,000 and 10,000 years old. The top 600 participants will be considered to have passed the test. The second round is for those between the age of 5,000 and 8,000 years old. Those in the top 1,000 will pass the test. Finally, the third round is for those under the age of 5,000, and those who ranked in the top 100 would be considered to have passed the test. Everyone was aware of this since it was the same as the previous times. Only 200 participants will be selected among those under the age of 5,000 because those who are too young are generally not very strong. Rather than wasting the Flying Dragon sect's resources to cultivate these prodigies, it's best to leave to Lord Rank forces to nurture them first before they join our Flying Dragon sect. Ping-yi said bluntly. Linghu Renjie had spoken to Duan Ling Tian about this before. The Flying Dragon sect would naturally prefer the Lord Rank forces to nurture the prodigies rather than wasting their own resources to do so. After all, these prodigies would end up joining the Flying Dragon sect anyway. Moreover, it was also more beneficial for most of the prodigies. After all, when they had yet to grow into their full potential, the resources they were given at a Lord Rank force would be much better than those at the Flying Dragon sect. Descendants of high-ranking officials from major Lord Rank forces would be given the best resources in their respective forces. If they joined the Flying Dragon sect as an inner disciple, their resources in the Flying Dragon sect might be the same as those they received from their respective force. However, for those who become outer disciples of the Flying Dragon sect, their resources in the Flying Dragon sect would be far inferior to what they received from their respective forces. This was one of the reasons why Murong Inyu, the 3rd young miss of the Murong clan, would have to return to the Murong clan if she failed to become an inner disciple of the Flying Dragon sect. It was not an option for her to stay in the Flying Dragon sect as an outer disciple. Once she had gotten stronger, she could try to enter the Flying Dragon sect as an inner disciple again. Although Murong Inyu's brother was a white dragon elder in the Flying Dragon sect, in terms of resources, he would not be able to give her preferential treatment. At this time, Ping-yi said, "Those from Lord Rank forces, please step forward." Duan Ling Tian, the members of the Linghu clan, and the others from various Lord Rank forces stepped forward one after another. Those who were unrelated hurriedly stepped aside to make way. Although they felt resentful that those from the Lord Rank forces were given special privileges, they naturally did not dare to complain. Moreover, most of the Lord Rank forces here were affiliated with the Emperor Rank Flying Dragon sect. Such was the way of the world, after all. Ping-yi swept his gaze across those from the Lord Rank forces as he said, "Now, can the young geniuses between the age of 8,000 and 10,000 please step forward?" A group of people, including Du Pajun, obediently stepped forward. Duan Ling Tian was surprised when he saw Hua Tiandu was not among the people who stepped forward. Hua Tiandu is younger than 8,000 years old? After all, according to Ho Qingning, Hua Tiandu's strength was comparable to that of Du Pajun, even if he was not as strong as Yang Qianyi, the young master of the 10,000 Devil sect. As though he could read Duan Ling Tian's thoughts, Ho Qingning said through voice transmission, "Hua Tiandu is only a little over 6,000 years old. Ho Qingning, don't you think you're paying too much attention to me? If you're so free, you should spend it chatting with the 3rd young miss of the Murong clan," Duan Ling Tian said through voice transmission. Upon hearing this, Ho Qingning glanced at Murong Inyu with a guilty expression on his face. At this moment, Murong Inyu's attention was focused on the young geniuses who had stepped forward. Then she said to Ho Qingning, surprised, there are actually more than 500 participants from various Lord rank forces between the age of 8,000 and 10,000. There were almost 600 participants who stepped forward. Since there were 19 Lord rank forces present, this meant that each Lord rank force had about 30 participants. Considering the participants of the other age groups, each Lord rank force brought about 100 participants here. Moreover, this number did not include those who were not from Lord rank forces. There were the most participants in the 8,000 to 10,000-year-old age group. Yin Pingyi said loudly, I'll activate a formation compass now to create an abyss. All you have to do is descend to the bottom of the abyss and leave the abyss after that. The other participants in your age group who aren't from Lord rank forces will also be entering the abyss at the same time to compete with you. Yin Pingyi's volume increased as he continued to say, although most of you are familiar with the test, I'm sure there are some who are clueless as well, so I'll go over the details once. The goal is to leave the abyss created by the formation. Apart from killing, you can do whatever you want in there. You can stop your competitors from leaving the abyss, or you can help another participant to leave the abyss. Those from Lord rank forces will definitely join forces, so I advise those who are not from Lord rank forces to join forces as well. Otherwise, it'd be difficult for you to pass the test. Remember, only 600 participants will be selected, and there are nearly 600 participants from the Lord rank forces. Yin Pingyi was clearly giving a reminder to those who did not belong to Lord rank forces. These people's expressions turned grave as soon as they heard Yin Pingyi's words. I will now open the abyss. The participants in the first age group have 15 minutes to enter the abyss. For those who plan to cheat and join the younger age groups, let me remind you that your bone age will be tested later. If you're caught cheating, you'll be executed on the spot. Bone age was a sure way to determine one's age in the realms of gods. Although some divine pills could conceal one's bone age, one could only increase one's bone age, not the other way around. For example, Duan Ling Tian was only slightly over 700 years old. However, the divine pill he consumed raised his bone age by another 2,000 years old. Hence, if he were tested, people would find him to be about 2,700 years old. Duan Ling Tian had deliberately increased his age because he did not want to attract too much attention. With his current strength, if people found out about his real age, it would shock the entire Eastern Ridge Mansion. In the history of the Eastern Ridge Mansion, there was no one like him. Meanwhile, after Yin Pingyi finished speaking, those who planned to cheat broke out in cold sweat immediately and dismissed their thoughts to cheat. Most of them were not from Lord rank forces, since those from the Lord rank forces were already aware of the bone age test. When Yin Pingyi opened the abyss with the formation compass, a mirror-like wall fell from the sky. The entrance of the abyss was on the mirror-like wall. You can enter now. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Subsequently, the participants, regardless of whether they were sectless cultivators or from Lord rank or King rank forces, leaped into the mirror abyss one after another. Duan Ling Tian and the others, who remained outside, saw that the participants who had reached the bottom of the mirror abyss looked as small as ants. I thought it won't take long for me to leave since the abyss didn't look that deep earlier. Looks are really deceiving, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Then, he was reminded of the test that inner disciples who were advanced gods had to take during the core disciple assessment in the Hidden Fog sect. However, the only similarity between the core disciple test in the Hidden Fog sect and the first test to qualify for the Flying Dragon sect's entrance examination was that they were both held in the abyss. The core disciple test in the Hidden Fog sect had obstacles in the abyss. They had to fight off enemies as they ascended. Moreover, as long as they were able to leave the abyss, no matter the number, they would pass the test. On the other hand, the first test to qualify for the Flying Dragon sect's entrance examination did not have any obstacles in the abyss. One only had to leave the abyss. However, only the first 600 participants who left the abyss first would be considered to have passed the test. Those with fast speed naturally had an advantage. Those who were slower might even begin to fight among themselves to secure a spot in the top 600. After 15 minutes, Yin Pingyi announced the commencement of the test. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the participants at the bottom of the abyss began to make their moves. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. One after another figures soared up at lightning speed. Or so. Duan Ling Tian, who had good eyesight, could see Du Pejun among the dozen or so participants in the lead. The dozen or so people were comprised of those from Lord rank forces and those not from Lord rank forces. To his surprise, almost half of them were not from Lord rank forces. I really didn't expect there to be so many geniuses from non-Lord rank forces. All of them are, without exception, advanced kings of gods, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Moreover, these people were not just ordinary advanced kings of gods. They were comparable to some of the elders of Lord rank forces. Among these people, some of them were weaker than Du Pejun, but since they comprehended the law of wind, their speed was very fast. Apart from that, among the dozen or so people in the lead, there was also a member of the Linghu clan who was Linghu Renjie's nephew. His name was Linghu Chongxiao. Duan Ling Tian had met him a few times, so they could be considered acquaintances. Based on what Duan Ling Tian knew, Linghu Chongxiao would be turning 10,000 years old in about 100 years. Hence, this was Linghu Chongxiao's last chance to participate in the Flying Dragon Sect's entrance examination. Ha! When Duan Ling Tian and the others thought Linghu Chongxiao, Du Pejun, and a few others would be the first to leave the abyss, there was a sudden turn of events. Linghu Chongxiao, Du Pejun, and the others from Lord rank forces suddenly joined forces to fight several people who were not from Lord rank forces. What are they trying to do? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. Soon enough, someone explained, those who've watched this before in the past won't be surprised. This happens every time. Those from Lord rank forces will always unite to fight those who aren't from Lord rank forces. Since the places are limited, they're fighting so their peers from the Lord rank forces would be able to place in the top 600. With this, Duan Ling Tian finally understood what was going on. However, he did not think those from the Lord rank forces would be able to stop everyone. Moreover, among the dozen of people in the lead, the number of those not from Lord rank forces was not small. The two groups began to struggle. It did not take long for the second group of people to arrive. With more people from the Lord rank forces now, Duan Ling Tian thought the fight seemed a little unfair. However, it did not take long before reinforcements for those who were not from Lord rank forces arrived. They began to target the weaker participants from the Lord rank forces. With this, many of the weaker participants from Lord rank forces were injured and had no choice but to descend and heal their injuries. When Du Pejun and Linghu Chongxiao rushed down to help their peers, it was already too late. Moreover, the duo was also attacked. The fight became messier, and more people got injured. In the end, it became a competition of strength. No matter who they were, as long as they tried to fly up, they would be stopped. It was as though they would not stop fighting until the number of people left was more or less the number of places that had been allocated. They continued to fight and look for an opportunity to leave the abyss. The weak were helpless since they were injured. Hence, the strong from both sides fought while those with average strength tried to leave the abyss. This was the same for both sides. How intense! Duan Ling Tian sighed at the scene in front of him. Then, he looked at Linghu Zhengxing and asked curiously, Supreme Elder Zhengxing, will the same thing happen in the other two rounds as well? Linghu Zhengxing nodded. Yes. Then he smiled as he continued to say, Duan Ling Tian, the Linghu clan is relying on you to pass the round for the under 5,000 years old age group. If you're capable, it'd be good if you can help those from the Linghu clan and the Murong clan. With that, the Murong clan will owe you and the Linghu clan a favor. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. Supreme Elder Zhengxing, you think too highly of me. However, I'll try my best to help them. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the injured participant at the bottom of the abyss and knew they would fail to join the Flying Dragon sect. They could not even join the Flying Dragon sect as outer disciples due to their age. Only those below the age of 5,000 years old were allowed to participate in the examination to become outer disciples of the Flying Dragon sect. After all, the people in the first and second age groups who failed the qualifying test would not be able to join the Flying Dragon sect's outer disciples. What a surprise! There are actually those who are gods who dare to fish in troubled waters. It did not take long for Duan Ling Tian to notice a group of gods who were not from Lord rank forces trying to take advantage of the situation to leave the abyss. Alas, unsurprisingly, many of them were injured during their attempts except for a few who were protected. I really don't know what those gods are thinking. Even if they were lucky enough to pass the qualifying test, how are they going to pass the entrance examination later? Moreover, there are several rounds of tests for the entrance examination, someone from the Linghu clan said. Following that, many people began to laugh at the gods who had participated in the Flying Dragon Sect's qualifying test. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer people who were uninjured in the abyss. At this time, one of the participants said, "It's useless to keep fighting now. There are only a few places left." The other participants instinctively looked around. After confirming there were fewer than 600 people left, they stopped fighting. Then, one after another, they flew up. As they flew up, these people who were just fighting a moment ago began to chat among themselves as they flew. "My dear, you were too ruthless earlier. You almost severed my arm. Aren't you the same? If I didn't manage to avoid your attack earlier, I would have lost an ear. Isn't it just an ear? You can easily regrow it with a divine pill. The same can be said for you. You can easily regrow your arm." In the realms of gods, there were many divine pills that could regrow bones and flesh. As long as it was not too extreme, one could easily regenerate one's limbs. If one's heart was pierced, one could even take divine pills to heal the injuries to the heart. For this reason, to ensure someone's death, it was best to destroy their soul or crush them until they were nothing but a mist of blood. After a while, more than 500 people rushed out of the abyss under everyone's watchful eyes. There were some who helped the injured out of the abyss. These people were mostly from Lord rank forces. The few people not from Lord rank forces who helped the injured out were the fastest and among the few who flew side by side with Du Pejun and Linghu Chongxiao. "It's no use even if you help him pass the qualifying test," Linghu Chongxiao, who was helping an injured member of the Linghu clan, said to a middle-aged man. "He'll have to rely on himself later during the entrance examination. It's impossible for an advanced god like him to pass the exam." "I know," the middle-aged man replied. He was one of the participants not from a Lord rank force who had comprehended the law of wind. His speed was comparable to those of Linghu Chongxiao and Du Pejun. Then he said with a smile, "Didn't you ask me to bring one person with me earlier? However, apart from my brother, I don't know anyone else. There were a few from King rank forces who asked for my help earlier, but the rewards they offered were not tempting at all. Moreover, it's better to help my brother." Upon hearing this, Linghu Chongxiao no longer said anything. With this, the first round of the qualifying test to become inner disciples of the Flying Dragon sect finally ended. Out of the 600 participants from the first age group who passed the first round of the qualifying test for inner disciples of the Flying Dragon sect, more than 400 were from Lord rank forces, and the remaining were from non-Lord rank forces or sectless cultivators. Regardless of which force they were from, those who were strong passed the qualifying test easily. There were also those who only passed with the help of others. These people were destined not to go far. Even if they passed the qualifying test, they would definitely fail the entrance examination. The Flying Dragon sect's qualifying test was fair for the most part. As long as one had the ability, one would be able to pass easily. However, it had to be said that it was slightly skewed toward those from Lord rank forces. In the end, more than 60% of those from Lord rank forces passed the first round of the qualifying test. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. He looked at the members of the Linghu clan who had participated in the first round and saw that about 70% of them had passed the qualifying test. After someone recorded the names of those in the first age group who qualified to participate in the entrance examination, the 600 people were led into the Flying Dragon sect's estate by one of the inner elders who had come out with Yin Pingyi earlier. "The second round of the qualifying test will begin now," Yin Pingyi said. He looked at the mirror abyss and said loudly, "Those between 5,000 and 8,000 years old, please step forward. I'd like to give you a reminder again. If you're not in this age group and enter the mirror abyss, you'll be killed by a killing formation." Following that, a group of people that included Hua Tiandu, the young master of the Eastern Oriental sect, flew into the mirror abyss. In just a blink of an eye, they shrink to the sizes of ants under everyone's watchful eyes. Duan Ling Tian discovered that the number of people in the second age group was much higher than that of the first age group. The number was almost twice as high. There are so many people. No wonder 1,000 people will be selected from this age group. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian suddenly heard Ling Hu Zhengxing say, "I can't believe there are people foolish enough to try and cheat." When Duan Ling Tian looked at the mirror abyss, he saw two people who were standing apart from each other suddenly exploded into a mist of blood. They died in just a blink of an eye. Are they crazy? Elder Yin reminded over and over again that those who cheat will be instantly killed, and yet they still dare to cheat. They must be older than 8,000 years old. Did they think Elder Yin was bluffing? Many of those outside of the mirror became more vigilant with the deaths of the two cheaters. They also shook their heads at how desperate the duo must be to join the Flying Dragon sect that they would even risk their lives. After 15 minutes, Yin Ping-yi announced the start of the second round of the qualifying test. The battle in the mirror abyss was extraordinarily intense. Among this group of people, 5 people were particularly outstanding, like rays of light in the dark. They moved at lightning speed and rushed to the top. One of these 5 people was Hua Tiandu. Meanwhile, the crowd began to discuss the 5 people in the lead. Among the 5 people, 4 were young men, and only one was an elegant woman. That's Ouyang Jianshin, the 3rd young master of the Ouyang clan. Who are the other 3? They're not even 8,000 years old, but they're comparable to prodigies like Hua Tiandu and Ouyang Jianshin. I don't know them. I know that young woman. She's the 7th disciple of the Valley Master of 10,000 Flowers Valley. It's a king rank force. She's known as Lady 7, the pride of the 10,000 Flowers Valley. Lady 7? I heard that she's the most outstanding prodigy in the history of the 10,000 Flowers Valley. Lady 7 was dressed in a long lavender robe and her face was hidden behind a lavender veil. Her beautiful eyes twinkled brightly like the stars, and what could be seen of her skin was as fair as snow. Although her face was hidden by the veil, it still could not hide her beauty. 10,000 Flowers Valley? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. It was his first time hearing about this king rank force. This was not surprising since there were so many king rank forces that it was impossible to know them all. In just Skywind City alone, there were already quite a lot of king rank forces. There were also several king rank forces under the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Ling Tian was rather surprised there was someone so talented from a king rank force. Moreover, it was a woman. Lady 7. Duan Ling Tian's eyes inadvertently fell on the graceful and nimble figure in the mirror abyss. Although there were many powerful female experts, their number was still smaller than that of male experts. An example of a female expert was Linghu Renjie's sister. She was one of the strongest powerhouses in the Linghu clan. Even if Linghu Hong and Linghu Huan joined forces, they still would not be a match for her. They're about to fight. When the 5 people in the lead were about to reach the exit of the abyss, they finally made their move and began to fight. Just like the first round, those from the Lord rank forces united against those who were not. With this, another messy fight broke out. The strongest from the second age group, Hua Tiandu and Ouyang Jianshan, joined forces against Lady 7 and the other 2 participants, who were also clearly not from a Lord rank force. Hua Tiandu and Ouyang Jianshan swooped down and began to attack those who were not from Lord rank forces. Lady 7 and the other 2 participants followed closely behind, protecting the others who were not from Lord rank forces. The battle was in full swing. During the entire time, Duan Ling Tian's attention was only focused on Hua Tiandu, Ouyang Jianshan, Lady 7, and the other 2 participants. Their performance was rather outstanding. However, soon enough, it was revealed that there were quite a few people below from both sides who had concealed their strength. It seems like these people learned from the first round and only showed their strength when the fight broke out. Needless to say, those who underestimated those who concealed their strength paid a high price. They were seriously injured and were temporarily unable to fly up. As time passed, more and more people were injured. Similar to the first round, only when there were fewer than 1,000 people left that the fight stopped. A dozen or so stronger participants helped some people out of the abyss as well after a brief period of negotiation. Following that, an old woman stepped forward and said to the 1,000 people in front of her, "After your names are recorded, come to my side. I'll lead you into the Flying Dragon Sex estate to prepare for the entrance examination." After a few people from the Flying Dragon sect recorded the names of the 1,000 people, the old woman led them into the Flying Dragon Sex estate. During the process, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the old woman's eyes were exceptionally bright when she looked at Lady 7. He thought to himself, "It seems like that old woman is interested in the king rank 10,000 Flowers Valley's Lady 7. At this moment, Ho Qingning's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. "It's our turn." Although Ho Qingning tried to keep calm, his voice still revealed the nervousness in his heart. Duan Ling Tian nodded before he said, "Later, when the third round starts, I'll send both of you up first." "Both of us?" Ho Qingning asked, confused. "You and the third young miss of the Murong clan," Duan Ling Tian said as he looked at Ho Qingning meaningfully. Ho Qingning froze immediately, causing Duan Ling Tian to laugh. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian, who was usually serious, would have such a side to him. "Revered Elder Duan, we'll be relying on you," Ling Hu Zhengxing said. "We have 15 disciples in the third age group. Including you, there are 16 from the Ling Hu clan participating in the third round of the qualifying test." Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was not very worried. After all, it was unlikely that the prodigies below the age of 5,000 were a match for him. Now that the participants from the first two age groups had entered the Flying Dragon sect, Yin Pingyi said, "Participants under the age of 5,000 please step forward. The rules are the same as before." Just like before, he added, "Please remember that if you're over the age of 5,000, you'll die if you enter the Mirror Abyss." Out of the 600 participants from the first age group who passed the first round of the qualifying test for inner disciples of the Flying Dragon sect, more than 400 were from Lord rank forces, and the remaining were from non-Lord rank forces or sectless cultivators. Regardless of which force they were from, those who were strong passed the qualifying test easily. There were also those who only passed with the help of others. These people were destined not to go far. Even if they passed the qualifying test, they would definitely fail the entrance examination. The Flying Dragon sect's qualifying test was fair for the most part. As long as one had the ability, one would be able to pass easily. However, it had to be said that it was slightly skewed toward those from Lord rank forces. In the end, more than 60% of those from Lord rank forces passed the first round of the qualifying test. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. He looked at the members of the Linghu clan who had participated in the first round and saw that about 70% of them had passed the qualifying test. After someone recorded the names of those in the first age group who qualified to participate in the entrance examination, the 600 people were led into the Flying Dragon Sect's estate by one of the inner elders who had come out with Yin Pingyi earlier. "The second round of the qualifying test will begin now," Yin Pingyi said. He looked at the Mirror Abyss and said loudly, "Those between 5,000 and 8,000 years old, please step forward. I'd like to give you a reminder again. If you're not in this age group and enter the Mirror Abyss, you'll be killed by a killing formation." Following that, a group of people that included Hua Tiandu, the young master of the Eastern Oriental sect, flew into the Mirror Abyss. In just a blink of an eye, they shrink to the sizes of ants under everyone's watchful eyes. Duan Ling Tian discovered that the number of people in the second age group was much higher than that of the first age group. The number was almost twice as high. There are so many people. No wonder 1,000 people will be selected from this age group. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian suddenly heard Ling Hu Zhengxing say, "I can't believe there are people foolish enough to try and cheat." When Duan Ling Tian looked at the Mirror Abyss, he saw two people who were standing apart from each other suddenly exploded into a mist of blood. They died in just a blink of an eye. Are they crazy? Elder Yin reminded over and over again that those who cheat will be instantly killed, and yet they still dared to cheat. They must be older than 8,000 years old. Did they think Elder Yin was bluffing? Many of those outside of the mirror became more vigilant with the deaths of the two cheaters. They also shook their heads at how desperate the duo must be to join the Flying Dragon sect that they would even risk their lives. After 15 minutes, Yin Pingyi announced the start of the second round of the qualifying test. The battle in the Mirror Abyss was extraordinarily intense. Among this group of people, 5 people were particularly outstanding, like rays of light in the dark. They moved at lightning speed and rushed to the top. One of these 5 people was Hua Tiandu. Meanwhile, the crowd began to discuss the 5 people in the lead. Among the 5 people, 4 were young men, and only one was an elegant woman. That's Ouyang Jianshin, the 3rd young master of the Ouyang clan. Who are the other 3? They're not even 8,000 years old. but they're comparable to prodigies like Hua Tiandu and Ouyang Jianchun. I don't know them. I know that young woman. She's the 7th disciple of the Valley Master of 10,000 Flowers Valley. It's a king rank force. She's known as Lady 7, the pride of the 10,000 Flowers Valley. Lady 7? I heard that she's the most outstanding prodigy in the history of the 10,000 Flowers Valley. Lady 7 was dressed in a long lavender robe and her face was hidden behind a lavender veil. Her beautiful eyes twinkled brightly like the stars and what could be seen of her skin was as fair as snow. Although her face was hidden by the veil, it still could not hide her beauty. 10,000 Flowers Valley? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. It was his first time hearing about this king rank force. This was not surprising since there were so many king rank forces that it was impossible to know them all. In just Skywind City alone, there were already quite a lot of king rank forces. There were also several king rank forces under the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Lingtian was rather surprised there was someone so talented from a king rank force. Moreover, it was a woman. Lady 7, Duan Lingtian's eyes inadvertently fell on the graceful and nimble figure in the mirror abyss. Although there were many powerful female experts, their number was still smaller than that of male experts. An example of a female expert was Linghu Renjie's sister. She was one of the strongest powerhouses in the Linghu clan. Even if Linghu Hong and Linghu Huan joined forces, they still would not be a match for her. They're about to fight. When the 5 people in the lead were about to reach the exit of the abyss, they finally made their move and began to fight. Just like the first round, those from the Lord rank forces united against those who were not. With this, another messy fight broke out. The strongest from the second age group, Hua Tiandu and Ouyang Jianchen, joined forces against Lady 7 and the other 2 participants, who were also clearly not from a Lord rank force. Hua Tiandu and Ouyang Jianchun swooped down and began to attack those who were not from Lord rank forces. Lady 7 and the other 2 participants followed closely behind, protecting the others who were not from Lord rank forces. The battle was in full swing. During the entire time, Duan Lingtian's attention was only focused on Hua Tiandu, Ouyang Jianchun, Lady 7, and the other 2 participants. Their performance was rather outstanding. However, soon enough, it was revealed that there were quite a few people below from both sides who had concealed their strength. It seems like these people learned from the first round and only showed their strength when the fight broke out. Needless to say, those who underestimated those who concealed their strength paid a high price. They were seriously injured and were temporarily unable to fly up. As time passed, more and more people were injured. Similar to the first round, only when there were fewer than 1,000 people left that the fight stopped. A dozen or so stronger participants helped some people out of the abyss as well after a brief period of negotiation. Following that, an old woman stepped forward and said to the 1,000 people in front of her, "After your names are recorded, come to my side. I'll lead you into the Flying Dragon Sect's estate to prepare for the entrance examination." After a few people from the Flying Dragon Sect recorded the names of the 1,000 people, the old woman led them into the Flying Dragon Sect's estate. During the process, Duan Lingtian noticed that the old woman's eyes were exceptionally bright when she looked at Lady 7. He thought to himself, "It seems like that old woman is interested in the king rank 10,000 Flowers Valley's Lady 7. At this moment, Ho Qing Ning's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. "It's our turn." Although Ho Qing Ning tried to keep calm, his voice still revealed the nervousness in his heart. Duan Lingtian nodded before he said, "Later, when the 3rd round starts, I'll send both of you up first." "Both of us?" Ho Qing Ning asked, confused. "You and the 3rd young miss of the Murong clan," Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Ho Qing Ning meaningfully. Ho Qing Ning froze immediately, causing Duan Lingtian to laugh. He did not expect Duan Lingtian, who was usually serious, would have such a side to him. "Revered Elder Duan, we'll be relying on you," Linghu Zhengxing said. "We have 15 disciples in the 3rd age group. Including you, there are 16 from the Linghu clan participating in the 3rd round of the qualifying test." Duan Lingtian nodded. He was not very worried. After all, it was unlikely that the prodigies below the age of 5,000 were a match for him. Now that the participants from the first 2 age groups had entered the Flying Dragon Sect, Yin Pingyi said, "Participants under the age of 5,000 please step forward." The rules are the same as before. Just like before, he added, please remember that if you're over the age of 5,000, you'll die if you enter the mirror abyss. There were only about 300 participants below the age of 5,000 from 19 Lord rank forces, including the Linghu clan. Among the 3 age groups, this age group also had the least participants. After all, no matter how talented they were, due to their young age, it would be difficult for them to make a mark in the Flying Dragon sect now. Moreover, it was better for them to remain in their respective forces at this age compared to joining the Flying Dragon sect. Although there are very few participants in this age group, there's quite a number of them who aren't from Lord rank forces. After the participants below the age of 5,000 gathered, Duanling Tian found there were not many participants from Lord rank forces. On the contrary, there were quite a number who were not from Lord rank forces. After entering the mirror abyss, he discovered there were thousands of people who were not from Lord rank forces. This meant that their number was 3 times higher than that of those from Lord rank forces. For the 3rd round of the qualifying test, only 200 people would be selected to advance. The probability of advancing was lower compared to the 1st and 2nd rounds. Before entering the abyss, those who were not from Lord rank forces had already formed an alliance. After entering the abyss, all of them stared at Duanling Tian and the others from Lord rank forces intently. At this moment, someone said, listen up. During the first 2 rounds, those who aren't from Lord rank forces were at a disadvantage due to the differences in number. However, our number far surpassed theirs in this 3rd round. Hence, we must all unite. We have to seriously injure all of them first before we compete for the 200 places. With this, many people who were not from Lord rank forces voiced their agreement. There was also a small number of people who remained silent in fear of offending the Lord rank forces behind their opponents. Apart from the members of the Linghu clan, the expressions of the members of the other Lord rank forces turned solemn upon hearing those words. After all, there was strength in number. Even if they were strong, their opponents had numbers on their sides. At the same time, Duanling Tian looked around the mirror abyss calmly as he thought about what he had learned. The mirror abyss is an independent realm formed by a formation. Those on the outside can see what's happening inside through a mirror age formed by the formation. Standing near Duanling Tian were 15 prodigies from the Linghu clan and 17 prodigies, including Ho Qingning and Murong Yingyu, from the Murong clan. When Duanling Tian, whom Ho Qingning and Murong Yingyu stood next to, regained his senses and discovered that he and a group of people had been surrounded by those who were not from Lord rank forces. There was a small number of those who were not from Lord rank forces standing in the distance. Although they did not want to get involved, they had no intention of helping the other party as well. At this time, a disciple from a Lord rank force stared at the people who surrounded him and asked frostily, "Aren't you afraid of the retaliation from our respective forces?" Someone scoffed. "Even if you want to take revenge, you'll have to be able to find me. Moreover, who knows if I'll become an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect after this. With that, will the force you belong to dare to act against me or my clan? If the Flying Dragon sect finds out that you sought revenge because of the qualifying test, you should be worried about your clan instead." Clearly, those who dared to surround the participants from Lord rank forces were not afraid of the repercussions. Hence, threats were useless against them. 15 minutes are almost up. Although I can't kill in here, I feel happy just thinking about injuring all these arrogant Lord rank forces disciples. You can just watch as we pass the qualifying test, someone said after snickering. With that, another person said insultingly, "So what if you're from Lord rank forces? We're all below the age of 5,000. How strong can all of you be when you don't have numbers on your side?" The group of people who were not from Lord rank forces was a good mix of those from King rank forces, King rank bandit forces, and sectless cultivators. Perhaps for this reason, most of them were unaware of the latest news or events. Hence, upon hearing the insulting words, almost all of the Lord rank forces turned to look at Duanling Tian in unison. Those who were not from Lord rank forces who were standing in the distance were also looking at Duanling Tian. Although Duanling Tian was not even 5,000 years old, he had once killed 2 outstanding core disciples from the Hidden Fog sect. Most importantly, the 2 core disciples he killed were strong enough to defeat ordinary advanced kings of gods. Those from Lord-rank forces such as the Hidden Fog sect, the 10,000 Devils sect, the Eastern Oriental sect, the Murong clan, and the Linghu clan knew that even Du Pejun, who was only second to Yang Qianyi in the 10,000 Devils sect and was among the first in the first round of the qualifying test, was wary of Duanling Tian and had openly stated he was not confident he would be able to defeat Duanling Tian. In other words, if Duanling Tian participated in the first round of the qualifying test for the age group, he would have been able to rank at the top as well. Meanwhile, outside of the Mirror Abyss, Morong Yunlu, the clan leader of the Linghu clan, looked at Linghu Zhangxing and said with a smile, "Supreme Elder Zhangxing, it seems like those people have not heard about revered Elder Duanxing, as they dare to surround him and the others from the Lord-rank forces. How foolish." Linghu Zhangxing smiled and said, "Perhaps they think that with numbers on their side they'll be able to stop revered Elder Duan. Alas, they're overestimating themselves." Even Qianin, the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect, and Supreme Elder Lei looked at those people who surrounded Duanling Tian and the others disdainfully. Apart from that, some people also begin to chat among themselves. It seems like those who died in the second round after they cheated managed to warn off those who intended to cheat. Isn't that obvious? Otherwise, someone would have cheated during this round as well. There are always those foolish enough to try and cheat during the Flying Dragon Sect's entrance examinations. After 15 minutes passed, Yin Pingyi said loudly, "You may begin." In the Mirror Abyss. As soon as Yin Pingyi's voice fell, Duanling Tian grabbed Ho Qingning's face. With that, Ho Qingning quickly grabbed Morong Yinyu's hand with a reddened face. Swoosh! In just a moment, Duanling Tian teleported along with the duo near the top of the abyss. Upon seeing this, the group of people that surrounded Duanling Tian and the others were angered. Those who had also comprehended the law of space and those who did not give chase immediately. "You think you can leave so easily? Dream on. I'll catch up to you and drag you down in a minute. I advise you to give up." This group of people now focused their anger on Duanling Tian as they chased after him. Meanwhile, contrary to everyone's expectations, Duanling Tian did not teleport for the second to leave the abyss. Instead, he came to a stop and said to Ho Qingning, "Both of you, leave first." "All right." Ho Qingning did not refuse. After all, he was aware of how strong Duanling Tian was. Without any hesitation, he let go of Morong Yinyu and motioned to Morong Yinyu to fly up. After all, she did not need his help to fly up. However, as soon as Ho Qingning let go of Morong Yinyu's hand, she grabbed his hand again and said with a mixture of anger and shyness, "You're planning to run away after taking advantage of me?" "No, Duanling Tian told us to leave. Didn't you hear him? Fool. We'll talk about this after we get out of this place." Morong Yinyu said huffily before she took the initiative to pull Ho Qingning to the top. Outside of the Mirror Abyss, Morong Yunlu frowned slightly upon seeing that scene. As a father, how could he not know that his daughter was fond of Ho Qingning? However, he was still displeased by this sight. It felt as though a cabbage he had planted and raised with great care had been stolen by a wild boar. "You can't leave. Stop them." The group of the people who were not from Lord-rank forces had just arrived below Duanling Tian and the others and were about to give chase when they saw Ho Qingning and Morong Yinyu flying up. However, it did not take long before everyone, whether they planned to teleport or fly, suddenly froze. Duanling Tian, who was hovering in the void, tapped his right foot slightly before a powerful barrier formed from his divine energy and law of space appeared, blocking the people below. With the spatial barrier, no one could pass through, not even if they used teleportation. Finally, someone exclaimed, "He's an intermediate king of gods." The expressions of those who were not from Lord-rank forces changed drastically. They did not expect the purple-clad young man to be an intermediate king of gods. How could someone below the age of 5,000 become an intermediate king of gods? For those below the age of 5,000, they were considered as monstrous talents in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, even if they only managed to become ordinary rudimentary kings of gods. The group of people chasing after Duanling Tian and the others were shocked to see Duanling Tian's strength was that of an intermediate king of gods. They all looked at him incredulously. On the contrary, those from the Linghu clan laughed. "Are all of you ignorant that you've not heard about our Linghu clan's revered Elder Duan? With this, realization dawned on the others. He's Duan Ling Tian from the Linghu clan. Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, there were still some people who had never heard of Duan Ling Tian. When they heard about his achievements, they were shocked. Veer. He's not even 3,000 years old? He can also refine God-grade limit divine pills? Is he even human? Those who were not from Lord rank forces belonged to forces that were far from the Flying Dragon sect. Not only that, but most of them had been in closed-door cultivation as well. It was only natural that none of them had heard of Duan Ling Tian despite his name spreading rather far and wide. I heard that revered Elder Duan from the Linghu clan comprehended multiple triple-fused profundities from the law of space. When he was still in a rudimentary king of gods, he killed 2 core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect who were on par with ordinary advanced kings of gods. Now that he's an intermediate king of gods, his strength must have improved significantly even if his comprehension of the law of space remains the same. Where did such a monstrous talent come from? Is it even necessary for him to participate in the Flying Dragon sect's entrance examinations? With his qualifications, the Flying Dragon sect would have welcomed him with open arms. Perhaps his goal is to join the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Don't forget that those who rank in the top 10 will be rewarded with Lord Breakthrough Divine Pills. That must be it. The Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill can get rid of the bottleneck for advanced kings of gods trying to become rudimentary lords of gods. Only Emperor-ranked divine alchemists can refine such a pill. Duan Ling Tian must have his eyes on the pills. The group of people began to speculate about the reason Duan Ling Tian was participating in the Flying Dragon sect's entrance examinations, and it did not take long before they figured out his reason. At this time, while the others were still shocked by Duan Ling Tian's innate talent and strength, Duan Ling Tian, who was stepping on the spatial barrier, said clearly, "Those from the Linghu clan and Murong clan, ascend from this side." The eyes of the members of the Linghu clan and the Murong clan lit up upon hearing these words. They hurriedly flew in the direction that Duan Ling Tian pointed, where an opening could be seen on the spatial barrier. At this time, a middle-aged man not from a Lord rank force who was standing near the opening of the spatial barrier scoffed before he tried to pass through the opening. Alas, he did not get very far when a terrifying spatial energy hammered down on him, severely injuring him. He plummeted and began to throw up blood as his divine energy weakened. He would have died or become disabled if Duan Ling Tian did not restrain his strength. Upon seeing this, the expressions of those who planned to seize the chance and escape through the opening changed drastically. "Thank you, revered Elder Duan." Some of the members of the Linghu clan thanked Duan Ling Tian as they safely flew through the opening on the barrier. The others could only watch in envy as they watched the members of the Linghu clan and the Murong clan safely ascending one after another. At this moment, some of the members from other Lord rank forces approached Duan Ling Tian to plead with him. "Senior Duan, we used to be fellow members of the Hidden Fog sect. Can you help us as well?" One of the Hidden Fog sect asked respectfully. "Duan Ling Tian, if you help you, I promise you that the Eastern Oriental sect will never forget this favor." A disciple from the Eastern Oriental sect chimed in. Upon hearing this, those who were not from Lord rank forces began to panic. It was not a big problem if Duan Ling Tian only helped those from the Linghu clan and the Murong clan to leave the Mirror Abyss. Since the two forces only had fewer than 40 participants in total, there were still many places for them. However, if Duan Ling Tian helped the other participants from the other Lord rank forces, there would be no places left for them. At this time, someone who was not from a Lord rank force cried out, "Everyone, we have to do something. Otherwise, this will be the end for us." With this, about a dozen of those who were confident about their strength joined forces to attack. As for the others, they tried to stop the remaining members of the Linghu clan and Murong clan from leaving through the barrier. The two Lord rank clans members were surprised by the opponent's strength. Some of their opponents were even capable of easily defeating them. At this time, a cold scoff rang in the air. Following that, a violent and storm-like spatial energy surged from below the barrier, smashing the others who were not from Lord rank forces. It happened so quickly that they did not have time to avoid the attack. Hence, they hurriedly drew their mediocre divine artifacts to defend themselves against the spatial energy. Boom! A blue-clad middle-aged man was the first to step forward to resist the spatial energy. It did not take long before his mediocre divine artifact began to dim at lightning speed. After that, the spatial energy shrouded him and tore his robes, revealing cuts on his body. Bang! A powerful force exploded from the spatial storm before a hammer-like force fell on the middle-aged man, seriously injuring him. Similar to the person before, he fell as he vomited blood. Boom! 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 Before the crowd could regain their senses, dozens of people were already greatly injured and falling to the bottom of the abyss. They were so weakened that they could hardly stabilize themselves. Let's go! Upon seeing this, the members of the Linghu clan and the Murong clan quickly regained their senses and began to fly through the barrier. In just a moment, all of them successfully flew up. Ho Qingning and Murong Yinyu were the first two people to leave the mirror abyss. Silence descended in the mirror abyss before the others broke out in a discussion. Heavens! He's too heaven-defying. None of us can pass through his barrier. Who is he exactly? Didn't you hear earlier? He's the Linghu clan's revered elder Duan. He's also the same person who became the first core disciple of the Hidden Fog, who was just an advanced god in 10,000 years. That's him. Heavens! He was only an advanced god when he first joined the Hidden Fog sect. After returning to the sect after a short leave, he was a rudimentary king of gods. Only 20 years have passed since then, but he's already an intermediate king of gods. Duan Lingtian was a revered elder of the Linghu clan. He was not even 3,000 years old, but he had already become an intermediate king of gods and had even comprehended multiple triple-fused profundities. That was not all. He even had heaven-defying skills in alchemy. He could refine god-grade limit divine pills and was one of the top lord-ranked divine alchemists. Even those who were aware of these things were shocked, let alone those who only found out about it today. What a monster! Even the Flying Dragon sect won't be able to keep him for long. The supreme elder of the Murong clan, who's standing next to his clan leader, Murong Yunlu, exclaimed in shock. I guess we owe him a favor now, Murong Yunlu said as he watched in shock. Although he knew about Duan Lingtian's capability, he was still shocked when he witnessed it with his own eyes. Meanwhile, Yin Pingyi, the inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect, and the other inner elders were similarly shocked. They began to discuss heatedly among themselves. That's Duan Lingtian from the Linghu clan? I thought the news was exaggerated. It seems like that's not the case. He's not even 3,000 years old, right? Such a monstrous talent is unprecedented even in the history of the Flying Dragon sect. To be honest, it's a little unfair for him to participate in this age group. Those who aren't from Lord rank forces won't be able to leave if Duan Lingtian insists on helping everyone from the Lord rank forces. If that happens, we should have another qualifying round for those who aren't from Lord rank forces. Otherwise, it'd be too unfair to them. The inner elders of the Flying Dragon sect felt helpless as they looked at Duan Lingtian stopping the others from leaving. Although it was unfair, there was nothing they could do since Duan Lingtian did not violate any rules. In the mirror abyss, Duan Lingtian looked majestic as he stood on the spatial barrier. Ho Qingning and Murong Yinyu were already outside the abyss, successfully passing the qualifying test. More than half of the participants from the Linghu clan and the Murong clan had also left the abyss safely. It did not take long before all of the participants from the two clans successfully left the mirror abyss. However, Duan Lingtian seemed like he had no intention of withdrawing the barrier at all. We won't be able to pass the qualifying test if Duan Lingtian helps the others from the Lord rank forces as well. I suggest all of us join forces to attack him and the barrier. I don't believe he'd be a match for our combined strength. Someone stepped forward to raise the morale of those who were not from Lord rank forces at this moment. And it worked. After all, there were limited spots left. Now that the participants from the Linghu clan and the Murong clan had claimed almost 40 spots, there were even fewer spots left. If Duan Lingtian helped the others from Lord rank forces as well, they would have no spots left for themselves at all. He's right. I don't believe he can block all of our attacks if we attack at the same time. Let's attack simultaneously. Let's go. Those who were not from Lord rank forces became even more united at this time. All of them mobilized their divine energies. They now had the courage to retaliate since they were not united. and they knew Duanling Tian could not kill them due to the Flying Dragon Sect's rules. At the same time, the members of the Lord Rank forces, except for those from the Linghu clan and the Murong clan, exchanged a look, wondering which side they should choose. After all, Duanling Tian did agree to help them. I didn't even say if I'd help or not. Duanling Tian thought to himself, feeling speechless, as he watched those who were not from Lord Rank forces charge at him in unison. When he looked up and saw that the last of the members from the Murong clan had left the mirror abyss, he suddenly teleported away. With his departure, the spatial barrier shattered almost immediately. Duanling Tian didn't intend to help them? With this, a fierce battle broke out between those who remained in the mirror abyss. Those from the other Lord Rank forces were under huge pressure as they were attacked by those who were not from the Lord Rank forces. Clearly, those who were not from the Lord Rank forces were venting their anger at Duanling Tian on them. As a result, it caused the remaining participants from the Lord Rank forces to resent Duanling Tian. Meanwhile, after Duanling Tian left the mirror abyss, the people from the Linghu clan and the Murong clan, including Murong Inyu, thanked Duanling Tian profusely. After that, Ho Qingning shook his head as he watched the fierce battle in the abyss and said, Duanling Tian, those participants from the Lord Rank forces whom you left behind are definitely going to hold a grudge against you. As time passed, more and more people left the mirror abyss. This included those from the Lord Rank forces as well. Although they were outnumbered, it was not difficult for the strong ones to leave. However, most of the participants who left the mirror abyss successfully were not from the Lord Rank forces. After all, with the departure of those from the Linghu clan and the Murong clan, they were even more outnumbered. Some of the participants from the other Lord Rank forces looked at the participants from the Linghu clan and the Murong clan resentfully. One of them said, Don't celebrate just yet. Although Duanling Tian is strong, do you think he'd be able to help you with the upcoming tests as well? Since they did not have the courage to confront Duanling Tian, they could only direct their anger and frustrations at those from the Linghu clan and the Murong clan. Even those who managed to leave the abyss were filled with anger and resentment. Despite that, none of them dared to say anything to Duanling Tian and could only insult the others. Why don't you spend your time healing your injuries instead of bickering? Duanling Tian asked tonelessly as he looked at the group of participants from the Lord Rank forces. Duanling Tian's words brought them to their senses and they began to consume divine pills to heal their injuries. After a moment, all of the people who passed the qualifying test finally came out of the mirror abyss. Me. With this, Duanling Tian and the others were led to another place to register their names. At this time, an inner deacon of the Flying Dragon sect, who had heard of Duanling Tian, gave Duanling Tian a thumbs up as he said, Duanling Tian, you're truly worthy of your reputation. I thought the rumors were exaggerated, but you have proven me wrong today. I'm sure many of our Black Dragon elders will be fighting among themselves to accept you as their disciple after you joined the Flying Dragon sect. Based on your talent and the strength you displayed, you're not far off from our 3 youngest White Dragon elders. After praising Duanling Tian, the inner deacon gave his soul pearl to Duanling Tian and continued to say, My name is Zhou Hao. I'm an inner deacon of the Flying Dragon sect. Please don't hesitate to contact me after you join the Flying Dragon sect. I can answer the questions you have regarding the sect. Thank you, Deacon Zhou, Duanling Tian said after exchanging soul pearl with Zhou Hao. Since the other party was rather enthusiastic, he found it difficult to act coldly toward the other party. At this time, an old man, an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect, walked over to Duanling Tian and the others and said, I'll bring all of you into the Flying Dragon sect's estate. The inner disciples' examination will begin soon. As the old man led everyone into the Flying Dragon sect, he would glance at Duanling Tian occasionally with his eyes that shone with admiration. As they headed toward one of the 9 mountain ranges, he said, My name is Xiaozhen. I'm an inner elder of the sect. Xiaozhen continued to introduce the places in the Flying Dragon's estate as they moved. I'll be bringing you to our sect's Fire Dragon Mountain. There are many volcanoes there. You can't really see them now. They're isolated by a formation. The formation will contain the lava when there's an eruption, so the estate won't be affected. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes as he looked ahead. Indeed, after a moment, he saw a few volcanoes. However, since they were sandwiched by many lush mountains, they were quite inconspicuous. He saw one of the volcanoes was in the midst of spewing lava, and just like Xiaozhen had said, the lava was contained and neutralized by the formation. Previously, I saw glimpses of bright light. I thought it was the sunlight. As it turns out, it's from the lava. Ho Qingning, who was standing next to Duanling Tian, said, "This must be how Fire Dragon Mountain got its name." Soon enough, Xiaozhen and the others arrived at the side of one of the mountains near the Fire Dragon Mountain. There was a huge stone platform with many people standing on it. After taking a closer look, Duanling Tian discovered they were the participants from the two age groups. Du Pejun, Du Qianjun, and Hu Tiandu were naturally among these people. The two age groups stood apart from each other. With this, Duanling Tian and the others stood together as well. Duanling Tian knew they were still separated into different age groups because the Flying Dragon Sex examinations had different levels of difficulty for the different age groups. Unlike the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, it was so that those who were older would not have an advantage over the young. After they arrived, Duanling Tian was once again bombarded with messages of gratitude from the members of the Linghu clan and the Murong clan. Soon enough, Xiaozhen said, "The inner disciples' entrance examinations will commence once the other elders arrive." All the high-ranking officials, except for one respectively from the Lord-rank forces, arrived as soon as Xiaozhen's voice fell. For example, the Linghu clan's Linghu Zhengxing waited outside while Linghu Heng and Linghuan entered the examination ground. There was also Murong Suifeng, the vice-sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect, who waited outside while the sect leader, Qian Yin, and Supreme Elder Lei entered. As for the Murong clan, their Supreme Elder waited outside while their sect leader, Murong Yunlu, came in. Apart from that, the high-ranking officials who were not from Lord-rank forces and sectless cultivators entered as well. At this time, Ho Qingning's anxious voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears. "Duanling Tian, do you think I'll be able to pass the inner disciples examination? What's wrong? Are you worried that you'll fail while Miss Muring passes?" Duanling Tian asked teasingly through voice transmission. Ho Qingning remained silent for a moment before he finally replied, "Yes. If you fail the inner disciples examination, you can take the outer disciples examination. After all, a chance would be given to outer disciples to become inner disciples once every 10 years, Duanling Tian said. That's not just it. In fact, she's slightly stronger than me. If she fails the inner disciples examination, I'll definitely fail as well, Ho Qingning said with a bitter smile. If that's the case, you can return to the Murong clan with her, right? After all, if she can't become an inner disciple, it's more beneficial for her to return to the Murong clan, Duanling Tian said. I know, Ho Qingning said. Before we departed from the Murong clan, I told her that even if I can't join the Flying Dragon sect as an inner disciple, I'll join the sect as an outer disciple. Duanling Tian chuckled upon hearing Ho Qingning's words. My friend, it seems like you were too hasty with your words earlier. Don't worry about what you said earlier. She'll definitely be delighted if you return to the clan with her. In fact, she probably won't even care about what you had said. At this moment, while Duanling Tian was conversing with Ho Qingning, a figure flew over. In just a moment, it arrived in the sky above Duanling Tian and the others. The figure belonged to a tall and burly, proud, middle-aged man. He had a jade-like complexion and was dressed in a long light gray robe. Duanling Tian's eyesight was rather keen, so he saw the middle-aged man's familiar identity token that was a piece of white jade carved with a dragon. Following that, he remembered that Shui Haichuan had carried such a token as well. With this, it was not difficult to guess that the newcomer was a white dragon elder as well. Although the Flying Dragon sect's white dragon elders and the inner elders were mostly intermediate gods, their strength was not comparable. It was just like the differences between the core elders and inner elders of the Hidden Fog sect. Although they were all advanced kings of gods, their strength varied. The differences were like heaven and earth. If one were to compare Kuang Tianzhang, an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect, to Shui Haichuan, a white dragon elder of the Flying Dragon sect, despite having the same cultivation bases, Shui Haichuan would definitely be able to defeat Kuang Tianzhang within 3 moves. This was how great the difference was between inner elders and white dragon elders. As soon as the newcomer arrived and hovered in the air, the 4 inner elders of the Flying Dragon sect bowed to greet him. Greetings, Elder Dongfang. With this, the others followed suit and greeted the White Dragon Elder. Some who had never heard of the White Dragon Elders also followed suit. Although they might knew who he was, based on the inner elder's actions, it was clear that the newcomer had a high position in the Flying Dragon sect. I am Dongfang Yannian, a White Dragon Elder from the Flying Dragon sect, the middle-aged man said. I'm responsible for the inner disciples' examinations. Dongfang Yannian paused and looked at the crowd before his gaze landed on a purple figure. Duanling Tian was puzzled. He could not understand why Dongfang Yannian was staring at him. Dongfang Yannian continued to say, due to the Linghu clan's revered Elder Duan's performance in the qualifying round, he'll be exempted from the inner disciples test and will directly become an inner disciple of our Flying Dragon sect. Say, as. Apart from the elders from the Flying Dragon sect, the others were shocked by Dongfang Yannian's words. After all, such a situation was unprecedented. However, when they regained their senses, they thought it was only natural after they recalled his performance during the third round of the qualifying test and his achievements. With his strength, it would be easy for him to pass the inner disciples examination. Dongfang Yannian continued to say, although that may be the case, those under the age of 5,000 can challenge him to a duel if they object to this. Those around Duanling Tian felt the corners of their lips twitch upon hearing these words. Was there anyone so foolish as to challenge Duanling Tian to duel? Following that, Dongfang Yannian glanced at the other participants and the high-ranking officials from the forces before he finally said to the 4 inner elders from the Flying Dragon sect, Inner elders, please lead the other participants into the hall. Understood. Following that, the 4 inner elders of the Flying Dragon sect brought the participants away. Just as Duanling Tian was about to follow them to watch the examination, Dongfang Yannian called out, Duanling Tian, please stay back. Duanling Tian turned to look at Dongfang Yannian in confusion. Linghu Hong and Linghu Huan frowned slightly as well as they looked at Dongfang Yannian warily. Junior brother Hai Chuan has asked me to bring you over to meet him, Dongfang Yannian said to Duanling Tian through voice transmission. To be safe, Duanling Tian sent a message to Shui Hai Chuan to verify the matter through the soul pearls he had exchanged with Shui Hai Chuan in the past. Shui Hai Chuan's reply came swiftly. He was naturally aware of Duanling Tian's concern. Brother Duan, you're really cautious. Senior brother Dongfang is one of my best friends in the Flying Dragon sect. Don't worry, he's not in the 10,000 Devils faction nor is he vice sect leader Shui's people. Moreover, those people won't dare to kill you so openly in the Flying Dragon sect's estate. Since the entrance examination will take a while, why don't you come meet me? If you're interested in watching the examination, I'll ask senior brother Dongfang to broadcast the examination for us, Shui Hai Chuan said. Following that, Duanling Tian sent a voice transmission to Linghu Hong and Linghu Huan to assure them before he left with Dongfang Yannian. During their journey to meet Shui Hai Chuan, Dongfang Yannian said praisingly, I've never seen junior brother Hai Chuan admire someone as much as he admires you. Please look after me in the future. Although Dongfang Yannian was a White Dragon Elder, he did not put on air and treated Duanling Tian as an equal. For this reason, Duanling Tian had a rather good impression of Dongfang Yannian. As the saying went, birds of a feather flock together. Considering Shui Hai Chuan's character, his friends had to be somewhat similar to him as well. At the very least, they must share the same values. With all this, Duanling Tian got along very well with Dongfang Yannian. Elder Dongfang, you're overpraising me. I'm just an ordinary disciple, but you're a White Dragon Elder. Dongfang Yannian laughed and said, Duanling Tian, you're too humble. With your innate talent, I believe you'll soon become the youngest White Dragon Elder in the Flying Dragon sect's history. Moreover, I have a feeling you'll become the first Emperor of Gods in the Flying Dragon sect after so many years. Since Dongfang Yannian was good friends with Shui Hai Chuan, he had long heard about Duanling Tian's achievements. Moreover, based on Duanling Tian's performance during the qualifying test, he had no doubts that Duanling Tian, who was not even 3,000 years old, was extraordinary. After all, the emperors of gods that used to exist in the Flying Dragon sect did not even have such achievements at Duanling Tian's age. Before going to see Shui Hai Chuan, Dongfang Yannian had also brought Duanling Tian to register as an inner disciple of the Flying Dragon sect. Duanling Tian thought that things were really easy if one had the right connections. After that, it did not take long before they arrived at Shui Haichuan's cultivation ground. It was located in an independent courtyard halfway up a mountain. Brother Haichuan. Shui Haichuan looked the same as when Duanling Tian last met him. However, Duanling Tian felt that Shui Haichuan's aura had grown rather mysterious. Perhaps, he could sense this now because he had become an intermediate king of gods. Brother Duan, Shui Haichuan called out. He was brimming with smiles now that he met Duanling Tian again after 10 years. We've not met in over 10 years. But you seem to be in a better condition now. When Shui Haichuan met Duanling Tian previously, Duanling Tian was just a rudimentary king of gods. Now that Duanling Tian had become an intermediate king of gods, Duanling Tian's aura had naturally changed as well. Although the change was slight, he had a keen perception, so it was not difficult for him to notice the difference. Junior brother Haichuan, I'll take my leave first. I need to supervise the inner disciples' entrance examinations. Dongfang Yanyan said to Shui Haichuan with a smile. Since Dongfang Yanyan had sent a message to Shui Haichuan before they arrived, Shui Haichuan was already standing outside to receive them. Thank you, senior brother Dongfang, Shui Haichuan said. Thank you, elder Dongfang. Duanling Tian echoed. I'll join the both of you later, Dongfang Yanyan said with a nod before he left. Following that, Shui Haichuan led Duanling Tian to a pavilion in his courtyard and gestured for Duanling Tian to take a seat in front of a wooden table. After Shui Haichuan was seated, Duanling Tian asked, Brother Haichuan, where's Brother Haishan? Previously, Duanling Tian had met Shui Haichuan and Shui Haishan in Linghu City. The trio had drinks in a restaurant, and Shui Haishan even got drunk. My brother has been in closed cultivation for more than 10 years now, Shui Haichuan said as he shook his head. It seems like Brother Haishan is highly motivated to improve his strength after seeing how much you've improved, Duanling Tian said. He could understand Shui Haishan's thoughts. If he were in Shui Haishan's shoes, he would also be motivated to work harder if his younger brother, who used to be on par with him, had now surpassed him and became an intermediate lord of gods and a white dragon elder of the flying dragon sect. Shui Haichuan sighed. My brother wasted 10,000 years in the heavenly stairs. Now that he's out, he'll definitely catch up to me in 10,000 years. If I had joined the flying dragon sect earlier, my brother might not have to suffer in the heavenly stairs. Shui Haichuan shook his head after he finished speaking. Clearly, the past still greatly affected him. Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian asked, I heard that Brother Haishan was imprisoned in the heavenly stairs for killing the former sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect's only son to avenge you? Yes. Shui Haichuan nodded. His expression turned solemn as he said, the former sect leader wanted to kill my brother. My brother's killing was justified since the former leader's son was at fault. Moreover, our masters had a good relationship with our senior uncles and junior uncles, so most of them voted for my brother to be imprisoned in the heavenly stairs for 10,000 years instead. I heard that the former sect leader joined the 10,000 Devils sect for that reason, and he's now in the Flying Dragon sect? Duanling Tian asked as his eyes flashed. That's right. Shui Haichuan nodded. He said confidently as he narrowed his eyes. He's also a white dragon elder in the Flying Dragon sect. However, there's nothing he can do to me now. The former sect leader must have tried to avenge his son's death after Brother Haishan came to the Flying Dragon sect. Right? Duanling Tian asked. Shui Haichuan nodded. Of course. Since I brought my brother here, he has been waiting for a chance to exact his revenge. However, as long as my brother doesn't leave my cultivation ground, he'll be safe. However, it's better to be more cautious, Duanling Tian said solemnly. People will resort to drastic measures when they're desperate. Since he's so obsessed about his son's death, he'll likely look for a way around the Flying Dragon sect's rules. Regardless of the reason, Shui Haishan had killed the son of the former sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect after all. A father could do anything to avenge the death of his son. I know, Shui Haichuan nodded. His eyes glinted coldly as he said, I won't let my brother leave my sight. As long as I keep an eye on my brother, that person won't be able to do anything to my brother. In the past, It had not been easy for Shui Haichuan in the Flying Dragon sect since the former sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect kept targeting him. Perhaps, if he was the one who killed the former sect leader's son, he would not have survived. After a moment, Shui Haichuan inhaled deeply before he said with a smile, "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's see which participants are strong. They'll be your opponents during the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, after all." With that, a mirror image was projected in the air with just a wave of Shui Haichuan's hand. Soon, Duan Lingtian saw Ho Qingning and the others facing 3 tests respectively according to their age groups in different independent realms. The tests for the age groups were the same, only the level of difficulty was different. For example, the test for the 10,000 Devil Sects Du Pejun, who was in the 8,000 to 10,000-year-old age group, was the most difficult. As for Du Qianjun and the Eastern Oriental sects Hu Tiandu, who were in the 5,000 to 8,000-year-old age group, their level of difficulty was intermediate. Meanwhile, the test for Ho Qingning and Murong Yinyu, who was in the youngest age group, had the lowest level of difficulty. However, based on the duo's strength, it would be challenging for them to survive until the end. When Shui Haichuan saw Duan Lingtian was mostly staring at Ho Qingning and Murong Yinyu, he could not help but ask, "Brother Duan, are that young man and young woman your friends?" Duan Lingtian nodded. "Yes. His name is Ho Qingning. That young woman is Murong Yinyu, the daughter of the clan leader of the Murong clan." Upon hearing these words, Shui Haichuan smiled and said, "If that's the case, I'll tell senior brother Dongfang to pay attention to them. As long as they're not too weak, they should be able to pass the entrance examination." Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened upon hearing Shui Haichuan's words. After all, since Dongfang Yanyan and Shui Haichuan were good friends, if Shui Haichuan put in a word for Ho Qingning and Murong Yinyu, perhaps Dongfang Yanyan would be more lenient toward the duo. In just a moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that the challenges Ho Qingning and Murong Yinyu faced had changed slightly. It was now slightly easier. One would not have noticed if one did not pay attention. Senior brother Dongfang oversees the entrance examinations for the inner disciples, and there's another person who oversees the entrance examinations for the outer disciples. Above them is a black dragon elder who oversees everything, Shui Haichuan explained. Although Dongfang Yanyan was in charge of overseeing the inner disciples' entrance examination, he still had to report to the Black Dragon Elder. As long as the Black Dragon Elder did not raise a question, there would be no problem with Dongfang Yanyan giving Ho Qingning and Murong Yinyu a little help. As for Duan Lingtian completely bypassing the entrance examinations to become an inner disciple, no one would question this decision. After all, his strength was clear. In fact, the Black Dragon Elder might even praise Dongfang Yanyan for being flexible. "Thank you, Brother Haichuan." Duan Lingtian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Shui Haichuan waved his hand and said, "After what you've done for my brother, this is just a relatively small matter." Then, as though he recalled something, his expression turned slightly grim as he said, "Brother Duan, you have to be wary of the inner elder, Kuang Tunjing, and the 10,000 Devils faction. His status now is different from the time he went to look for you at the Linghu clan. After all, his second disciple is now married to the daughter of Vice Sect leader Shui. Over the past 20 years, the 10,000 Devils faction has grown stronger than the Hidden Fog faction in the Flying Dragon sect. Nonetheless, despite his good relationship with sect leader Shui, he won't be able to do anything to you in the sect. At most, he can only make your life difficult. If he wants to openly kill you, he'll have to challenge you to a life-or-death duel. Naturally, you can choose to accept or refuse the challenge. As long as you don't leave the sect, you should be relatively safe. If you really need to leave the sect, let me know. I'll have someone accompany you." "I'd accompany you, but I can leave this place since I need to look after my brother." "Brother Haichuan, thank you for the reminder. I'll remember your words," Duan Lingtian said with a nod. Shui Haichuan smiled and said, "I forgot that you're not a member of the Hidden Fog sect anymore. Based on your status in the Linghu clan, the Linghu faction will definitely protect you since they look upon you so highly. I'm sure they're more than willing to protect you." Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly upon hearing Shui Haichuan's words. He was reminded of Linghu Renjie, who had lost his position as the clan leader of the Linghu clan because of him. If possible, he did not want to owe the Linghu clan anymore. He was indebted to them as it was. To redeem Linghu Renjie, he had to fulfill his promise to the Linghu clan, so that Linghu Renjie would be reinstated as the clan leader of the Linghu clan. Duan Lingtian was not omniscient after all. He had no idea that staying in the Linghu clan's Chamber of Laws for 3 months would cost the Linghu clan so much. It even cost Linghu Renjie his position as the clan leader of the Linghu clan. If he had been aware of that, he would not have stayed in the Chamber of Law for so long. If Linghu Renjie had mentioned it to him, he would have understood. He would not have thought badly of Linghu Renjie at all. Alas, Linghu Renjie did not say anything to him. Perhaps most people would not care about such things. However, Duan Lingtian was determined to repay the favor. This was the reason he had made a 100-year promise with the Linghu clan. I'll make sure to do everything I can within these 100 years to reinstate clan leader Linghu back to his position, Duan Lingtian thought to himself determinedly. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he discovered Xue Haichuan was looking at him contemplatively. Clearly, Xue Haichuan knew that Duan Lingtian was thinking about something important, but he did not pry into Duan Lingtian's affairs. He simply spoke about the participants of the entrance examinations. Since he felt much closer to Duan Lingtian now, the way he addressed Duan Lingtian had also changed as he said, "Little Tian, those people should be your opponents." Xue Haichuan pointed at the 10,000 devil sects Du Pejun, the Eastern Oriental sects Hua Tian Du, and the Ouyang clan's Ouyang Jianshan. After looking at Duan Lingtian's potential opponents, his gaze finally stopped on a woman before he said, "That woman is quite amazing." Duan Lingtian turned to look. Then he said, "She's known as Lady Seventh. She's the 7th disciple of the Valley Master of 10,000 Flowers Valley." 10,000 Flowers Valley? Xue Haichuan seemed shocked by these words. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian asked curiously, "What's wrong, Brother Haichuan? Do you have connections with the 10,000 Flowers Valley?" When Xue Haichuan regained his senses, he shook his head and said, "I had a friend in the 10,000 Flowers Valley, but I've not seen her in a long time now." Then, when he turned back to look at Lady Seventh, his gaze seemed to soften as he murmured, "They're too similar." Although Xue Haichuan's voice was not loud, Duan Lingtian heard them clearly. It seemed like Xue Haichuan's connection to the 10,000 Flowers Valley was not a shallow one. Xue Haichuan's mood seemed to have turned somewhat gloomy at this moment. Hence, Duan Lingtian did not ask any more questions and silently watched the inner disciples' entrance examinations. As time passed, many participants were eliminated. However, Xue Haichuan's attention was completely focused on the 10,000 Flowers Valley's Lady Seven. His eyes carried a hint of nostalgia, making Duan Lingtian wonder if he had an affair with someone related to Lady Seven. After all, Xue Haichuan had said something about how Lady Seven looked similar to someone. After some time, the inner disciples' entrance examinations finally came to an end. Whether it was due to Dongfeng Yan Nian's deliberate care or not, both Ho Qingning and Murong Inyu successfully passed the examination and became inner disciples of the Flying Dragon sect. It's over. When the mirror image finally disappeared, Xue Haichuan finally regained his senses. Duan Lingtian glanced over and saw that Xue Haichuan's eyelashes were wet with tears. However, they quickly evaporated due to Xue Haichuan's divine energy. If it were not for his keen perception, he would not have noticed it at all. With this, Duan Lingtian was even more certain that Xue Haichuan had something to do with Lady Seven's relative. That person was likely a female since Xue Haichuan had said Lady Seven resembled that person. However, Lady Seven is wearing a veil. He must have meant that her eyes, forehead, and figure are similar to the person in his mind. Little Tian, Xue Haichuan, who was unaware of Duan Lingtian's thoughts, called out. He said with a faint smile, "I have to watch over my older brother, so I won't be able to accompany you during the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Don't worry, I'll be watching it through a mirror image. Remember to rank first. The rewards for the first place are things that even make my heart move." Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he heard Xue Haichuan's words. He knew Xue Haichuan was not one to exaggerate. This meant that the rewards must be truly precious, even more so than the Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill. "I'll try my best." Duanling Tian replied modestly with a smile. At this time, Shui Haichuan's expression suddenly turned solemn before he said, "There's one more thing. If you encounter Lady Seven from the 10,000 Flowers Valley, please try to go easy on her if she refuses to admit defeat." Then, he explained, "If I'm not mistaken, she's the descendant of an old friend of mine." An old friend? Duanling Tian was certain of his speculation now. He naturally agreed to help Shui Haichuan. After all, this was not a difficult task. "Please wait here for a moment. Senior brother Dongfang should be here soon. He'll bring you to the Fire Dragon Mountain again. That's where all the new inner disciples will be staying." Shui Haichuan's cultivation ground was located on another mountain range adjacent to the Fire Dragon Mountain. The two places were rather close. In fact, the intersection between the two mountain ranges was not far from his cultivation ground. About an hour later, Dongfeng Yan finally arrived. He did not leave immediately and sat down to chat. As time passed, he grew closer to Duanling Tian as well and began to address Duanling Tian as Little Tian, and Duanling Tian also addressed him as Brother Yan. Initially, Duanling Tian had addressed Dongfang Yan as Brother Dongfang, but Dongfang Yan refused, saying it sounded too formal. Duanling Tian was inwardly surprised that a white dragon elder was so easygoing. As they continued to chat, Duanling Tian could see that Dongfang Yan was a straightforward person. With this, his impression of Dongfang Yan grew better. When night finally fell, Dongfeng Yan finally led Duanling Tian away from Shui Haichuan's cultivation ground to the temporary residence for new inner disciples of the Flying Dragon sect. The temporary residence for the new inner disciples of the Flying Dragon sect was in the valley of the Fire Dragon Mountain. Buildings were scattered around the valley. There were also buildings that were built higher above the rest on the slopes of the valley that belonged to some elders. Duanling Tian would be staying here while he waited for the Leighton Grand Contest to start after 3 days. The duo hovered in the air for a moment before Dongfang Yan said with a smile before leaving, "Little Tian, I'll see you in 3 days." "All right," Duanling Tian nodded. After Dongfang Yan left, Duanling Tian could sense many pairs of eyes looking at him from below. Most of them were disciples and a few elders. Duanling Tian looked down and saw Ho Qingning flying toward him. When he arrived next to Duanling Tian, he asked curiously, "Duanling Tian, you're acquainted with Elder Dongfang. Moreover, both of you seemed very familiar with each other. Brother Yan is good friends with Brother Haichuan. I was with Brother Haichuan earlier when you were taking the examinations." "I see." Ho Qingning nodded. Through their previous exchanges, he knew that Duanling Tian had a good relationship with Shui Haichuan. After a moment, he sighed and said, "Today's examination was a little too hard. I almost couldn't pass it. Fortunately, my luck was pretty good and somehow managed to pass." Ho Qingning's tone was slightly grave, but it held a hint of happiness. Duanling Tian merely smiled and did not say anything about Shui Haichuan asking for Dongfang Yan to go easy on Ho Qingning and Murong Yinyu. To him, this trivial matter was not worth mentioning between friends. At the same time, in another part of the Flying Dragon sect's estate, Kuang Tianzheng, an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect, finally heard about what had happened today. That little bastard actually broke through and became an intermediate king of gods? Kuang Tianzheng's expression was very unsightly at this moment. If it were not for his second disciple being in the same room as him, he would not have been able to resist smashing the table in front of him into pieces. A young man dressed in a cyan long robe sat across from Kuang Tianzheng at this moment. He was tall and had a sturdy figure. He had a stern countenance, and his dark eyebrows made him look even more stern. He was none other than Zhong Ken, Kuang Tianzheng's second disciple, and the son-in-law of vice sect leader Shui of the Flying Dragon sect. At that time, if he had died instead of Honor, the one in the spotlight now would have been Honor, not him. Kuang Tianzheng's eyes were brimming with fury and hatred as he spoke. "Canner, you've not forgotten how Honor treated you like a brother back then, right?" Kuang Tianzheng asked in a low voice. His gaze softened as he looked at his second disciple. "Master, rest assured, I won't let junior brother die in vain, Xianxia said in a lowered voice. If there's anything I can do to avenge his death, please instruct me. I'll do anything as long as it's within my capabilities. A smile bloomed on Kuang Tianzheng's face as soon as he heard these words. These were the words he had been waiting for. Master, do you have a plan in mind? Zhong Can asked. I don't have a plan yet, Kuang Tianzheng said as he shook his head. However, I won't let that brat have an easy time after he joins the sect. It's best if we can disturb his cultivation. After all, he's not even 3,000 years old, but he has already achieved so much. I'm afraid we'd be at a disadvantage if he continues to grow. At that time, the tables might turn, and we might be in trouble. A hint of fear could be heard in Kuang Tianzheng's voice nearing the end of his words. It's true that we can't allow him to grow to his full potential, Zhong Can said with a nod. We should try to lure him out of the sect and hire an assassin to kill him. If he refuses to leave the sect, we can try provoking him until he accepts a life-or-death challenge out of anger. It's still better to lure him out of the sect, Kuang Tianzheng said. It's unlikely he'll be provoked into accepting a life-or-death duel, especially if the opponent is much stronger than him. I believe he's not an impulsive person since he's able to come this far. In fact, he's rather meticulous and cunning. You can see this based on how he bide his time and only returned to the Hidden Fog sect when he was strong enough to kill Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei's disciples. Lure him out of the sect? Zhong Can frown slightly. How can we lure him out of the sect? After all, he's aware that we're waiting for a chance to kill him. It's difficult, but it's not impossible to lure him out of the sect, Kuang Tianzheng said nonchalantly. If he hears about a divine sanctuary left behind by a supreme god, do you think he'd be able to resist the temptation to leave the sex estate? Zhong Can's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing these words. Master, you're brilliant. 3 days passed in just a blink of an eye. The Flying Dragon Sect's Latent Dragon Grand Contest that was held once every 100 years was finally about to begin. Since the entrance examinations for inner disciples and outer disciples had ended, those who passed the entrance examinations were qualified to join the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Duan Ling Tian met Ho Qingning as soon as they left. As Ho Qingning looked at the throng of people around them, he said, Only 268 people passed the inner disciples entrance examination and joined the Flying Dragon sect. On the other hand, I heard the sect managed to recruit more than 500 outer disciples this time. Duan Ling Tian nodded. At this time, his eyes lit up when he saw a beautiful woman whose face was hidden by a veil. She had changed into a different outfit and was dressed in a long blue robe now. In addition to her beauty, her ethereal aura made it hard not to turn heads. Duan Ling Tian saw a few young men trying to strike up a conversation with her but was given the cold shoulder instead. The woman seemed indifferent to everything and everyone around her. However, she did not seem out of place. Instead, she blended rather harmoniously with her surroundings. Ho Qingning followed Duan Ling Tian's gaze, and when he saw the woman, he said with a smile, after the inner disciples. Entrance examination ended, many men tried to approach her. However, all of them were ruthlessly rejected. No matter what they did, she was completely unmoved. There were even 2 men who attacked her out of anger and humiliation, but they were defeated by her instead. I don't think those 2 would be able to participate in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Duan Ling Tian smiled upon hearing Ho Qingning's words. It seemed like the prodigy from the 10,000 Flowers Valley, who was known as Lady Seven, was not a simple person. He could not help but be reminded of Huaner's aloofness when he looked at Lady Seven. Huaner was cold and unapproachable to most people, and she would only warm up to Duan Ling Tian and his family and friends. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly when he thought about Huaner. In just a blink of an eye, he had been separated from his wife and Huaner for almost 30 years. Then, this thought led to his other wife, Kalair. In another 300 years, the spatial passages between the realms of gods and Devata realms will open. Duan Ling Tian was lost in his thoughts at this moment. It was as though his soul had left the realm of gods and returned to the time he was with his wives and Huaner. He only regained his senses when he heard Ho Qingning's voice. Duan Ling Tian, she's coming over, Ho Qingning said. Before Duan Ling Tian could respond, the woman was already standing in front of Duan Ling Tian. Her crystal-clear eyes were calm as she looked at him. The crowd watched enviously as the duo stood together. Ho Qingning took a few steps back and said tactfully, "I'll leave you both to talk." After stepping to the side, Ho Qingning asked through voice transmission, "Duan Tian, do you know her?" Ho Qingning was naturally curious. After all, the woman had refused everyone who approached her, but she was now taking the initiative to approach Duan Tian. He heard that during the qualifying test, she had gone with the flow and quietly joined those who were not from Lord rank forces. From the beginning until the end, she did not say a word at all. Some people even suspected she was mute, even if that was impossible once one became an advanced god. "I don't know her," Duan Tian replied to Ho Qingning through voice transmission as he looked at the woman in confusion. Finally, he asked, "How may I help you?" "I heard people say that you're acquainted with Shui Hai Chuan," the woman asked. Her voice was melodious. Duan Tian was slightly surprised by her question. He asked in return, "Who told you about that?" To his knowledge, apart from those from the Linghu clan, no one knew he was acquainted with Shui Hai Chuan. After listening to the woman's reply, he found that when he, Shui Hai Chuan, and Shui Hai Shan went for drinks at a restaurant in Linghu City, the manager had recognized Shui Hai Chuan. With that, news began to spread among the staff members. It did not take long before word began to spread about Duan Tian's relationship with Shui Hai Chuan. The woman asked bluntly, "Can you contact him?" "Yes," Duan Tian said with a nod after a brief moment of hesitation. After all, he recalled Shui Hai Chuan had told him to go easy on the woman during the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. With this, he deduced Shui Hai Chuan would not mind this. "Please tell me that I want to meet him after the end of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Tell him that I'm Fu Qinglu's daughter," she said. Duan Tian did not waste time and quickly convey her message to Shui Hai Chuan. Shui Hai Chuan's reply came swiftly. "Little Tian, tell her that you'll lead her to me once the Latent Dragon Grand Contest ends. Please show her the way." Duan Tian could sense Shui Hai Chuan's surging emotions despite Shui Hai Chuan's effort to remain calm. Then he said, "I've already spoken to him. He has asked me to lead you to him after the end of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest." "Thank you," she said before she flew off to the venue of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. The venue was held at the peak of Fire Dragon Mountain. The peak had been flattened. Half of the area at the peak was occupied by a stone platform that was called the Flaming Dragon Arena. It was where the fights would take place. During ordinary days, disciples of the Flying Dragon sect would also come to spar at this place. At this moment, the stone platform was empty. However, countless people had gathered around at this moment to watch the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. "Duan Tian, you're here." Duan Tian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a finely dressed young man walking toward him with a smile on his face. A black-clad young man and a blue-clad middle-aged man followed closely behind the finely dressed young man. Before Duan Tian had a chance to speak, the finely dressed young man had already arrived in front of Duan Tian. He was none other than Hua Tiandu, the young master of the Eastern Oriental sect. "Young Master Hua, you're here early." Duan Tian smiled and nodded at Hua Tiandu. Hua Tiandu chuckled as he looked at Duan Tian and said, "Duan Tian, if we meet during the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, please have mercy on me." "Young Master Hua, you're too humble," Duan Tian said as he shook his head. "I might need you to have mercy on me instead." Hua Tiandu laughed. "In that case, let's just do this. Whoever falls into a disadvantage first should surrender." Duan Tian nodded. "All right." Hua Tiandu looked to the side from the corners of his eyes at this moment before he said, "Duan Tian, please excuse me. I just saw a friend of mine." Duan Tian nodded. He instinctively turned to look in the direction Hua Tiandu was looking and saw a finely dressed young man. Compared to Hua Tiandu, the young man looked quite reserved. Upon sensing his gaze, the young man nodded with a faint smile at him by way of greeting. After he nodded in response, he received a voice transmission from Ho Qingning. "That's Ji Wuchang." It said that his strength is on par with Hua Tiandu. However, during the qualifying test, he did not show his strength, so he did not really stand out among the 5,000 to 8,000 years old age group. He was clearly holding back his strength. Duan Tian smiled. "Isn't that normal? Although there are many who displayed their strength unreservedly, There are also many who kept their strength hidden during the qualifying test. If they were able to pass it, there's no need for them to use their full strength after all. Duan Tian knew his opponents were not just famous prodigies like Du Pejun and Hua Tiandu, who openly displayed their strength as advanced kings of gods. There were many who had yet to reveal their strength. Moreover, it was highly likely that Du Pejun and Hua Tiandu still did not reveal their full strength. Apart from that, one had to consider external means such as divine artifacts and other methods as well. Revered Elder Duan. A woman's voice rang out as a faint fragrance lingered in the air. Soon enough, a beautiful woman appeared in front of Duan Tian and Ho Qing Ning. It was none other than Morong Inyu. Morong Inyu was thrilled that she had passed the inner disciples' entrance examinations, but she was even more thrilled that Ho Qing Ning had passed the examination as well. After all, she had been worried he would fail. If that happened, it would be difficult for them to meet in the future even if he became an outer disciple. Previously, she had also been worried that if both of them failed the test, he would join the Flying Dragon sect as an outer disciple. After all, if she failed to become an inner disciple, it was not an option for her to become an outer disciple. She would have to return to the sect. It might not be easy for him to become an inner disciple of the Flying Dragon sect, but it would definitely be easy for him to become an outer disciple of the Flying Dragon sect. Third Miss Murong. Duan Tian smiled at Morong Inyu. Then he said to Ho Qing Ning meaningfully, since Third Miss Murong is here, I'll excuse myself. With that, Duan Tian teleported and appeared next to Linghu Hong and Linghu Huan. As soon as Linghu Huan saw Duan Tian, he said in a slightly grave tone, Ling Tian, initially, I thought that even if you failed to rank first, you'll still be able to rank in the top 3. However, now I'm not sure you'll even be able to rank in the top 3. Duan Tian looked at Linghu Huan in confusion upon hearing these words. Linghu Huan explained with a solemn expression. I spoke to a friend of mine yesterday. He told me that he suspected Hua Tiandu and Ji Wuchang had discovered a divine sanctuary left behind by a supreme god. After that, Hua Tiandu's strength had increased greatly. It said that no one below Lords of Gods was a match for him in the Eastern Oriental sect. Linghu Huan continued to say, the Eastern Oriental sect prevented news of that from spreading. However, my friend found out about it because his good friend is a core elder in the Eastern Oriental sect. He accidentally came across Hua Tiandu when Hua Tiandu was displaying his strength. From what he saw, he said Hua Tiandu was definitely among the top advanced kings of gods in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. He's not inferior to the advanced kings of gods in the top emperor rank forces. As for Ji Wuchang, he's from the First Winter sect. His strength was on par with Hua Tiandu's previously. However, since they both entered the divine sanctuary left behind by a supreme god, it goes without saying that his strength has also risen tremendously. Linghu Huan said as his tone grew heavier and heavier. Duan Tian was rather surprised by Linghu Huan's words. He instinctively turned to look at Hua Tiandu and Ji Wuchang, who were chatting happily. When the duo sensed his gaze, they smiled and nodded at him. Duan Tian smiled. Both of them are really lucky. Duan Tian had entered a divine sanctuary left behind by an emperor of gods. Although he obtained many things, most of them could only be used once he became a lord of gods. Due to his experience, he knew that divine sanctuary left behind by a lord of gods would be more useful to kings of gods. At this moment, Duan Tian received a voice transmission. Duan Tian, are you at the Flaming Dragon Arena? Duan Tian was shocked when he heard the voice transmission. Ding Yan. Ding Yan was one of his friends in the Hidden Fog Academy. Ding Yan had left the academy without saying anything, and he had only found out about it from Ho Qing Ning. Moreover, he and Ho Qing Ning had tried to contact Ding Yan multiple times, but they did not receive any reply. They would have thought Ding Yan had died if it was not for his intact soul pearl. Duan Tian asked in confusion, how do you know I'm at the Flaming Dragon Arena? Are you in the Flying Dragon sect? Ding Yan did not reply to Duan Tian's question. Instead, he said, I'll come and meet you. At this time. Ling Tian, are you listening to what I said? Linghu Hun asked with a hint of impatience, frowning, when he saw Duan Tian was distracted. Duan Tian said sheepishly, Supreme Elder Huan, something urgent came up. I need to leave for a moment. I'll speak to you when I return. Without waiting for Ling Hu Huan's response, Duan Ling Tian flashed away and reappeared behind Ho Qingning, who was chatting with Murong Yinyu. Ho Qingning and Murong Yinyu were both startled by Duan Ling Tian's sudden appearance. Murong Yinyu instinctively grabbed Ho Qingning's arm, and when she regained her senses, she hurriedly withdrew her hands, feeling embarrassed. Duan Ling Tian, you nearly scared me to death, Ho Qingning said before he asked, what's the matter? Why did you teleport when we're so close to each other? You could have just flown over. Despite his words, Ho Qingning rather enjoyed it when Murong Yinyu grabbed his arm earlier. In fact, he had wished Duan Ling Tian would scare them a few more times. Duan Ling Tian said without beating around the bush, I just received a message from Ding Yan. What? Ho Qingning was shocked. He sent you a message? What did he say? That brat reached out to you first instead of me? He's going to get an earful from me. After saying that, Ho Qingning sent a message to Ding Yan as well, complaining that Ding Yan did not send him a message. I sent Duan Ling Tian a message because he's in the Flying Dragon sect. I'm on my way to meet him now, Ding Yan replied. Are you in the Flying Dragon sect now? Did you participate in the Flying Dragon sect's entrance examinations? How come I didn't see you? Even then, you should have seen us during the qualifying test, right? Ho Qingning unleashed a barrage of questions at Ding Yan. A few moments later, Ding Yan replied, sounding surprised, Ho Qingning, you participated in the Flying Dragon sect's entrance examination as well? So you're an outer disciple now? Hey! I'll have you know that I'm now an inner disciple of the Flying Dragon sect, Ho Qingning said with a hint of pride. What? You managed to become an inner disciple of the Flying Dragon sect? Ding Yan was so shocked that he stopped moving immediately. Hints of disbelief could be seen in his eyes. Over the past 30 years, Ding Yan had been in closed-door cultivation and comprehending the law of fire in a chamber of laws. He had only emerged from his closed-door cultivation yesterday to participate in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. When he was registering as an inner disciple, he had heard about Duan Ling Tian's amazing display of strength during the qualifying test 3 days ago. Initially, he thought it was just someone with the same name. After all, although the Duan Ling Tian he knew was outstanding, he did not think it was possible for Duan Ling Tian to improve so much in just 30 years. However, as he continued to listen to the discussion about Duan Ling Tian, he was convinced that the Duan Ling Tian those people discussed was indeed his friend. Ding Yan heard about how Duan Ling Tian had left the Hidden Fog sect and joined the Linghu clan as a revered elder. Most shockingly, not only did Duan Ling Tian become an intermediate king of gods, but since 20 years ago, Duan Ling Tian was already capable of refining god-grade limit divine pills and was comparable to a lord-rank divine alchemist. He was understandably shocked. After Ding Yan left Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy, his spatial ring had been given to another person for safekeeping before he entered closed-door cultivation to prepare for the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. As soon as he emerged from his closed-door cultivation, he had planned to reach out to Duan Ling Tian and Ho Qingning after the Latent Dragon Grand Contest ended. Who knew he would find out that Duan Ling Tian was in the Flying Dragon sect as well. Hence, he quickly sent a message to Duan Ling Tian. However, he really did not expect to receive a message from Ho Qingning as well. More shockingly, Ho Qingning was now an inner disciple of the Flying Dragon sect. He could tell Ho Qingning was not lying. Ding Yan was not surprised about Duan Ling Tian due to Duan Ling Tian's innate talent and comprehension skills. However, it was surprising to him that Ho Qingning managed to become an inner disciple of the Flying Dragon sect, since Ho Qingning's innate talent and comprehension skills were weaker than his in the past. In the past, Ho Qingning was only slightly stronger than Ding Yan due to the resources he received as the young master of the King-rank 10,000 Leaves sect. Ding Yan, who was alone, naturally did not have the best resources. Even then, Ding Yan's innate talent and comprehension skills were higher than Ding Yan. In fact, Ding Yan had been given a chance to enter the Flying Dragon sect previously, but he had refused to do so. Then his elder came to look for him in Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy and forcibly took him away. With his return, he enjoyed the cultivation resources that he lacked while he was alone in the Hidden Fog Academy. At that time, Ho Qingning had intended to inform Duan Ling Tian and Ho Qingning about this, But his spatial ring had been taken away by the elder before he could do so. Back in the present, Ho Qingning said, slightly displeased, "Hey, what do you mean by that? Where are you?" Duanling Tian said, "You're in the Flying Dragon sect. We're at the venue of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, the Flaming Dragon Arena. Hurry up and come over so I can show you my cultivation now. I'm now a king of gods." Upon seeing how arrogant Ho Qingning was, Duanling Tian was filled with the urge to punch Ho Qingning. Meanwhile, Ding Yen, who was still shocked, said, "Wait for me. I'll be there in fewer than a dozen breaths." After that, Ding Yen turned into a ball of flames as he streaked across the sky like a meteor toward the Flaming Dragon Arena at the peak of Fire Dragon Mountain. In fact, the Latent Dragon Grand Contest would not be held in the Flaming Dragon Arena since the bricks used to build it would not withstand the fights. To be precise, the Latent Dragon Grand Contest would be held in the sky above the Flaming Dragon Arena. He said he'll arrive in fewer than a dozen breaths, Ho Qingning said to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian nodded with a smile. He was really curious about the reason Ding Yen was in the Flying Dragon sect. If Ding Yen had participated in the qualifying test, he would have definitely seen Ding Yen. Moreover, even if he failed to see Ding Yen with his eye-catching performance during the qualifying test, Ding Yen should have seen him. Maybe he was nearby and heard I was in the Flying Dragon sect. That's also likely why he's unaware that Ho Qingning is also here, Duanling Tian speculated inwardly. "Revered Elder Duan, what are both of you talking about?" Morong Inu looked at the duo in confusion. "A friend of ours is coming to see us," Duanling Tian said with a smile. A dozen breaths later, "There he is," Ho Qingning cried out. Duanling Tian looked over and saw the tall and burly Ding Yen. Ding Yen was about 2 meters tall, so it was easy to find him in a sea of crowds. Duanling Tian could tell Ding Yen had become more reserved now and had matured a lot. Ding Yan's eyes lit up as soon as he saw the duo and hurriedly flew toward them. In just a moment, he landed in front of Duanling Tian and Ho Qingning. Finally, the trio was reunited after 30 years. "Ho Qingning, you're really an inner disciple of the Flying Dragon sect," Ding Yen exclaimed when he saw the inner disciple's identity token hanging at Ho Qingning's waist. His expression was one of shock and disbelief. Similarly, Ho Qingning's eyes fell on the similar identity token hanging at Ding Yan's waist. He stammered, "You're also an inner disciple of the Flying Dragon sect. This doesn't make sense. Your identity token seems to be from our batch as well." A frown could be seen on Ho Qingning's face at the end of his words. Duanling Tian looked at Ding Yan's identity token as well, and he discovered a special marking on it. The marking by the Flying Dragon sect would last for a month to indicate their status as new inner disciples, and it could not be faked. The markings were on the identity tokens of all participants of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. "Ding Yen, what happened?" Duanling Tian asked curiously. "I'll explain everything to you later," Ding Yen smiled. Then, he looked at Morong Inu before he asked, "Who's this?" "This is Morong Inu, the third young miss of the Morong clan," Duanling Tian said. Then he continued saying through voice transmission, "They like each other. I'm sure we'll be drinking at their wedding banquet soon." Ding Yan's eyes brightened upon hearing this. Then he smiled at Morong Inu and said, "Nice to meet you, third Miss Morong. I'm Ding Yen, a friend of Duanling Tian and Ho Qingning." "Nice to meet you," Morong Inu responded. She was embarrassed when she saw Ding Yan's eyes darting back and forth between her and Ho Qingning. She knew Duanling Tian must have said something to Ding Yen. Otherwise, why would Ding Yen look at them in this manner? It was not like she was holding on to Ho Qingning's arm now. "Oh? So you still remember that we're friends?" Ho Qingning said with feigned anger. "You left without a word. Not only that, no matter how many times we contacted you, you didn't respond at all. If it weren't for your intact soul pearl, we would have thought that you died. Don't you think you owe us an explanation?" Ding Yen smiled sheepishly as he said, "I had no choice. I wanted to bid farewell to both of you, but before I could send either of you a message, my spatial ring was confiscated. I only got it back yesterday." It seemed like one of Duanling Tian and Ho Qingning's speculations was right. "Who confiscated your spatial ring?" Ho Qingning asked. Before Ding Yen could reply, Ho Qingning added, "Moreover, why are you in the Flying Dragon sect? And why's your identity token similar to ours?" I'm certain I didn't see you during the qualifying test. Moreover, you should have seen us as well. Even if it was inconvenient for you to greet us, you could have sent us a message. Ho Qingning took the lead to say, I didn't participate in the qualifying test. Ding Yen shook his head and said, I didn't even participate in the entrance examinations for the inner disciples. Duan Ling Tian, Ho Qingning, and Murong Yin Yu were naturally shocked by these words. All of them had the same thoughts in mind. How did Ding Yen obtain the identity token if he did not take the entrance examinations? Did he have a connection to the Flying Dragon sect? Upon seeing the trio's suspicious expressions, Ding Yen shrugged and said, I received the identity token today so I can participate in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ding Yen intently and said, During the 10-star students trial, you once asked me to follow you because the King-grade forces wouldn't dare to act against me, as long as you were around if they knew your identity. Do you have connections in the Flying Dragon sect? The trio was certain that Ding Yen must have connections in the Flying Dragon sect, since he was able to become an inner disciple of the sect without having to take the qualifying test and the entrance examinations. That's right. Ding Yen nodded. Then a complex expression appeared on his face as he let out a long sigh. He remained silent until Ho Qingning prompted him to explain himself. After listening to Ding Yen, Duan Ling Tian and Ho Qingning finally understood what had happened. As it turned out, Ding Yan's father was a sectless cultivator who was a lord of gods. His father was also his only relative in this world. Alas, his father died. After his father passed away, a good friend of his father took him under his wings when he was still a child. His father had such a good relationship with that person that they even arranged a marriage for their children. His father's good friend kept the promise even after his father passed away. As it turned out, his father's good friend was a black dragon elder in the Flying Dragon sect. Initially, Ding Yen had felt it was suffocating to stay with the black dragon elder. This was because his daughter would look down on him and mock him behind his back. If it were not for the fact that the black dragon elder had treated him really kindly, he would have left a long time ago. However, when the black dragon elder entered closed-door cultivation, his daughter did something that crossed the line, which resulted in Ding Yen leaving the Flying Dragon sect. After leaving the Flying Dragon sect, Ding Yen joined the Skywind City's Hidden Fog sect and slowly rose in ranks until he became a 10-star student. 30 years ago, the Black Dragon Elder emerged from his closed-door cultivation and brought him back to the sect. In order for him to focus on his cultivation, the Black Dragon Elder had confiscated his spatial ring. Finally, Ding Yen said with a wry smile, So that's what happened. Uncle Sikong wants me to join the Flying Dragon sect officially. Previously, I was just like his nephew with no official identity in the Flying Dragon sect. No wonder your bloodline power is extraordinary. As it turns out, your father is a lord of gods, Ho Qingning said. He was rather envious of Ding Yan's berserkification veins that could boost Ding Yan's strength tremendously. It doesn't matter since he's passed, Ding Yan said with a sigh. I didn't know how strong my father was when I was young. I only remember he would carry me everywhere when I was a child in search of divine pills that could help me. After he passed away, Uncle Sikong brought me to the Flying Dragon sect. A hint of nostalgia could be seen in Ding Yan's eyes when he spoke. Ho Qingning switched the topic and asked, Ding Yen, what's your cultivation base now? I'm just a rudimentary king of gods, Ding Yen replied. Me too, Ho Qingning said with a smile. Are you ready for the Latent Dragon Grand Contest? If you're participating, I hope to meet you so I can show you my progress after all these years. You weren't my opponent in the past. Ding Yen looked at Ho Qingning in surprise and said, I'm surprised you're a rudimentary king of gods now. I was only able to break through because Uncle Sikong took great care of me. He found me various divine pills and divine fruits. However, I doubt the 10,000 Leaves sect and the Hidden Fog Academy would be able to provide you with such good cultivation resources. I left the Hidden Fog Academy a long time ago. Ho Qingning shook his head and said, Before I came to the Flying Dragon sect, Duan Ling Tian helped me to join the Murong clan. I only managed to become a rudimentary king of gods in such a short time because of Duan Ling Tian's divine pills. Ho Qingning was aware of his limit. With his innate talent and comprehension skills, he would not be able to become a rudimentary king of gods in such a short time without Duan Ling Tian's help. Ding Yan's eyes brightened when he heard Ho Qingning's words. He instinctively looked at Duanling Tian and said, Duanling Tian, I heard you're able to refine God-grade limit divine pills. I didn't know you're skilled in alchemy as well since you didn't mention anything about it in the past. I dabbled in alchemy when I was in the mundane realm and the Devata realm. I decided to try my luck and refine pills in the realm of gods. As it turns out, it's quite fruitful, Duanling Tian replied casually. Ding Yen looked at Duanling Tian incredulously as he said, not all alchemists in the Devata realms can become outstanding divine alchemists in the realms of gods. To be outstanding here, not only do you have to be skilled in refining, but you must also be skilled in detecting and extracting vitality energy from the heaven and earth spirit energy. There was no doubt that Duanling Tian was highly skilled in alchemy. At this moment, Ding Yen, a voice rang out, attracting the attention of Duanling Tian and the others. Duanling Tian looked over and saw Murong Suifeng, the vice sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect and the dean of Skywind City's Hidden Fog sect. Murong Suifeng was clearly shocked when he saw Ding Yen. After all, Ding Yen had abruptly left the Hidden Fog Academy more than 20 years ago after sending him a hasty message about dropping out. Ever since then, he had been unable to contact Ding Yen. He had been wondering about what happened to Ding Yen since then. Through a few teachers of the academy, all he knew was that Ding Yen was not dead since his soul pearl was intact. Ding Yan's eyes lit up. Dean Murong, you're here as well. On the contrary, Murong Yin looked around vigilantly as she bit her lips before she finally called out softly, "Sixth uncle! Sixth uncle!" Duanling Tian and Ho Qingning were slightly taken aback. Duanling Tian had thought about the possibility of Murong Suifeng being related to the Murong clan since the clan was located quite near to the Hidden Fog sect. However, during the qualifying test, he noticed that the members of the Murong clan and Murong Suifeng did not greet each other in any form. It was as though they were strangers. Hence, he dismissed his speculation. Hence, he was caught off guard when Murong Yin addressed Murong Suifeng as sixth uncle. Murong Suifeng's expression changed slightly when Murong Yin greeted him. He looked around vigilantly as well. Upon seeing this, Murong Yin said, "Don't worry, sixth uncle. There aren't any members of the clan around us. Little you, even if that's the case, you shouldn't talk to me so openly. We can speak through voice transmission. You know very well that when I was expelled from the clan leader forbade the clan members from approaching me. Those who even dare to speak a word to me would be expelled as well. You should pretend like you don't know me," Murong Suifeng admonished gently. However, his expression was stern. "I understand," Murong Yin said, when she saw Murong Suifeng's stern expression. With this, Duanling Tian finally understood why the Murong clan and Murong Suifeng acted as though they were strangers. As it turned out, it was under the order of the clan leader of the Murong clan. He could not help but wonder what Murong Suifeng had done for him to be expelled from the clan. Although Duanling Tian was usually not interested in gossip, he was very curious about this matter. Hence, he said to Ho Qingning through voice transmission, "Ask the third miss what happened between the dean and the Murong clan when you have the time." Duanling Tian could not imagine what kind of crime Murong Suifeng committed for him to be treated in such a manner by the Murong clan. "Why don't you ask her?" Ho Qingning replied. After all, he did not know if it would be inappropriate for him to ask her such a personal question. "I'm giving you a chance to deepen your relationship with her," Duanling Tian said with a smile. "You can tell her that I'm the one who asked about it." "You?" Ho Qingning was rendered speechless by Duanling Tian's words. While Murong Suifeng and Ding Yen were talking, the moderator for the Latent Dragon Grand Contest finally appeared at the Flaming Dragon Arena. Two people followed behind him. One of them was Dongfang Yen, one of the two white dragon elders of the Flying Dragon sect whom Duanling Tian was familiar with. After a moment, Duanling Tian shifted his gaze to the middle-aged man standing next to Dongfang Yen. With just a glance at the identity token at his waist, he discovered that the middle-aged man was also a white dragon elder like Dongfang Yen. As for the old man who stood in front of the two white dragon elder, his identity token was carved with a lifelike dragon and was inlaid with something that looked like black jade. Black Dragon Elder. Duanling Tian's eyes widened imperceptibly when he saw the old man's jade token. With this, it was easy to guess that the moderator for the Latent Dragon Grand Contest was the Black Dragon Elder called Lan Yushan. Previously, when Duanling Tian chatted with Shui Haichuan and Dongfeng Yan Nian, he had heard about Lan Yushang in passing. At that time, he learned that Dongfeng Yan Nian was in charge of the inner disciples' entrance examination while another white dragon elder was in charge of the outer disciples' entrance examination. Their superior, the one in charge of everything to do with the qualifying test and entrance examinations, was Lan Yushan. As soon as the trio appeared, they stirred up a commotion and became the focus of everyone's attention. Many of the new inner and outer disciples recognized the trio at once. That's Elder Dongfeng. That's Elder Ho Jifeng, who was in charge of the outer disciples' entrance examinations. Ho Jifeng was the other white dragon elder standing next to Dongfeng Yan Nian at this moment. Soon, someone with keen eyesight saw the identity token at Lan Yushan's waist. He's a black dragon elder? The old man standing in the lead had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. His thick long hair was draped across his back. His expression was calm, it was neither happy nor sad. At this time, an inner disciple who came to watch the show turned around and said to the new inner and outer disciples, "Considering you're new to this place, let me introduce you to that person. He's Elder Lan Yushan, one of the Black Dragon Elders of the Flying Dragon sect. He's an advanced Lord of Gods." Only new inner and outer disciples could participate in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. But older inner disciples could come to watch the show at the Flaming Dragon Arena. Unfortunately, older outer disciples were prohibited from coming to the Flaming Dragon Arena. The Flaming Dragon Arena was in the depths of Fire Dragon Mountain. Outer disciples were only allowed outside most of these places unless they had just joined the Flying Dragon sect. If they violated this rule, they would be severely punished. For this reason, most of the people present were new inner and outer disciples of the Flying Dragon sect. No outer disciples could watch, and very few inner elders came to watch. As for the elders, there were even fewer of them present. All in all, there were only a few hundred people present. Compared to the thousands of hopefuls who came to participate in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, the number of spectators was rather pitiful. Many people were shocked when they learned that Lan Yushan was a Black Dragon Elder. For most of them, it was their first time seeing an advanced Lord of Gods. Hence, it was not surprising that they were all staring at him unblinkingly. The Flying Dragon sect is indeed amazing. I've just joined the sect, but I already met an advanced Lord of Gods. So this is what an advanced Lord of Gods is like. This old man is an advanced Lord of Gods? So he's among the strongest among all Lords of Gods. In the Flying Dragon sect, the White Dragon Elders have higher status than Inner Elders. However, the status of Black Dragon Elders is even higher than that of a White Dragon Elder. Those who can become advanced Lords of Gods have survived many once in 1000 years heavenly tribulations. This shows how powerful they are. I wonder if I'd be able to become an advanced Lord of Gods in the future like Elder Lan after joining the Flying Dragon sect. Lan Yushan's arrival brought about a momentary silence before a commotion erupted. Not only were the disciples of the Flying Dragon sect in awe, but even the elders from various forces were in awe. At this moment, a man standing near the trio from the Flying Dragon sect bowed slightly and said, "Greetings, Elder Lan. I'm Hua Chunming, the sect leader of the Eastern Oriental sect." Although Hua Chunming was the sect leader of a rather powerful Lord rank force, he still showed respect to Lan Yushan, who was a Black Dragon Elder. After all, not only did Lan Yushan have higher status, but Lan Yushan was much stronger than him as well. With Hua Chunming taking the lead, the elders from various forces began to greet Lan Yushan one after another. After a while, Lan Yushan raised his hand, gesturing for everyone to keep quiet. Then he said in a casual tone, "Let's skip the small talk. I'm sure most of you are already aware of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest's rules, so I won't repeat them. I'll activate a formation and form 10 battle rings. Those whose names appear will go into the battle rings. You only have 1 minute to enter the battle ring. Otherwise, you'd be automatically disqualified." When everyone had just joined the Flying Dragon sect 3 days ago, they had already been told about the Latent Dragon Grand Contest's rules. The first round of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest was to select the 100 strongest outer disciples who would join the inner disciples during the second round. If any of the outer disciples managed to rank in the top 200, they would be promoted to an inner disciple. Conversely, inner disciples who ranked at the bottom would be demoted to an outer disciple. Naturally, if the inner disciple was unwilling to become an outer disciple, he or she could choose to leave the Flying Dragon sect. 3 days ago, more than 300 people passed the inner disciples' entrance examinations, and more than 800 people passed the outer disciples' entrance examinations. Ho Qingning, who was standing next to Duanling Tian, said in a hushed voice, "This means only 100 out of 800 outer disciples will qualify for the next round. It seems like the first round won't end so soon." At the same time, Lan Yushan waved his hand, activating the formation. Subsequently, 10 square battle rings appeared in the air above the Flaming Dragon arena. With that, he said in a clear voice without beating around the bush, "The Latent Dragon Grand Contest begins now." To Duanling Tian and the others, the Latent Dragon Grand Contest was a serious event. However, to a Black Dragon Elder of the Flying Dragon sect, it was just child's play. The battle rings were located quite far from each other, and each of them was suffused with light of different colors, making it easier to tell them apart. At this time, 2 names appeared in each of the 10 battle rings. At the same time, 10 figures flew out and moved to stand at each of the battle rings. Based on their identity tokens, they were inner elders of the Flying Dragon sect. Kuang Tianzheng, who had once visited Duanling Tian in the Linghu clan to kill him, was among the 10 inner elders. Due to his connection with vice sect leader Shui of the Flying Dragon sect, he was naturally unlike the ordinary inner elders of the Flying Dragon sect. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At this moment, 20 outer disciples flew toward the battle rings that were flashing with their names. The identity token they carried had a special mark as well, indicating their eligibility to participate in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. At this moment, Duanling Tian turned to look at Ho Qingning and saw a trace of unease on Ho Qingning's calm face. He asked through voice transmission, "What's wrong? Are you worried you'd rank at the bottom and would be demoted to an outer disciple?" As stated, inner disciples ranked below the 100th place would be demoted to outer disciples. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Ho Qingning smiled awkwardly as he replied, "I'm slightly worried." Duanling Tian moved to stand closer to Ho Qingning before he passed Ho Qingning a ring that he held in his left hand. "Take this." "What's this?" Ho Qingning was surprised and confused. "It's nothing. It's just a prominent divine artifact," Duanling Tian said in a relaxed manner. "A prominent divine artifact?" Ho Qingning's expression changed as soon as he heard Duanling Tian's words. In just an instant, he felt that the spatial ring in his hand was as heavy as a dumbbell. "Duanling Tian, this is too precious." Duanling Tian felt rather speechless by Ho Qingning's line of thoughts. He hurriedly interjected, "I'm only lending it to you. You didn't think I'd give it to you, right?" Ho Qingning's face flushed red from embarrassment immediately. When he finally calmed down, he said jokingly, "Although I'm a little disappointed, I still want to thank you." At this time, Ho Qingning did not reject Duanling Tian's help anymore, even if he thought Duanling Tian only had one prominent divine artifact. After all, the Latent Dragon Grand Contest was rather fair. The inner elders would not pit powerful participants so early. Moreover, with Duanling Tian's strength, he did not even need a prominent divine artifact to win. If Duanling Tian needed a prominent divine artifact to defeat his opponent, chances were he would be eliminated by the opponent even if he had a prominent divine artifact. "You're disappointed? You're really shameless," Duanling Tian said teasingly. Following that, Duanling Tian looked at Murong Inyu and spoke to her through voice transmission. Duanling Tian said to Murong Inyu, the third young miss of the Murong clan, and said, "Third miss, with Ho Qingning and your strength, it would have been difficult for both of you to pass the entrance examinations for the inner disciples 3 days ago. The reason both of you passed was due to me asking Dongfang Yannian, the White Dragon Elder, to go easy on both of you." Murong Inyu was stunned by Duanling Tian's words. Duanling Tian continued to say, "Hence, if you don't want to rank at the bottom of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, I suggest you borrow a prominent divine artifact from your father." When Murong Inyu returned to her senses, she replied, "All right, I'll borrow a prominent divine artifact from my father for Ho Qingning." "No, you should borrow it for yourself," Duanling Tian said, feeling slightly speechless by Murong Inyu's response. At the same time, he thought Ho Qingning was really blessed to have found someone who cared about him so much. However, he'd need a prominent divine artifact as well. Murong Inyu said, although we might not be matched for a fight, there's still a possibility that would happen. It'd be unfair for him if only I have a prominent divine artifact. There are a few high-ranking officials from the clan who came as well. My father's not the only one with a prominent divine artifact. The elder next to him has a prominent divine artifact as well. It's just that the elder has lent his prominent divine artifact to Brother Han Lin. Duan Lingtian interjected, don't worry about him. I've already lent him a prominent divine artifact. You should worry about yourself instead. Then Murong Inyu hesitated. Duan Lingtian naturally understood Murong Inyu's concerns. He said with a smile, have you forgotten the rules of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest? They have a profile of everyone's strength. They won't pit strong participants against each other so early on. That's to say, the first few opponents I face will be weaker than I am. I can easily defeat them without a prominent divine artifact. Realization dawned on Murong Inyu immediately. I understand. I'll borrow a prominent divine artifact from my father now. In fact, my father had said earlier that he would lend me his prominent divine artifact, but he warned me against lending it to Ho Qingning. He's worried we would have to fight each other. He was only willing to lend it to me if I agreed to his condition. Clan leader Murong's actions are understandable, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Just promised him that you won't lend the prominent divine artifact to Ho Qingning now. If he doesn't believe you, you can tell him that I've already lent Ho Qingning my prominent divine artifact. If he probes further, just tell him that Supreme Elder Huan lent me that prominent divine artifact. With that, Murong Inyu left to search for Murong Yunlu, the clan leader of the Murong clan. After a few minutes, Duan Lingtian could feel Murong Yunlu looking at him. To his surprise, Murong Yunlu sent him a voice transmission to confirm that he had indeed lent Ho Qingning a prominent divine artifact. Duan Lingtian did not know how to react to this. Did Murong Yunlu truly have such little trust in his daughter? After receiving Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Murong Yunlu finally handed his spatial ring to Murong Inyu after relinquishing his ownership of the spatial ring. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian asked Ding Yen through voice transmission, Ding Yen, do you have a prominent divine artifact? You'll have a greater advantage if you possess a prominent divine artifact during the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. If you don't have one, I can lend one to you. I do, Ding Yen replied. I just asked Ho Qingning needed a prominent divine artifact as well. If he didn't have one, I'd borrow one from Uncle Sikong for him. However, he told me you'd already lent him one. After a moment, Ding Yen said worriedly, Duan Lingtian, it's quite risky for you not to have a prominent divine artifact during the contest. Do you need me to borrow one for you? There's no need for that, Duan Lingtian said as he shook his head slightly. I have one. Even if I don't, there are 3 supreme elders from the Linghu clan who accompanied me here, so I can borrow it from either one of them. Very well, Ding Yen replied. At the same time, the battles in the 10 battle rings were in full swing. The 20 outer disciples fought with all their might. They were mostly advanced gods. Only 2 of them were rudimentary kings of gods. As a result, the duo easily won their respective fights. As for the other 8 fights between the advanced gods, it took some time before they finally ended. As soon as there was a winner, 2 names would immediately appear above the battle rings. With that, the next 2 participants would enter the battle rings. The audience watched the fights in excitement. However, it only lasted for a while before they grew bored. After all, the participants were only advanced gods, so their strength was limited. Many of the spectators even felt they were watching children fight. It was not until a young man dressed in dark gold robes defeated his opponent with a punch that everyone's interest was piqued again. Even Duan Lingtian was slightly interested. The young man's explosive punch reminded him of Ho Qingning's performance during the inner disciples' entrance examinations. He thought to himself, I'm afraid this person isn't any weaker than Ho Qingning. The golden-clad young man and his opponent were both rudimentary kings of gods. Since he could defeat his opponent, who was also a rudimentary king of gods, with just a punch, it proved that he was stronger than the average rudimentary kings of gods. At this time, the crowd began to discuss among themselves again. He's the third disciple of the sect leader of the king-rank Heavenly Divine Sect. His name is Zhao Pei. He's only slightly over 5,000 years old, but he's already a rudimentary king of gods. His comprehension skills aren't bad as well. During the qualifying test, he only lost because his opponent was Ouyang Jianchun, the third young master of the Lord-rank Ouyang clan. That's right. Zhao Pei was quite unlucky. If he did not meet Ouyang Jianchun during the qualifying test, he might have passed the entrance examinations. He was seriously injured by Ouyang Jianchun at that time. Although he consumed a divine pill at that time, it took a while for his injuries to heal. I thought he would remain an outer disciple. Now it seems like he has a chance to redeem himself during the Latent Dragon Grand Contest and become an inner disciple. Duanling Tian learned a lot from the conversations in his surroundings. Although he had watched the entrance examination, his attention was mostly focused on the Eastern Oriental sects Hua Tian Du, the 10,000 Devils sects Du Pejun, and the 10,000 Flowers Valleys Lady 7. He did not pay much attention to Ouyang Jianchun at that time. Zhao Pei is quite strong, Ho Qingning said with a grave expression. Clearly, he was aware that Zhao Pei was not any weaker than him. The matches kept going. There were a few powerful outer disciples who had high chances of becoming inner disciples through the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Most of them were unlucky and were seriously injured during the qualifying test, which in turn affected their performance during the entrance examinations. Now that they had recovered, they naturally performed better. Time continued to fly by. It did not take long before night fell. At this time, Lan Yushan, a black dragon elder of the Flying Dragon sect, who was the moderator for the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, announced that the contest would end now and continue tomorrow. The Latent Dragon Grand Contest continued the next day until the evening before 100 participants were finally selected from the group of more than 800 outer disciples. Most of the outer disciples who ranked at the bottom were aware of their strength, so they were not too disappointed with the results. They knew they were no match for those who were ranked higher. Moreover, the matches were arranged in a rather fair manner. The 10 elders of the Flying Dragon sect who were in charge of arranging the matches were intermediate lords of gods, so it was easy for them to see through the participants' strength. This naturally helped them to arrange the matches. Due to fairness, none of the participants questioned the results. Before dismissing everyone for the day, Lan Yushan said, "The top 100 disciples will join the inner disciples for the next round of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest tomorrow. Over the next 3 days, we will determine the 100 strongest participants among the 400 participants." The next day arrived in just a blink of an eye. It was finally time for Duanling Tian and the other inner disciples who had been watching the Latent Dragon Grand Contest to fight. Names after names appeared above the battle rings, but Duanling Tian's name had yet to appear even after Ho Qingning had fought twice. In fact, it was not just Duanling Tian. The names of the 10,000 Devils sects Du Pejun, the Eastern Oriental sects Hua Tian Du, the 10,000 Flowers Valleys Lady 7, and the Ouyang clan's Ouyang Jianchun had yet to appear as well. In short, the names of those who performed exceptionally well during the qualifying test and entrance examination had yet to appear. Since they're aware of our strength, it seems like they've arranged for us to fight toward the end. Duanling Tian thought to himself. During this time, there were a few outstanding participants who had hidden their strength previously. Since they had hidden their strength, they were called out rather early. For example, there was the Hanchu sect's Ji Wuchang, whose strength was on par with Hua Tiandu since he did not reveal his strength. He was arranged to fight in the earlier rounds. Once his strength was revealed, his name did not appear again. It seems like it was a good thing that I didn't hide my strength before this. At least, I can save my energy for my matches later, Duanling Tian thought to himself with a smile. Ding Yan, why aren't you called to fight yet? Ho Qingning asked. Ho Qingning's voice pulled Duanling Tian back to his senses immediately. Indeed, Ding Yan's name did not appear at all. The sun was about to set and the contest was about to come to an end today, but his name still had not appeared above a battle ring. Ho Qingning frowned. Did they forget about you?